Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing too serious. Okay. I thought you got some competition grade shit.
Oh, nah, they're fairly good, but they're not yeah, not
I used
not
to
great.
have two Eclipse 12s with a 750 watt amp and a crossover on it too. Add another 150 watts, and then I got the little knob up front next to the gear shifter for the bass, so I could turn only the subs up and down if I wanted to. It was sweet, and it got stolen.
Eclipses are nice.
Yeah, that's what got stolen
Yes,
because it was sweet, bro.
because it was an
Yes.
eclipse. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They heard me because my
Yeah,
dumbass.
it hurt you.
My dumbass was living in an apartment, okay, and I would bump up right up until I got to my parking lot. So everybody in the neighborhood knew it was me and knew what I had. Middle of the night, man, I'm on the third floor. I'm not doing anything about it. You know, they got in there. They uninstalled it. They didn't even rip it out. They literally took their time. I'll bet it took, an hour or two to do. And they're just chilling.
That's bogus, man. That's not cool, dude.
Hey, I was
Sorry,
asking for it.
but they're just the way that you said it. Sorry.
What kind of
I
head
was
unit?
asking for it straight up.
What kind of head unit do you have? Let's see.
It was
You
a
had
Kenwood
Eclipse
head
stuff.
unit. My favorite Kenwood head unit. I forget what it was called now, but it was pretty sick. Touch screen. It would flip over on the other side, so you could do the bolts and buttons and stuff.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it was crazy. I had the lights on the inside everywhere under the seats and shit, and I had the PIA lights up front.
Very partial to Alpine, and if I'm gonna purchase something, I won't touch anything else. I'll just Alpine head unit.
Right. Yeah. With head units, for some reason, it's just I was particular, man. Had to be Kenwood or nothing.
Okay. Well, I've never tried that Kenwood. Maybe I'll give it a. Well,
it was good for its time. I haven't checked any of that stuff out for 15 plus years.
Dude, I bumped nothing now.
Yeah.
Earbuds. However, my home system is decent. No, I've got a decent, surround sound system. At home. That's it.
I got some old Bose shit.
You know what Bose stands for, Mike? Yeah. You know what that stands for? Bose?
BOSE?
Yeah, buy other stereo equipment, son. That's what that's yeah, toss that shit in the trash.
I got the best of Bose. It's got the best separated sound. I can have a symphony in my barn. I got
Bose, man. Bose is
I got an antique Pioneer with 16 band EQ and amplifier in the house.
Pioneer is good. I like Pioneer. Yes, Pioneer is good stuff.
I got an old tube one.
Old tube one. Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's nice.
It's from 68. 68. I got like 4 of them. I got Emerson. I got an old Emerson tube one. I like old Hyponic, if you know what I mean.
Oh, dude. I like audio stuff. Love it.
Yeah, but it's got to have amplification in 12 bands of equalization for separated sound. Because I don't run a system with 3-rate crossovers where you got high, mid, and low in every speaker. I run a high channel, a mid channel, and a low channel. And then I put the center channel on quarter ohm. So I get more than one bass. I'll go quarter
ohm.
Yeah, you know what a bass cap is? The restriction cap?
Okay. Yeah, capacitor.
So some amps have it where you can kick it down to a quarter ohm, but then that's all you're getting is a quarter ohm, and you get that low sonic bass where it's hitting hard as fuck.
Talk about car audio or home audio.
Either way, but car audio, a car amp, like old Rockford 2-watt 30 RMS.
Oh, I love Rockford. Rockford Fosgate makes good stuff.
Actually equal to about 500 watts.
They make good amps. They don't make good speakers.
When you kick it over,
good subs. They make good subs, man.
I agree. I put a 4-ohm 18-inch Sherwin Vega liquid cooled in a car with a three stack 30 RMS stacked in
Oh, bro,
stacked
Serwin?
in
Man,
channel. Yeah,
eBay
Serwin
shit,
Vega.
ain't it?
Uh,
Ain't
Yeah,
it?
CWs are good.
Are they
and
really?
I took this bitch to a stadium in an old Dodge minivan, old 5-speed 2.2 Dodge cargo van, you know, a minivan, delivery van.
Let me
I
Google
put
them
all,
subs.
I put all plastic windows in this motherfucker, but I won stereo system contest with it with just one 18-inch Serwin Vega.
Oh, an
House,
18? Okay.
a
That's
house.
awesome.
Yeah, house Serwin Vega. It's they're 4 ohm capacitance, but then I kick it down to a quarter ohm.
You can get down to
And
a quarter, huh? That's pretty cool.
what you can do that with
If your amp
certain
can handle
amp if your amp can handle it.
Right.
But if you're running 2 ohms impedance at 300 watts, you can run a quarter ohm and 150 watts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to go over peak RMS, or you're going to draw so much you're going to fry your fucking amp.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. So what you want to do, or what I do, is to get a wattage restrictor and an ohms transistor, and I put a cap on it. You solder it to the positive connector. It only let 100 watts through. It only let it draw 100 watts, and then you put the 100-watt cap and then the 2 ohm, the quarter ohm resistance cap, and then you'll only get quarter ohm frequencies and only at a peak level of 100 watts. So then you can run your amp at peak performance, but it'll only send 100 watts to that speaker. That's all. Even if it surges, it'll only draw at 100. It's just you got to know how to do it. You know, most people get, cross member, cross. They call them electronic cross member. You don't need
Crossover?
crossover, cross member. You don't need that
Yeah.
shit. You just fucking you just cap them all. On one channel, you can run one high, one mid, one low without going over the ohms of impedance for a channel. On a 100-watt radio, that's 20 watts per channel. 25 watt. A 25-watt tweeter, dude, is fucking loud. You really only.
No, your ears are going to bleed off 25-watt tweeter? Yeah, your ears are bleeding, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you do this, you got to know what you're doing to get perfect total harmonic balance.
Yeah, right. When I was young, though, man, it was all rap music. We're going for that thump. Like 415s. It's like some stupid stuff, man. Like, it's like, all right, we're just building some just. However, now I go for the SQL, right? The sound quality level for that thump, because I listen to classical now and upgraded my taste. So I have to upgrade my music too, and it requires a lot of juice. That crisp thump,
I do. You need total harmonic balance too. You need everything working at its peak efficiency to get the true
balance
sound. So if you're running a 300-watt speaker, but only a 100-watt amp, you want to cater to your power system. Cap it, resist it before it reaches peak impedance. Then you can run more and get more sound. It's all there is to it. You can run a 4-speaker system on front and rear channel, and you're only going to get so much sound. I don't care if you run 3-way 8x10s, where each speaker's got a high, mid, and low. They're restricted at a frequency, and they're only going to get that, and that's from the factory. When you do it the way I'm talking about, you can go to Radio Shack and get these ohms impedance caps and wattage restriction caps. You can get that shit at Radio Shack, and you just choose your speaker. Really, for quarter ohm, dude, most people don't know it, but a 15 and an 18 really isn't what you want for quarter ohm. You get a sonic boom with quarter ohm, you know what I mean? That's where
there's competition stuff. That's not for your average Joe,
yeah, so
running every day.
I had 4 square MTX 10s running off.
Oh, Those were
Five,
good. Yeah, solo
yeah,
barracks or whatever they're called.
yeah, solo barracks, yeah. And I built my own box, so but I had it running. I had them all stacked and bridged, 5 fucking RMS amps, right? And the
All right,
one
so
at
these are.
dude,
Have you ever heard of these guys? I'm opposed to pick Resident Engineering. High quality, high grade, man stuff.
yeah, yeah, I
This is
know
the
what you're
triple
talking.
X,
Yeah,
and this is
you
it's like the bee's knees, man. It's such a
you can run them
SQL,
in a
SPL, whatever you
yeah,
want. You know what I mean?
you can run audio cabinets with that. Yeah, a,
Yeah,
a,
this thing
a
is
lot of
sweet.
band equipment has RE in it.
Ari is great. I love this
A
stuff.
bass, so a
Even
bass
the
cabinet
cheapest stuff they
running a
make is.
1,000 watts for a bass guitar, a bass cabinet. You'll have 4 of them.
Mhm.
Are those 8s or 10s?
They
Oh,
make them 15s, 12s. These are, I think, 15s.
now
They
when you
also
get
make them down to 8s and 10s, sometimes 6s, but
Yeah,
you know.
they're about.
when,
These are
hey,
$700 a piece.
when you
They're
talk about
$700
these,
for
man,
12s.
when you talk about these, it doesn't matter on that one.
Well, they
The
make
size,
18s.
yeah,
I'm
the
sorry,
size
Right.
of it versus the
800.
ohms.
You can
You
pick
can,
whichever you with these guys. You can pick whichever voice coil resistance you want. Actually, when
I
you're
played in a
ordering it.
band with a guy who had an 8-8 cabinet, and it sounded great.
yeah, yeah, he probably ran them at fucking half ohm, 1 ohm. That
I
and
don't
then
remember,
eight,
but it sounded
eight.
fucking great.
That's what I was gonna say. 8s are real good for quarter ohm. So are 10s, but you want them in series system where you bridge your amps. You go to the first speaker, positive to positive, negative to negative. You run 4 of them, but you flip from each speaker. So in the cabinet, you're running quarter ohm at a high peak. You know what I mean? On cap. But to keep from overpowering your amp, 2 speakers go in while 2 go out. So at 1 ohm impedance, you're getting 2 sounds because it has a different sound when they react inward. You got them reversed. You flip them. Do you know what I'm talking about? Running the series
Oh
cabinet
yeah,
in series, you can either run them all positive to negative, negative, but then you got 4 hitting exactly at once, and they fight against each other. They struggle against each other for sound. I don't really care if you got it separated. When you run in a good system, they do. They fight against each other because of the airspace. Now, when you do it this way, it becomes a push pull. There's a harmony, you know.
yeah,
Two,
yeah. I know what you mean.
two,
That
two.
configuration. There's a name for it. Forgot that
Yeah,
push pull opposing. You talk about
yeah.
where you
It
have them facing each other, right? Both of them like face
you
each other, like
you
each
can
two
do it.
speakers, yeah, in
You
pairs.
can do it. Yeah, you can either just put 4 facing the same way. Some people put the push on the back and the pull on the front. You know what I
Yeah, you
mean?
can do that. Yep,
So the whole box resonates together. It's a
yep. They call it something loading. There's a technical name for it.
cross
I'm
loading.
gonna Google this shit.
Yeah, it's cross loading or something like that. So
They have a technical name for it.
it's the
This
That wouldn't work on
opposite.
a globe.
It's the opposite of in series, but I run it a quarter ohm for this reason. If I got 2 busting 2 ohm and 2 busting 4 ohm, they're going to fill up the airspace of the car so much so that if I add more speakers, you're now competing for airspace. Now you put a cabinet facing the floor. In a minivan situation, you prefer. I build a big 4 cabinet facing the floor and a PVC pipe it out of the car, so the sound goes down and out, and it bounces. You got a ping. It's like a radio signal. It pings in a circle. Well, at a quarter ohm, you got more distance to travel. You do this is concert speaker shit. You do it so the guy in the back's getting the exact same sound as the guy in the front. So now you got 4 ohm, 2 ohm, and quarter ohm. You're pounding it right there in the car. You better have ear protection on. You know what I mean? But then if you was only running the quarter ohm ones, you could sit there and have a conversation while you're banging 100 fucking watts of bass. You're not hearing it. The car isn't vibrating in from it. It's pushing out and hitting the ground and echoing out in a circle as you go. You could be heard a quarter mile away, loud as fuck, but to you, sitting right there, you're in the epicenter. You're in the center of a nuclear explosion, you know? And you don't hear as much there because it's rushing. The sound is rushing out in all directions, 360 degree, you know? So it really you can build a system where you don't need air protection, but you're running wattage. Now, when you do you do them concert stadium contests with a system like that, the whole minivan becomes a speaker that projects the sound, you know? So you don't open the doors or windows on this motherfucker. You win contests through sound being piped through channels and projected towards the ground. You're getting raw shankage from that quarter ohm. It's hitting the bleachers at a motherfucker. It's running past the meter. They set the meter like 15, 20 foot from the car. And it'll run past that meter at such a rate it'll slam the meter. I win contests all the time, but there's a lot of sound theory, you know what I mean? For total harmonic balance, push, pull, acoustics. You got to understand you can't build a system that works against itself. In my opinion, that's the main thing. You can't have woofers stealing all the airspace from the fucking tweeter in a car. And with a house, it's a little different. You just separate the distance of the speakers and you can get that full harmonic sound. You know, like I run Bo Infinity speakers in the house, liquid cooled series, 1200E series, you know. Those fuckers are so loud. I just put one in each room. I got one in the den, one in the dining room, one in the front room. And when I turn that bitch up past 30, the whole house is a speaker. But nothing's fighting for airspace, so you get crisp sound. The tweeter's not fighting against the fucking mid, not fighting against the damn woofer, you know? I love them bows. There's 112 and 110, and you got two different bows uses this technique. You got two different ohms of impedance, 4 and 2. So you get that bass that goes boom, 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 boom. If you've ever experienced that. When you have that, if you have 3 different ohms of impedance on every speaker in your system, you can listen to a symphony in a whole new light. Because you can do ohms of separation, ohms of impedance on a tweeter and a mid, and you get total harmonic balance just from separating sound. But when you separate it multiple times, and you got 3 different levels of tweet, 3 different levels of mid, and 3 different levels of low, and you got to understand, you don't want to run a 6-inch mid at a quarter ohm. You want to run a 4-inch mid at a quarter ohm, and then 6-inch for 2 and 4. And it's because of there's too much surface area to handle that vibration. You know what I mean? At that ohm of impedance, get more vibration. So the smaller speakers with the less surface area and less movement are best for those. And plus, because you want less movement, that's the ideal that ohms of impedance. That's the entire idea. Get 3 different vibrations. And you listen to a symphony like that, and you'll think that's the first time you ever really heard Bach.
Yeah, that wouldn't work on a globe.
No, sound wouldn't carry like that. It's got to be flat to be projected. Go up over mountains and shit. But when you listen nowadays, if you put 30 grand into a hot rod you want to sell for 60, you better put $2,000, $3,000 in the stereo system, or it's just not going to sell. Because people are looking at it like, I got to put a stereo in that car. You got to have the full package. You know how much room you got though in a 63 Lincoln trunk, a 69 Chevelle trunk, a 68 fucking Camaro trunk got a lot of room for speakers. The sound you can build in those cars is way different than the sound you build in these new thin, cheap insulated bullshit. You'll rattle every fucking plastic fucking interior piece in your car. In older cars, they weren't trying to cheap out on steel to get weight and down so they could lower emissions or make more efficient cars, you know. There weren't these false fuel shortages. What the hell? What are you doing? Serious? Smoking? Ooh, that's sick.
No, charging my phone, man.
Yeah, that's a sick fucking. That's
Yo.
a hyperbolic. That's a hyperbolic box, huh?
Oh, that last vid.
Yeah.
I used to follow that guy when I was a teenager and building these systems and shit. Steve Mead, and like he even makes his own subs and shit now, which is pretty cool.
I bet.
Yeah.
When you get in the total harmonic balance and separation of sound, bro, you learn how the speaker affects the sound.
Yeah. You were saying what? What kind of configuration you were saying for like Bach? I heard you say that at the end. I called the tail end of that. I was fixing a sandwich.
You want separated ohms on every sound channel, high, mid, and low. You want quarter ohm, 2 ohm, and 4 ohm. You can literally get more layers than that. You can go 4, 3.
I got some decent speakers. They do have a tweeter. They are a 3-way speaker, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I'll have to check. They're Yamahas. I got 7-channel system. 7.1 it's all Yamaha.
Yep.
I don't know. They're pretty deep with a Denon head unit or receiver. That's my house system.
The first one I had I had a Daewoo receiver. I was getting this newer shit. They said that was the best. But once I got done buying the expensive fucking speakers, it bleeped my head unit out one day. Just said, bleep. Not like that old high phonic shit where you just go in there and change a couple fuses. You know.
Old Hyphonics is great stuff, man. But then it went to shit. You know, it went Chinese. It's still not bad for the money. It's cheap though now. It's not high quality anymore.
You need an amplifier for your system nowadays, and man, back in the day, you really didn't need an amp to have high quality. Them tube stereos basically had built-in preamps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the amps were good.
Right in the back, you could see it right next to all the speaker channels. Doop, 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 30 ribs. My Pioneer, you can see the ribs, the cooling ribs on the back of the stereo. You know damn well that's an amplifier as soon as you look at it.
When you pick it up and it's heavy as fuck. Got my food. Nice.
What kind of fruit you eating, man? I just had a big glass of fresh.
I fixed a couple of burritos up, man. There's pretty much ground beef. Yeah,
I did
cheese.
fresh.
6
I
cheese
did
blend.
breakfast for a snack. Sausage, eggs over easy, toast, potatoes, and fresh squeezed orange juice.
Well, I cook.
That's a farm meal right there.
I cooked 5 pounds of ground beef at once, man.
You got your mate? you got your meat, your potatoes, you got your eggs.
Yep.
Farmer, oh man, we work our ass off, bro. I
Mhm.
I can I can eat like a pig. I don't gain no weight. Now it's just really a lot of people argue this, but it's just metabolism. I've
Just for
always
working out, I eat a lot.
I've
I
always
cook a
just
lot.
you
It's not good.
I I digest my food well. I digest fast.
Mm-hmm.
I usually don't get to wait till the next morning to get up and take my morning shit. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and do that shit.
That's too fast. That sucks, man.
6, 7 hours, but yeah, my body processes food well. I can eat like a pig,
Good to go.
man, and the only thing that changes for me not weight, I just shit more in a day. That's it.
I'm just gonna mute myself while I eat. But yeah, I'll post some cool subs or something whenever I remember, like the old stuff I used to look at. But Alpine subwoofers for the money, the Type R's, Alpine Type R, or even Type S, they're great for the money. You can't go wrong.
You've seen them old Infinity House speakers, right? I got old
Oh,
Infinities.
I love Infinity, man. Infinity makes great quality
Vintage.
stuff.
Yeah,
Great quality stuff.
I got vintage shit, and it's still pounds. It ain't been pounded out yet.
Oh, dude, Infinity is dope, man. Whenever I see him, I snag him up right away. Whenever I
Hell
drive
yeah,
by thrift stores or whatnot, right away. I
for this
picked up a
for
couple of
this.
studio monitors. I sold them. They were Polk Audios. They were vintage,
Oh,
man. I picked them up for
ooh,
20
yeah,
bucks. Dude drove like from across the state for like, I'll give you 200 for them right now. I was like, oh, all right, cool, man, all right. He's like, I've been
really?
wanting these. Yeah, he gave me 200 for them. Yep. So,
What
and that was a good deal. Polk
Polk
Audio.
art?
There were studio monitors from the 70s. They're vintage. I think
Yep.
they're called like A something. If I'm not sure, man, A something. I'm not sure what the model was, but they were big, right? They're like, waist high, built like a fucking brick house, but there were studio monitors where they sound flat. You don't want to listen to music on those if you like music, right? You want those for
Yeah.
like studio stuff.
Yep.
So I had no need for it. So even though they're really good, like I was like, hey, I'm just gonna post them online and see what happens. And yeah,
That sounds like a A40.
A40. Let me see. Post it, and I'll know. My mind wants to tell me an A20, but I don't know why, man.
Well, it could be an
But okay,
A20.
you know your
They,
studio monitors, yeah? You know your
yeah,
Polka.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They got
Hmm.
A20, A40, A80, B20, B40, B80. So yeah, that's
Oh, Polk. That's the speakers I got right here. Polk for the living room.
my
Speakers though, not monitor.
yeah. My brother lived by that shit. He loves
Boston
folk.
Acoustics for the basement.
You know, you're talking about. Did you have the tower with multiple small speakers in it, or you like two big
Yeah,
woofers and a tweeter?
two big woofers. It had two big woofers. One was a passive. It had a passive woofer, a mid, and a tweeter. I think it's an A20. I'm gonna Google. No, it's not an A20. Right? No, let me see.
It sounds like the 40 series, but usually the 40's only got one tweeter. It's a dynamic dome tweeter.
Dude, okay, so I found it on eBay. It's model 7C. It looks identical to him. Were they 7 series? Yeah, maybe they were 7 series, man. Wow, they were 7Cs, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, those are the ones. Some of them sit on a pedestal.
Yep. Those are the ones that sit on the pedestal. You're right, but
Yep.
I didn't have that. They didn't have the pedestal at the Salvation Army. Picked them up from.
That's funny. I got money and I go to Goodwill and Salvation Army.
Hell
You
yeah,
get a lot-
man! That's what's up. Of course. You go there when you have money.
A lot of vintage shit, dude. I went in there one day and they had a fucking $4,000 ham radio sitting there, mint condition, box that came with it, all the manuals and everything. $50. I was like, "Are you serious?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, you guys are freaking, self-supporting organization that they help the poor and shit." I was like, "Man, I'm not gonna rape you. I give you $100 for it." The motherfucker's never been used. I go there. You find old shit all the time that really shouldn't be at Goodwill.
That's when you scoop it up.
Yep, it should be at fucking on eBay. I found 10-karat fucking gold there that they didn't think was gold. They had it in the gold plated section, and I'm like, dude, this is 10. Fucking 10-karat. Gold plating is usually 14-karat electroplating. It'll say ERP on it. It doesn't say gold. It says 10-karat G, 10 kg. That's fucking gold. 10-karat.
So those monitors, they're going for about $380 on eBay right now. The ones I picked up for $20. That's why I go to thrift stores.
$380 a piece?
Oh no, for the pair.
Well, then you're not doing a very good job selling them. Why don't you send them over to me and we can split the earnings?
Oh really? Where you at?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
It's not me that's selling them. It's somebody on eBay.
Dude, what's funny is them are nice. Look, you can get them on the pedestals too. My bows sit on pedestals. I like the bows.
I mean, you'd be shocked once you actually if monitors sound like ass. So yeah, these are some expensive speakers, man. No, they're not speakers, man. They're monitors. You don't want to buy those. if you want speakers.
Yep.
But the box was a little chewed up. These are in really good shape. The ones I scooped up, it needed the felt, whatever you call that fabric, needed to be refabricated and reveneered because it's chewed up in a few corners. So it was fair. Hey, I only paid $20. And the dude actually he sold his and whatnot, so he had a cool story too. So it was like, hey man, yeah, they're yours, dude. $200. Sure. You're driving from what? It's like a 3-hour drive or something like that, or 3.5 to get to me. I was like, yeah, okay, man, come on, they're yours.
I got a set of Infinities one time. Infinity ones. They're big towers, got a bunch of speakers in them, but they're in hardwood cabinets. And the dude sold them to me $25 a piece. He said they're no good. I mean, the cabinets are no good and they don't pound. Well, they went through a fucking house fire, and these Infinity, most of them speakers have an fuse on the speaker too.
Fuse. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the fuses just got hot and cracked. They were no good. I was like, dude, these pound. I'll sand this shit off.
Dude,
I sanded them.
Pay $25 for the enclosure, and I'll replace the speakers, man. If anything,
I sanded the shit out of the whole speaker to get sawdust. So you mix it in with Elmer's glue and wood putty, and then you smear it over where it's pitted from the burn, and it'll have when it dries a close to the same texture, real close. Then you just stain them up with dark stain, and bam, nobody sees shit. But I mean, that's how I roll. I'll fix a car. Well, I'll fix the damn speakers. It's the same shit, you know. It really is. The thing I checked on them though, they got them polyurethane covers, and most people pound the ring out. You can have those replaced though. You can send them to most any speaker company, and they'll send them down the line and put a new polyurethane ring. The cone will be straight, just the ring, you know, the dust ring.
Yeah, the dust cap.
You know, the dust cap and the outer ring. You know, you got a cone and it attaches to the cage.
The suspension? Yeah, suspension.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The rubber.
Yep.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's called a suspension. I would have to look at the diagram, the exploded diagram.
It's,
But you know, there's the spider that's inside the spider, the voice coil, of course, the magnet, the basket.
they're
You got the cone, the suspension,
which is a little bit of plastic and a little bit of rubber, polyurethane.
Yeah.
But that
You
shit,
can make your own.
You can. I've seen motherfuckers
sheet metal skills. You can make one out of some really thin aluminum or something. You know.
I've seen people put duct tape on it and call it good.
Nah.
Yeah, dude.
I appreciate my speakers too much for that.
dude coated it with a rubberized chip guard too. I was impressed with duct tape and chip guard. I was like, well, they bang. I mean, I can hear it though. I can hear the tape moving. You know what I mean? It's a dull sound to it. It kind of flattens out the sound that's being pushed out. But I'm a picky son bitch. I got good ears, good eyes. It's like with cars, dude. I look at it, I know exactly how much work's got to go in it to get the body mint, you know, because I do body work. I can look at the car from the whole roundabout access. I've had to restore suspensions or just cut shit out and remanufacture it to put in a 4-link rear end suspension. Normally I do that, so as long as certain areas are solid and it can be done. You don't want to be welding in floor pans and other shit that this 4-link is gonna suspend from, you know? You want that shit solid. And if it's solid, it doesn't matter what it is in between the 2 points where you're gonna connect them. You can weld that because it doesn't get the torque in the rear end, you know? Older cars, dude, they're so fucking solid when you do a suspension right, if everything's the way it should be, all the torque will go to the rear end, and when you kick down on the throttle, you can almost feel the whole back of the car twist. The differential torques in, you know. I can feel that shit. I know everything in the process. I hit the gas and I got a image in my mind. Well, the differential engaged, everything's tight, nothing's slipping. So if your tires don't break loose, it's gonna break something. That's how tight your shit is. Shit. Yeah. But
you'll have that pinion gear that you posted that one day from the differential. That's what would happen. If your tires don't break loose.
and that shit causes in the rear end total failure, you know, because you grind one off, if pieces of it are still engaging, it's gonna start chipping the ring gear and chipping your spider gears and all that shit.
Yeah, it's done. It's toast. You're replacing all the gears inside, all of them.
That's where I'm at.
Maybe a couple, maybe not, maybe two. Though I forgot what they're called. Maybe.
This is the way I look at it. I haven't had to do this since I did it the first time. And so for the first 20 years that we were married, my old lady didn't beat on her car. Now she must beat on it, or new guy beats on it. You know what I mean? Because Corvette's new to him. You know, if you not most people can't, you know, afford a LS88, a 427 4-speed, rare classic edition C3. Most people can afford it. It's $175,000 car, you know.
Nice.
Most people can't afford it. You put some idiot in it that didn't have to maintain it or fucking buy it, you know, and they try to
wreck it.
yeah, well, most people think, yeah, this is built for this. But the truth is you should know the absolute variances it was built for, or your RPM tolerances. I put tachometers in the car and set the red line for where it should be.
Mhm.
So I get programmable tachs. The tach will know first gear, second gear, and third gear, and it'll give you a different RPM limit for each gear, you know? But
Yeah.
I mean, it's a red light, green light tach, you know?
Hmm.
You hip? Well, I did that so my old lady knew when to stop iron in first gear and pop gears. It tells you when to shift. I program the settings. I'm like, if you shift right before, you know absolutely if you stayed 1 second longer, it was going to go from green to red. If you can bang right there, you'll chirp every gear while accelerating. You won't break loose. It'll go beep, 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 beep. I love that shit down the highway though. I put so many ponies that you can chirp fourth gear at fucking 90 mile an hour. You know? 120 you can chirp that bitch. And that's just a slight
Yeah, that's when it's fun, man. It's the funnest.
it is because you're all
It'll make you pee a little bit, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's all acceleration. You don't want to when you over RPM in third gear going to fourth, that's when your tires break loose and you start hydroplaning, you know?
And you stay in it, and you're stubborn, and you stay in it, and you're stubborn, and you stay in it, and you're in the wall.
Yes, if you're not experiencing powering out or straightening out, yeah.
You got to, man. You gotta let your ego down a bit, you know.
Ooh.
It hurts sometimes, but
Ooh. Damn it. Orange juice and weed, man.
I'm about to
Clear out
roll
your
one up right now, man.
every time I hit this motherfucker, I done drink orange juice. It breaks loose your phlegm, you know. Hit
Weed.
hit a hooter, all that shit's coming out.
What are you smoking? What kind of weed is it?
Casey Jones.
Alright. Never tried. Maybe I've tried that one. I'm not sure.
I do the same shit on weed that I do on cars. You ask me what I got in the car, I'll take some shit laying around some shit I had laying around the barn. You say, what kind of weed you smoking? I'll take some shit that grew in the back 40. It's just
Not all weed is created equal, friend. You know
that's
that.
right. Yeah. Casey Jones is a good strand.
I'll
If
try that
you,
next time.
it depends on who's growing it. It depends on who's growing it. You know,
Oh
motherfucker
yeah. If I
weed.
see it, good quality, I'll scoop some.
Yeah, motherfucker clones their weed and over nukes the motherfucker. You clone the weed 50 times, you're no longer growing good plants. Or not the same quality you started with. It's okay to have a mother plant, but truth be told, yeah, it should all be second generation weed you're growing. You don't lose potency on 2 generations, you know?
Yeah, it's cool.
And once you cut every clone off the mother. You should just say fuck it, let it grow, and seed it out. Super crop
Exactly.
that bitch. Get you 1,000,000 seeds from it, because that's what keeps it. You can grow the same strand forever and keep the potency of the first generation you ever smoked. Or, you can fuck it up trying to get paid, and by the time you're done, you have shit smells great as hell. Tastes good, but not so much on the fucking buzz. You're like, what the hell? Way that shit, I choked it. That silky smoke, the thick texture. Tasted good as hell, but I didn't get high for shit. Just
Oh,
fake
it's like
out
what I'm
weed.
smoking right now. Yeah, I mean, that last blunt, I'm not sure how many grams I had in there. Just killed it like it's nothing. Just gone.
Yeah, I hate the
Two and
weed
a half.
like that. I hate weed you can smoke like that.
I know.
Wonder where truth went.
We probably bored her to sleep with our car audio talk, man. Everyone left on us. They're like, fuck this.
Hey, I'm
Yeah.
here.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I've been listening.
That-
It interests me, but I don't know enough about the car audio side as I do the other stuff.
Home.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was speaking.
Well, I know
to my
about
dad.
ohms. I have to know about ohms. I went to school for audio engineering, but I don't know about the car
No,
stuff.
I meant home systems or studio systems.
Studio.
Yeah, I know it's literally everything, but how to make car audio sound good. I know everything like the ins and outs of what and why. I just don't have. It's like artistry, knowing how to do that properly.
Sorry,
I think.
is that yours?
Oh,
Who's
it's
that?
which no, I wish the big ass towers. Oh, I wish, man.
Yeah,
That's what I want to build.
my
I want to
dad-
build something like that.
My old man built those, stuff like that. He used to be a DJ back in the day. He was one of the first DJs back overseas.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
picture. These are selling on eBay for 15 grand. So I just posted a picture of that.
Fucking awesome. I was just speaking to my dad before because got some
15 grand. That's cool.
and
Yeah, no thanks.
broke it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna 15 grand for speakers. Like that's why I build your own for
Yeah. Hey,
a lot less.
you ever had them Jensen triaxles? You ever had triaxle speakers? They look a lot like the big thick ones you posted.
Oh yeah, Jensen, man. I don't buy Jensen anything, man.
I've got them at home.
In the 80s, they was the shit, dude. They had that
Jensen? Really?
triaxle
Oh, okay.
technology. Boss had it too. Boss had triaxle, where there'd be 5 big ass ribs that come up off a big ass magnet.
Yeah,
This-
bro. I've got them at home. I bought them like was it 10 years ago? They're all made out of pure gold at the end, where you attach them all up.
Yep.
Yep.
They look a lot like the speaker you fucking
Yeah.
showed. Yep. They look a lot like the speaker you showed.
I've got them at home. They're for my normal. They're attached to the fucking TV. And they cost me like, what is it? Worth like, I don't know, 12 grand or something. But yeah, you have to buy special wires, the special cable, and the whole male to female plug-in. They're screw in, and they have to be made out of gold.
Yeah.
They're the same one.
Gold-plated.
Hey,
I
my,
don't think they're made of gold.
you ever seen them stock Suburban speakers that mount under the seats? They got Chevy amp, Chevy speaker in the box. My buddy owns a junkyard, man, and he's got like 12 of these motherfuckers all ran in series and hooked up to a stock Jensen with a 10-disc changer that was in a fucking Blazer. It's some old junk, dude, but it bumps.
Nice.
Like them Ford, it's just like them Ford ones, you can get them in the Torreses or the Sables. It's just a full unit, an amp and a woofer and a plastic box. a stock amp and woofer system. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yep. The stock woofer, yep. I gotcha.
Well,
It's
So
funny how they use. Go ahead.
I was gonna say he's just Frankenstein a wall of sound out of that, or what? 'Cause
yeah,
that's
they're
what I would
called
do. Just a
they're
wall of
called
sound.
people call them butt thumpers because they go under the seat
Yeah.
and they point up at
Okay.
your butt. And, and Chevy, they look like this. Pioneer made shit like this too. It was straight.
Well, you can buy some under like the seat woofers, like some shallow woofers, shallow mount.
Yep.
A shallow butt thump. Not a penetration one. You shit. Look at that.
Yeah, I like speakers. I like subwoofers. I like high quality sound equipment.
Yeah, Bose make
I pick it
really
up.
good ones. Have you seen those little small ones from Bose that thump out like mega
They
like
do.
sound?
My ex-girlfriend got so mad at me all the time because I've had two cars in the past few years. One was a Kia with a really nice stereo, and now it's a Jeep with a really nice stereo. And when I was looking for this Jeep, I was like, man, it's got to be at least as good a stereo, if not better than my Kia. And so I spent so much time when she thought I was supposed to be paying attention to her, just looking for cars and car stereos and, the ones that I just needed a really nice factory stereo. But dude, I was obsessing and we had like a knockdown drag out fight about it. I was like, okay, fine, fuck, I'll just buy this one and I won't research anymore. I'm sorry.
Jeeps have a really nice stock sound system. They do.
Yeah. Yeah. The Kia one was Infinity.
For the domestic.
The Kia one was Infinity, and I could crank it and I could turn all of the EQ up to all the highs, mids, and lows, and the fucking volume, and it'd be fine. Those speakers were just tanks.
Oh wow, nice. Okay,
Yeah.
aftermarket or no stock?
Well,
speakers?
no. It was the 2015 Kia Optima GDI EX, which is like I guess the nicest of the Optimas you could get for that year. Sorry, 2017. No, it was a 15. I'm sorry, 15.
Cool.
I have a Holden. I think in America it's called the Pontiac.
Oh,
Pontiac,
Holden. Yeah, cool. Do you have that pickup one, the V8?
Yeah, mine's a
So
V8, but mine's like a special edition. It's a 2-door. So
yeah, is it like the pickup? Is it like? Do you have the pickup? It's not.
Oh no, it's not the pickup. No. It's just a 2-door coupe. But yeah, you're talking about the Utes. It's called the Ute.
Ute. Yeah, those are badass, man. I love those.
They're pretty cool.
They're cool, man.
Those things.
They got the LS motor in there. They're cool.
Yeah, that's the same one I've got. But mine was, I think they modeled it after was it in like 1960 something? They only had, so Holden is like the right with the Ford, with the Mustang. They had the Holden here with the 2 doors, and they only made them for like a few years in the 60s. And then they released them again in like the early 2000s to like 2005. They only had like a limited amount. So I ended up buying one of those things, and they shoved in the system in them. So it's the same Hemi engine that you're talking about. So it's like a 5.7 liter.
Yeah, I think it has a 5.7 now. I think the LS.
Yeah,
there's a Chevy motor in it. Got a shit. It's a Chevy motor.
The Shell, I think, I'm not sure what the actual car is called in America, but it's by Pontiac has it. Wait a second, I think I've got a picture. I'll post it.
The same
car, you guys.
Firebird.
GT, yeah, the GTO, I think.
Yeah, it's the I think that should be it. It's Pontiac GTO. I'll post the photo of it. Because I know they've got, yeah. I think even in like the, what is it, in England they've got another name for the same car. It's ridiculous. I'll post it in the live stream. And you guys can confirm what it's called in the US. I know it's a Pontiac. Yeah, it might be legit, yeah.
Trans Am.
I don't know. What do you guys? What is that? I don't know if you guys can tell the shape or whatever it is.
Can't look right now. Is it
I love
legal
cars.
in Australia yet? Did you guys legalize weed?
I think, no. I think in some states they've got for medicinal purposes. You can have it, but I don't know. They're kicking up a big fucking shit stir about it. For some fucking reason. For some reason, because they're assholes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're assholes. I thought maybe you guys were working on it. I'm not sure, you know.
Yeah, they're trying to do something. I think people are speaking up about it, but yeah, it doesn't look like, especially with all this shit happening now, you know. It's kind of
Yeah.
been put on the back burner. But yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. Did you recognize the car? What is it? Is it a GTO? Is that what it's called? Is it a Pontiac?
Yeah, my phone is about to die. 4%. Goodness.
Awesome.
Yes, that's a GTO, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
that's
yeah, the GTO. Yeah. Nice. Yep. The Holden. Yep. The Holden GTO. Nice. Is it manual? Or is it auto?
It's auto. But I drive manual. Oh no, that's the only shame.
Yeah, that car would be so nice, and you know, in manual, it's like, all right, there you go. Rip the tires up every corner, man.
Yeah. There was only a few of them, bro. You know what I mean? So I was, lucky to get one.
It's a sweet car, man. Fast.
I bought it. How long have I had it now? I'm the second owner, so I bought it. It was off this old guy.
I'm gonna mute myself.
I think it's worth even more than it was before when I bought it, which is pretty good. You mute yourself. You don't want to speak to me, Cyrus. Okay, no, bro. I thought you were alright.
I think he was eating, bro.
Oh, was he?
No, man, my battery's dying. 4%. I'm just trying to charge it up. I don't know what's going on, dude.
I can give it mouth to mouth, bro. Save it.
That's 4%. I mean, it is what it is. Right? It is what it is. While I'm rolling up another I haven't rolled up my second blunt, man. Got busy eating and.
Bullshit. You said you smoked that one. You should be on your third.
No, I did not. Never did.
No. Mm-mm.
Never
Man, I've been
did.
listening intently the whole time.
Sir, I have not. I do not lie.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking
I
around.
know. I know you are.
I just
you are
wait for
moving.
the. I just wait for the. That's what I wait for.
For what?
As soon as the. I'll wait for that. As soon as I hear that sound, I know what's popping.
Yeah.
Hear the bubbling of the water.
Oh,
Can't make a sound.
I'm going on a joint spree. Just rolling for a bit now. So the bubbler, I'm giving it a break. Kind of. My lungs are burnt out.
The bubbler.
Bubala. Bubula.
Boobala, boobala.
Bubula.
Boobala. Oh.
There you go. Oh my God. Are you okay?
Who was that? Sean, was that you?
You guys ever drink? Yeah, sorry. You ever drink the bong water and just get loose?
I was gonna say, did you drink?
No, never.
Sorry, I didn't know if my mic was on or off, and
It was on.
Yeah. Sorry. It'll happen sometimes. You guys will hear it after 2 a.m.
I ferment my
time.
bong water. Do you ferment yours?
What?
Yeah. See, you don't even know about it, man.
I don't even know. I don't know about it, but
Rookie, dude.
gross. Rookie. Fermented. Get out of here with that. You're not. I'm gullible, so I'll believe it if you say that you do it.
Yeah, sure you are. It's good stuff.
Mental like it's making wine.
Bong water cider.
You know, I've been thinking about the whole psychology thing, right? When people come in here and they're all acting normies, maybe we should tell them, don't be so gullible and closed-minded. Right? Because that,
Wow.
you know.
Yeah, that should be the first thing we tell them so that they get defensive immediately.
Yeah. I don't know. It didn't work out with me like that. When people told me not to be closed-minded, I'd be like, okay, I'll listen.
Yeah, because you're a. They broke the mold, Hank. They broke the mold. Okay.
No, bro.
I'd say. Man, I tell you, I'm really good at hearing people's demeanors and reading people's voices, and you're 100% genuine. You couldn't be more genuine, Hank. I love it.
Yeah, you can tell in his voice.
Appreciate that.
Yep. Yes,
That's
sir.
why he works for the CIA.
Exactly. He's mad convincing.
Right.
MI6. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just his good, his best American accent, and he's not really even trying. I mean, he's that good, folks.
Yeah, me and Weird Al, we wrote the CIA song together. I was a big influence on Weird Al.
How's the Pope doing?
And all the news, they just repeat everything I say. All those people, the talking heads, I mean, they're just a bunch of puppets, and I got them on marionette strings.
You're the master, huh?
Oh, good. Are you the master?
The master.
Yep, I'm the master. They just repeat what I say. They have no thoughts of their own.
My back jacked again. Fuck. Oh.
This song is good. I gotta get this song going. I'll share this song with you guys. It's pretty. Yeah.
That's what.
Look at that car.
I was back hurting. That's why I do eat them muscle relaxers sometimes.
Yeah,
Helps me-
I think I'm gonna have to chow down on a few, bro. My back is fucking caning me now.
Helps me to relax so I can naturally align it, you know?
Mm.
Gotta lay on the flat surface. and just focus.
No, with back injuries, it's most people make the mistake of bending over and touching their toes and trying to stretch it that way.
Yeah.
It's best to stretch it in a manner you don't usually do, like arch your back backwards. I say that
go ahead. Sorry.
the best way to do that is those arches they got, and you just lay on them and relax and concentrate on your breathing.
Yep.
Yeah. Lay on
And
your
it's just
belly.
a foam pad, man. Just a cheap foam pad. I love it.
Oh, the foam. Yeah, you get the foam pad ones and you roll on it, or you can do it the other way where you lay on your belly and lift your hand with your hand. Lift your hand. Yeah.
My mom had hip
Put your
surgery.
hands up.
She does that stuff all the time.
Yeah, my dad just had it. He just broke his fucking hip. I told you, yeah. I was speaking to him
Yeah, how's he
before.
doing?
Well, a lot better since he's been home because in the hospitals and shit with all this nonsense going on. But yeah, he's better. Spoke to him before.
Zoran, right?
Yeah, Zoran.
Zoran, yeah. Well, good. Yeah, every time I talk
So
to you, I think about him.
Thank you, brother.
I don't even, I don't know him obviously, but gotta be sending energy to people who are clearly struggling. Always gotta be doing it, I think.
Yeah, thank you, brother. It means a lot.
But I'm also biased because I worked in a facility where I had to see people die because of hip injuries and such. So, you know what I mean? To hear somebody on the up and up, it warms my heart for sure.
Well, it means a lot when people send out good, good wishes and good vibrations, right? I've said it a lot, quite a few times where they've done, they did experiences like the 2000s. They had like priests, monks, gurus, rabbis. They were terminally ill people, and they just had these people at a specific time pray for them or whatever. Just call it prayer for the sake of the conversation. And 70% or 75% of these people actually they were in remission, so they got rid of the illness, and the other 25% were like at least 70% better off, and half of the people believed in just say a creator, half of them didn't, and it helped. And this was a controlled experiment, bro, a proper experiment done.
Well, think about it. It's one of the most important truths here in this this creation. Intention is just about everything. If you think it, you can make it happen one way or another. And so thoughts can become things. Usually they do, one way or another. Yep. Again. So yeah, man, it's and it's so simple. That's why it's such a powerful truth, because everyone does it, right? It's not just hey, anybody can do it. Everybody does it, whether or not they know it.
I like the focus healing experiment, where all the people, you take your strongest thinker with the most faith, and you have everybody else focus on giving him the authority to heal people with his mind, or focus on what you want him to do, see him doing it, and then he focuses on the doing it, the healing, whatever it is.
Yeah. And really, it's an imagination. What I've done, I know I've done it to my body. Because I treated my body real poor for many, many years with alcohol and eating poorly, and you know what I mean. And so my stomach started to go out. Like literally, I could tell I was giving myself cancer. So I quit drinking, quit eating like shit. And I would focus my energy on imagining a stomach that was perfectly healthy. And that's all I would do. I'd Google pictures of healthy stomachs. I would go to sleep thinking about healthy stomachs. And on top of changing everything in my behavior, I mean, I've healed up some crazy stuff. Let's just say that.
I believe it. And to add on to what Battlemod said, I said this ages ago, and it rings true now even more. When people go to church, and you got the Reverend Bigfoot up there, and everybody's, as you said, intentionally giving out all this energy. Reverend Bigfoot collects it and uses it to his advantage.
Yep.
And
Mm-hmm.
thank you for saying that.
electrifying.
Say that again, bro.
It's electrifying, but they're energy vampires, bro.
Yep.
You
They're
know.
called Lucius. A Luce.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So a Luce is trying to become a god because multiple people worship him.
Correct.
So
I love
everybody
it.
that sits around and says that pastor is so holy, that pastor is so good,
Yeah.
and they make him into something greater than he is with their thought.
Yep.
It shows the effect of consciousness on where we live.
People got me. But now, when you said that, I hope people are listening and they actually get what I was trying to say before. So it's beautiful the way things work out like this. I love it.
That's no synchronicity. That's a vibrational connection, bro.
Yeah, brother.
I like to call it a Freudian leap. It's something subliminally, but you show evidence of linking in the external world.
Loosh.
Subliminally, you knew it anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, subconsciously, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're not ignorant, like literally, technically ignorant to any of this stuff. It's just there's a lot of things working against the critical thinking process in the human being today.
Yeah. The human condition.
Oh, I know, right? It's so sad. Like, oh, the human condition. Yeah, everybody's like, yep, that's what it sounds like. It's like, it shouldn't have to be like that, guys. A condition? What?
Yeah.
Experience, adventure, not a condition.
It's people, I don't know. It's a part of the construct of, people don't, say, oh, rituals about this, that, whatever, but people are involved in rituals every day, getting up, going to work, doing the same shit, 9 to 5, da. You do the same shit every day, and that ritual becomes your reality. So this is, these people up to the top know this, and I've tried to explain it, hence I get called, fucking demon or fucking whatever the fuck. Only certain people understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say anything bad. I'm just explaining what is,
We know.
Yeah, fuck. It's written in, if you look at it in every holy scripture, it's the dude that, speaks out through the story.
Yep.
It's called, something bad, but at the end becomes a so-called hero. Not that I'm trying to become a hero. It's just people's perception that don't get it, that it's the same thing happening again, but they're living through it. And somebody else might be saying something that is truthful, but they're denying it, like the Globies, or me with what I say, or somebody else with what they say,
Yep.
It's kind of there in your face, but people, I don't know, people deny it for some weird reason.
Sorry, I'm doing some. Check the voice text. I just posted a cool song that I just heard.
Yep.
I got my Spotify on my equipment behind me on a mix that's been going on all day. And every time I hear a song I like, I have to go over to that rig, hit favorite, and then put it on 2 playlists, restart the song so I can hear the whole thing, come back to this rig and share it with you guys, and bookmark it on my fucking YouTube.
Autoplay on the My Mix.
Yeah. It's My Mix 3, Daily Mix 3. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Then you gotta like it. Put it
I
on
gotta
your
do all kinds of shit. Yeah.
I put mine on my save list.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I do that. I have one playlist called Listen Now, and then the other one is just my big playlist with tens of thousands of songs on it.
Listen later.
Yeah. Well, not listen later. It's literally got,
I'm just joking.
you know what I mean? Like everything I come across has to at least go in there, and then I, spread it out to other playlists.
Let's have a look when you post it. You actually posted the loosh. Yeah.
What?
You actually posted the loosh.
Oh yeah.
Bro, I'll tell you something. We actually got when we had a sort of a movement going, we spread this thing out, and we actually got people that were being pulled over by the cops yelling "loosh" to the cops, and the cops weren't giving these people tickets. They were fucking running away, bro. I'm fucking spewing. I didn't save these things like download because they've been taken off the net. But the guy gets sad. He was furious. It was fucking funny as. He goes, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you got some authority because you got this shiny thing on yourself?" He goes, "You're a loosh, and he's yelling, and dude's just like looking at him, got in his car and fucked off.
Jesus. Wow.
I was
That
like,
doesn't sound
"Bam!" He
good.
called. I'm like, he called the motherfucker out. He evoked him. And guy's like, they found me out. Sorry, bro.
No, I'm listening to music. My bad. Let me shut it down. No, I was saying the dude's name while I type it in the search bar. One of my buddies from a while ago, I ain't heard for a minute. Niggity.
Niggity.
Well, he's a black guy. If he wants to call himself that, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of one of those hands-off kind of things for the white people.
But it's just the Latin word that they've that they've abused. Negro, which means just black.
Yeah.
That's what I was speaking to a while ago. And this is one of the things when the people start putting color as a prerequisite for something, whether it's religion or law. And color of the law, it means that doesn't matter if you put black or white. If you're black or white, that's color of the law, and that means the law is invalid. So nobody has, just say if they're black less rights, or if they're white more rights. That they have equally less rights because they're coloring the law. The law is for man.
Yeah. It's a big mess, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm also listening to this music and trying to share it with you guys too, because it's just really good stuff.
That's all right.
Battlemod's sharing some good stuff too. Just let us take it from here, guys, with the music you're listening to for the next 6 to 8 hours. Just let us take you on a little ride here. Me and Battlemod.
You are listening to K105.3 Easy Talk Flat Earth Radio.
That's right.
Clap and the Battle Mod. Coming up next, the Love Sex Hour. We'll be playing Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On, Marvin Gaye, Sexual Healing, and let's talk about sex, baby.
That's right. All the good things and the bad things that could be. Let's talk about sex.
I'm telling you,
Let's
it's
talk about sex.
Devious
Intention.
stares in my direction. Mama, show me the dream.
Yeah.
I
Show 'em
smell
my
sex
direction.
and candy, yeah.
Who's that lounging in my
In my
chair?
chair.
Yeah.
Who's that casting devious stares in my
My
direction?
direction. Mama, this surely is a dream. Yeah.
Hanging around downtown by myself, and I had so much time to sit and think about myself, and there she was, like a devil cherry pie. Yeah, there she was, like a
Like
disco
Disco
superfly.
Superfly. Dear, 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 dear. Yeah. Was that, hold on, I gotta think of it. I know it's a 90s band. Hold on. It's not the Verve, is it? Or the Verve? No.
No,
Maybe it's a verb.
It's not Gin Blossoms. Those guys had more of like a
M
love song.
M and P, M and P.
Marcy Playground. Is that it? Marcy Playground?
Yep.
Word.
Diggity.
Good. I would have been pissed,
No,
Mike,
it's
if
Marcy
I fumbled
Playground.
that one. I would have been mad. Say it. Sorry.
Hanging around downtown by myself, and I had too much caffeine. And I was thinking about myself, and then there she was, in platform double suede. Yeah, there she was, like
Like
disco
disco
lemonade.
lemonade.
I smell sex and candy. Who's that lounging in my chair? Who
Yeah, I
don't
was in a
like that
band
song?
that covered that often. I've played this song a lot live. What'd you say, Mike?
Who don't like that one?
Oh, nobody. I mean, nobody that's human.
Hey, you ever do play that funky music?
Yeah.
Nope, I never did that one.
Mm, mm, mm,
I love all that music though, man. On the drums, dude, there's nothing more fun to play than like funk music like
yeah,
that.
I
Play
bet.
that funk music, white
Yeah,
boy.
yeah, that is fucking great with a group. Yeah, the whole group singing.
Yep.
Play
You know what?
down and boogie and play that funky music till you drop.
That's right.
Once I was a boogie singer, playing in a rock and roll band. I never had no problem burning down in one night stand. And everything around me got to start to feeling so low. And I decided quickly, yes I did, to just go down and check out that show. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, they were dancing and singing and moving to the groove. And just when it hit me, somebody turned around, shouted, play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music, right? Lay down and boogie and play that funky music till you die. Till you die. I tried to understand this. I thought that they were out of their mind. How could I
And
be
in my
to not see I was the one behind? So still I kept on fighting while losing every step of the way. We can do it. I said I must go back there. I gotta go back and check to see if things still the same. I
It's that
love,
stuff right there.
yeah, I love that song. Now, first it wasn't easy changing rock and roll in minds, and things were getting shaky. I thought I'd have to leave it behind. Oh, but now it's so much better. It's so much better. I'm funking
You know,
out in every way.
Mike, I know how you have your dazzling uh, memory bank of lyrics now. It just clicked in my head. Here's
Uh,
how. You listen to your grandfather's, your father's, and your own music, and probably your kids' music while you're working on cars.
oh, yeah.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense? You're just constantly listening to tunes. Of course, you know the words.
Oh, yeah. I'll be up there over the engine bay.
Dude, there it is. That's fucking. Because, dude, I've been playing music my whole life, and I don't know lyrics like you do. There's no way.
Yeah, it's whatever station's on the radio, and I jam it, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Grandpa was the old Tiny Hank, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm
Yep.
so lonesome I could die, or the
Yep.
Lost Highway.
Hank
I could,
Williams.
yeah, I'm so lonesome I could cry. But yeah, that one's hard to get. Hear that lonesome whippoorwill. He sounds too blue to fly. The midnight train is winding low. I'm so lonesome I could cry. I've never seen a night so long when time goes crawling by. The moon just went behind the clouds to hide its face and cry. Yeah, Mama was more like, why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. My dad, he was more like, preacher man says it's the end of time and the Mississippi River she's going dry. Turn on. Interest is up and the stock market down, and you're only getting mugged if you go downtown. I live back in the woods, you see. My woman and my kids and the dog and me. And I'm more like Black Sabbath, AC/DC, you know. Fairies wear boots, motherfucker. Going home late last night. Suddenly I got a fright. Yeah, I looked through the window and surprised what I saw. Fairies wearing dukes and dancing with a dwarf. All right now. Fairies wear boots and you gotta believe me. I saw it, I tell you no lies. Fairies wear boots, yeah, you gotta believe me. I saw it with my own two eyes. I love Ozzy. Shit, I do nothing but Ozzy songs if it was left up to me. Blizzard of, Killer of Giants, crushing them all.
We didn't start the fire. It was always turning. It was always
That's a
so
fucking hard one.
it's a good song, though. It's fucking awesome.
That's a hard
By
one. Man.
REM. REM. That's me in the corner.
That's me in the spot.
Me in the spot.
Like,
Like losing my religion.
Trying to keep up view. I'm her lost and blind, confused.
Oh no, I've said too much.
I haven't said enough. Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray, South Pacific, Walter Winchell, Joe DiMaggio, Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker, Television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. Rosenberg.
They dropped a bombshell with that one, bro.
Sugar Ray, Panama, Brando, the King and I, the Catcher in the Rye, Eisenhower vaccine, England's got a new queen. Marcia Liberace, Sanalachi, goodbye. We didn't start the fire.
The fire.
Said it's always been burning since the world's been turning.
The world was
We
turning.
didn't start the fire. No, we didn't fight it, but we're trying to fight it. Joseph Talon. Yeah, that's a hard one. You got to get all the names. Rockefeller,
Yeah,
Campanella,
it's a
Communist
big
Bloc.
truth bomb with that one too, huh?
Roycon, yeah. Juan Perón, Toscanini, Dakaran, Dine Ben Foodfall, Rock Around the Clock. Einstein, James D. Brooklyn got a winning team. David Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Burned Up, Budapest, Alabama, Khrushchev, Prince Grace, Peyton Place, Trouble in the Suez. Yeah, it busts down a lot of shit and a lot of fucking people that started that shit in the world.
Yep. Trouble in the Suez, like what just happened not long ago.
Yeah. Little Rock, Passanak, Minky Mantle, Curl, Patnick, Chewing Line, Chowing Line, Bridge over River Drive. Lebanon, Charles Bugala, California baseball, dark weather, homicide, children of the top, Ty Mod, Buddy Holly, Ben Hur, Face Monkey. I don't know this one. That's why I never memorized this one, man. I'm trying to read the lyrics and half these damn names I can't say. Monkey Mafia, Hula Hoops, Castro, Esso is a no-go, U2, Sigmund Ray, Hello Kennedy, Chubby Checker Cycle, Belgians in the Congo, I like that. Hemingway, Etching Man, Stranger in a Strange Land, Dylan, Berlin, Bay of Pigs Evasion, Lawrence of Arabia, British Beatlemania, Ole Miss, John Ryan,
Beatlemania.
Beatlemania. You know what that is? Cat, Captain Pepper, right? Did I say it right? Captain Pepper.
Yep.
They was in my six, motherfucker. And they were doing propaganda and psychological programming. This is the program, not a song.
Yep.
No way, dude. You've been watching too many of those conspiracy stories.
No, I was watching that there on the TV program on that there newfangled boob tube.
Oh, I gotta give you one of them. Shoot.
Yeah, that there high def LCD projection.
Makes you diff really highly. High diff.
Right, high def. Like it'll burn
Makes
the
you deaf
retina.
and high.
It'll burn the retina right out your fucking eye. Shine away, throw it away when it breaks. Get another one today. Bye bye, consume. Shit a pile in the room.
Yeah. Battlemon, you say you are cultivating the granddaddy perp.
Yeah. GDP, baby. GDP. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. And I don't clone it all, man. I'll make some clones for the indoor grow during the winter. But I always pollinate a female and get me a bunch of seeds. I'll do that off in a room away from, a control room. If you pollinate them right, man, you can get big pouches where the branch meets the stalk. Big seed pouches. I mean, big as a fucking orange.
Yeah, I'm sure. Crazy.
Well, it's part of Ed that made the big book, his super cropping episode or article. Ed Haley, Ed something Harley.
That's over my head.
That
is above my pay grade.
Oh man, people think hydroponics is new, but it's not.
Not at all.
It started with just growing centimillion. Most people just, that Mexican brickweed. That's males and females growing together. Shitty perfume weed with a bunch of fucking seeds. The male got nasty perfume, fucking pheromone bullshit.
Yeah, it is not good.
Quick question.
Centimillion is where you want 18 good plants, but you start with 40. If you end up with 20, hey, good. But once you identify the males, you identify every male, you remove them, you make it just females. That was the beginning of the hydroponic process. It was called centimillion. Centimillion weed is just females.
With some good Sensamilia.
He said dope, he said dope, he said dope. Concert come, nobody buy dope.
Quick question.
Blood clot,
Go.
What's an easy way to melt some gold without taking it to fucking
a heat source? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
right.
I was being a dick. Sorry.
Yeah, no shit. Thank you, Sherlock.
It's because I love you. That's why I fuck with you.
I know, bro.
Melt gold. Well, would you singe it if you used a blowtorch, or would that work?
You just need a smelting pot. Get a smelting pot, and then you heat the pot with the torch.
Smelting pot. Where would I get one? Just type it in somewhere and buy one.
Yeah, a good one you can
How
get
much
it
do they
for
cost?
two. You can get a good one for $240. You don't want on electric or propane. Then you just put the gold in there. When it melts, you fucking pour it out. That's what I got. I got a smelting system by Vivor.
How much did you
What's
say it was?
the cauldron made out of?
Hell, I don't know.
Got it.
It's a complete system. The ones I buy. This one $259, but you can use it for gold or silver, hell, copper if you want.
All right,
But
cool.
you
Can you send it to me?
so it has an insert.
Oh, that's high tech. I was thinking of like an actual smelting, a
You,
mini smelting setup.
that's what it is. You put like if I'm gonna melt a bunch of gold chains, I used to buy broken gold chains for scrap prices. You just break them up or cut them up with shears, metal shears. Put them in the cauldron, shut the cauldron, and turn the temp up. Turn it to
Yeah.
the temperature that melts gold.
If you can send us a link, bro, I'd like to send it.
I've seen people melt it on a spoon with a propane torch.
Yeah.
And
You
no,
don't want to get melted gold on your skin at that point, though, buddy.
no,
What
you.
about what the rock?
I don't know. But see, he's got a clam or whatever the hell that's called.
Yeah.
It's if you can get one of
That's
them.
a construction thing, isn't it? That's a construction blowtorch.
Hell, no, that looks like well, yeah, it's a better blowtorch head. The head setup, the head is straight, but I mean, it's universal. You can use it for automotive, demolition, whatever. It depends on what
Just
you're
melt
not
stuff, bro.
trying you're not trying to reach extreme temps. That's why you use propane and not, oxygen and acetylene. You're not trying to get super intense temperatures. It's a crucible, yeah. Buy a crucible container. That's
So
the
what's the
flat.
vehicle one? Is that like that's $250 American, eh?
Yeah, just for that system. But then it's the heat source and everything. Good high purity crucible, man, can fucking be expensive or cheap.
So I got some stuff, and I just I got a neo. What's it called? One of those neodymium fucking magnets to see how good the gold is, and it's fucking. There's always owed something, and the only thing that could give me was that. So I need to melt the buggers down. Is there some shit
Yeah,
written on there?
I mean, you can get a crucible for fucking $12, but it's only going to do 50 grams of gold. But the smaller the amount that you're melting, the easier it is to melt. You can get ceramic crucibles that sit on. It's like a big ceramic spoon. Put powderized gold or not powderized, just cut up, mashed up in the smallest pieces you can get it. Gold is malleable. You can just smack it with a hammer and break it into fragments.
Okay, because I got coins. So you could just bash it with a hammer. Or not. No? Okay.
Do what?
Smash
because
things
I've
with
got
sledgehammers. Hell yeah.
yeah, I've got coins, but so I'll just bash it with the hammer. They're like a few, so I don't need something that's too big.
No, and I wouldn't bash up coins. I'd cut it up in a process that doesn't. If you use a saw, you're gonna end up with dust. If you collect all the dust, and if you can collect it all, then yeah, you're good. But if not, I wouldn't say use a fucking. I wouldn't say use the sawzall. No shit. You know what a jeweler's torch is? So that's probably what old boy's got. It's propane and acetylene. That's why he's got the multiple feed torch head. This is a jeweler's torch. It's basically the same thing as a cutting torch, but you use map gas, propane, and acetylene rather than uh, oxygen acetylene.
Yeah, over here you need to have. See, this is why I need to move to the US. This shit, you need to have a fucking license for this shit. It's fucking ridiculous. It's
Because it's part of a manufacturing process.
yeah, but still, if you
Yeah.
wanted to do home stuff, it's just fucking ridiculous, bro. You know?
Yeah, so the one I make is that you can get them furnaces where the propane goes right into the furnace. The furnace would be like a big, thick kiln or crucible with just a hole down the center of it. You know, you can buy kits for that. Gold smelting furnace. It's called a furnace. But then you need
What do they go
mold.
for?
You know,
Yeah,
you
I just want to
you
melt the motherfuckers so then I can unleash it because I should be talking a lot about this, but yeah, the coins have got like writing on there. You get what I mean?
yeah, good furnace is a complete system, man. I'd say around 1,400 to 2,400
Yeah,
US dollars. You know,
yeah. I don't have that much money. They're like fucking. There's a bit of coin slot up for it. It's got like 3 of them.
but they come with everything. They come with everything with the fucking, but the map gas and the acetylene.
Yeah. It's only like 100 grams, not even. So, yeah.
I'm playing with my kitty cat and a laser pointer, so you may not hear from me for about 25 to 35 minutes. But I'm listening.
Yeah, no, there's only like what's 80 grams or 90 grams or some shit. I was looking for something a bit
Yeah,
cheap, but
when you know what I use for a mold, just a brick. A brick I chisel out shaped to a bar, and I just pour it in a brick, a red brick. But after you use it, each one, you end up breaking them. They sell a certain kind of molding clay for that shit.
that thing that you posted, that Viva, blah blah blah, is there smaller ones?
Yeah, probably.
And what? Then I can just tip it out. What's that little thing on the side that you can tip it out in?
That's a crucible. What here on the 4 easy ways to melt gold? The thing he's torching is a crucible, and he just got the gold sitting in the stainless steel thing. But yeah, on the Weaver thing, it's got a center, and it's a tube, an insert. Crucible heats it up, but
Mm-hmm.
you pour it out. You take the whole center out and pour it out. Got if you if you look at it, there's tongs with a big round thing at the end of it. You just slide it over the round black cylinder in the center and pick the whole thing right up out of it. Pour it like that.
Is there a thing to pour in, or I have to make the things to pour into? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the mold you got to make yourself or buy. Like I said, some people use fucking clay. Some people freeze clay and just dig out a section in the clay for the
Mhm.
fucking gold. Freeze it. Then when you pour it in there, it seizes up the gold and makes it real compact.
Yeah, so I've got some like stone, like real hard stone, like almost what's
Red brick
um,
works. I mean, if you can use a stone and chisel it out, it depends on what you're trying to make them into. Gold
I
pellets or
just
what you
I
call
just
gold.
want to melt them, and then I'll just flog them off,
Hey,
sell them.
well, a lot of people do this right in the backyard, and they'll just pour it in the dirt. They take a spoon and dig a little hole in the dirt, and they pull it. That's called scatting, gold splatting. You're just pouring a splat in the dirt. I've seen people
Okay.
just pour it right out to where it looks like a coin. Pour it out in the dirt.
Hmm.
You can shape the dirt; it's not going to melt it. But this is a splat. People do the round. Just some people just put a thumb hole in the dirt, and some guys you take dirt and mix motor oil with it, and that makes a pouring mold for smelting process. You just have a big box.
Dude, how is that possible? Is that liquid gold in the dude's hand, or is that just like a piece of gold?
Oh, that's what you call a splat. Yeah, it's already
Oh, okay,
cool.
got it. I was like, what? No, that's not. Mm-mm.
And
Those are some
he
gloves there, if that's the case.
yeah, he just pours it out into the dirt. He's got looks like a hospital bucket, like one of them yellow buckets you get from the hospital. They give you all your crap in they used on you.
Mm-hmm.
Or a cat litter box just looks like one of them full of dirt with motor oil mixed in it. The motor oil makes it easy to shape. Like with motor oil, you can stick just once you mat it all down solid. It's called a smelting form. You can just stick a bar in there, a steel bar, and pull it out. There's your shape. Or if
Cool.
it depends. I've seen dudes make gold bars over and over again. It's just a square. They just dig a square hole or more of a rectangular hole. But
Yeah, I think I might see if there's like a smaller one, fucking something a bit cheaper, and yeah.
like these, you can buy molds. You can buy a mold for gold that'll have things on it. It'll say what it is. Put your mark on it. And have somebody make you a mold. And then when you pour it, it'll have shit engraved in it. Your name, purity level, date.
Hmm. How much that
Just
cost?
just depends on how fancy you want to be. I'm not sure if people make these molds on their own or I don't, I don't do this. I got that electric thing and I just bought molds. I got 4 molds that I bought. I think they were like $45 a piece, but they make mini bars, like mini gold bars. I mean, my buddy, he's got fucking molds made out of some shit where he can just fill the damn mold up with fragments of gold and then just start heating it all up till it all melts. You know, fuck, I've seen molds made up out of plastic or silicone.
Interesting.
That's cool. Gold bar mold.
Oh, that's cool. Hmm. Fucking black brick. That's pretty cool.
Oh, $8 for a graphite one. Graphite mold. $95 are graphite sheets. You'll pour like 10 bars at once. This one's only $12. It's a bunch of different molds. They're all graphite.
Man, looking at gold makes me want to eat chocolate. Why is that?
Because it
Because
looks
a
like
lot of chocolate bars.
bar.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Well, I
Can you
mean,
send
that
me that
mold's
link
that's a
for that
graphite
graphite
mold.
one? Yeah.
For the big square one?
For
With
the
three
smaller
in
one.
it? Here, look. This says $8.39. It's a big fucking link. $8.39 for that mold. Graphite ingot mold for casting.
Okay, cool.
That's a good price for that.
It is. The ones I bought are more, they got a handle on them. They look like a box. But it's making a full-size gold bar. Man, you can get
Mhm.
fine gold on Ecstasy. You can get a bar, a mold that says fine gold, 7.99 pure. And then when you pour or 999.9, it'll say the net weight. See it? 1,000 grams. All that's in your mold. So when you pour it down, it writes it automatically on your bar for you. Because that's the way you cast in it.
Well, I would love the opportunity to even be present for the making of a gold bar.
Yeah, I mean, you can get fucking coin molds. The coin molds are a little more expensive though, because you can customize them. People put their own logos on it, like Baby Yoda. You make a Baby Yoda gold coin.
I just want to be able to melt the thing in the fucking mold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd want to say fine gold, 999.9 pure, net weight 1,000 grams, just Netrio.
Just that reality.
Yeah, I had to put some names.
Chocolate. See, it even says so. Chocolate right there in the fucking description. Look. It says
Yeah,
fine gold mold, soap mold, bath bomb mold, chocolate mold. That's why.
yeah, it'll mold anything. You can mold chocolate with the motherfucker if you want. Yeah, I mean it's great. Chocolate
Damn
melts.
Charlie and the
Way
Chocolate Factory propaganda nonsense.
Yeah, you know that. You see the homosexual innuendo in it. Penis in the chocolate factory.
That's right.
Charlie. The
Yep.
urban slang, by urban slang, that's a penis. So it's basically a penis on the Hershey Highway.
Yeah,
The Hershey,
delicious.
Hershey factory. Same shit. You're accused of the following charges. You're a woman but trapped inside a man. Your sexuality we cannot deny you. But your preference we don't understand. You're the loneliest of all the people. And it's time for you to realize age is like the plague it's from God. Before you see something wrong with his eye. Anal inflicted death sentence. AIDS. How do you find love in a man's area? You take the Hershey Highway. Porch packing man. Porch packing man. That's MOD, Method of Destruction. It's a literal song. AIDS. It's the name of the song. AIDS.
Who's it by?
MOD, Method of Destruction.
That's who it's by.
Yeah,
The
MOD.
monkey fuckers.
Age.
Were they like were they metal?
Did the monkey
No.
fuckers go?
Were they like a body count kind of rap metal group?
No.
Okay, never mind.
They're more heavy punk. Oh, damn it. That's just an image. I copied image and not link. My bad. But that's the album cover for MOD for their first damn first damn song. They sing this one that's called Ode to Harry. And for me, I'm a gearhead. It was funny as fuck. It says, he
Fuck.
got in his car and turned the key. Started up and headed down the LA&E. To cheap to own a real car, he had a Volkswagen Rabbit. That put an end to Harry Cheap Rabbit.
That big
the truck,
faggot.
cause the truck couldn't stop, so the driver took aim. When he hit, he burst into flames. Ooh, you're dead now, Harry. You can't come back. You'd still be alive if you drove a Cadillac. They do one called Spandex in Normandy. That's funny. It's like fat chick shit. But if you damn it, if you click on this, I finally got the damn link. I realized why it wasn't copying it. The first one was just a damn image. It wasn't even a video. And I googled this shit on YouTube. What the hell is that? They didn't want me to play the AIDS song. AIDS by Mod. You get that? AIDS by Mod. And the lead mod here posted that. That's funny. MOD method of destruction. But they're like death. Wow, wow, wow. That's an easy one to play on the drums.
I just took so much fucking pills, it's not funny. Fuck this. Oh, my fucking back. Oh, God help me. Oh. Sorry about my whinging, boys.
What happened?
My back is fucking playing up like a motherfucker.
It's hurting?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do to it?
Oh, I kind of effed it up a while ago. Now it just likes to play up. And because I'm a bit heavy, top and bottom, so sometimes just doing a little stupid thing, you know what I mean? Twinges it, and then it's just fucking. Yeah.
One of these days, though, you know, it's gonna twinge and it might not go away, the pain.
Don't say that.
Well, I'm just telling you to calm down. That's all. I've seen it. I've been studying the body, watching how my body reacts to stresses, helping other people when I was a personal trainer and nurse's aide and stuff. And yeah, you just gotta. There is a point where no matter how strong you've been, you gotta start taking it easy.
Yeah, I know.
Because I look at those pictures of you, bro, and I'm like, yeah, that guy's got some strength. But you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter who you are. You got to start slowing down at some point for your own good.
And it's
whatever
just
you're
because
doing, you know.
I just stopped my usual. I used to like full do like stretching, like almost do like the splits, but
Yeah.
it's just I stopped
That's
it.
hard to
And
keep
now,
up with. I'll admit.
Hey, now that I'm you want to hear my favorite by them? Now that I'm recently divorced, it's short and sweet. It's called
Okay.
Ruptured Nuptial. They're like, I bust my balls, I break my back to come home to a slut. You broke your vows, you dirty whore, I'll kick you in your cunt. Ruptured
Oh my God.
Nuptial. Ruptured Nuptial.
Holy
Yeah,
shit! Well, I have
these
to hear that one. Post it up.
these motherfuckers were like comedy death metal. Here, I'll give you Ode to Harry too. Ode to Harry, that shit's funny as hell when you listen to it. I don't know how they sing this shit seriously in a fucking death metal format. You
I
know,
know it. With the
he's
words
all
they're saying, like I
gangster.
was like, man, how do they sing this live? Like I get getting it recorded, right? Anybody can do that, but singing it live, dude, there's no way I couldn't do it.
People beg for it.
It's so good.
I went to an MOD concert and they was like, ruptured nuptials, and it's like 3 minutes, you know? Ode to Harry is 1 minute and 32 seconds.
That's the kind of band that is never ever going to exist anymore. And I remember those kinds of bands. They were so much fun. Punk bands, man,
But,
real punk bands.
yeah, punk. Yep, straight up punk. The Hate Tank is a good one.
Yeah. It's power. It's like imagine just getting loaded and going to a Method of Destruction concert and singing along to all the songs. Right? I mean, I only say that because I'm sober now, and well, it wasn't fun giving up the party. Let's just say.
I bet.
I'm glad I did it though. Huh?
Can you hear that music when it's playing?
What music?
No, all right. Well, I got it set up to where the music that plays in my headset doesn't come through my mic. That's what I was wanting to make sure it's working.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't hear any music.
Because one day I woke up, got an upgrade, and that shit changed. I come in here, started jamming the music, and he was like, "Who the fuck is that?" And I couldn't even hear him. And then he muted me, and I figured it out. I was like, "Wait, they heard that shit." So I come back in. I said, "You guys heard that music?" They were like, "Yeah." I said, "I don't know how the hell you did." I literally got on a bedbug headset where there
A bed bug headset?
couldn't be, yeah, the old cheap ones. And when I don't charge, I got a fucking rechargeable headset. It's fucking pretty bad, but I always forget to charge the motherfucker. It's downstairs, and my daughter uses the damn thing. It's a gamer headset, but she ends up using it all the time, and then it's never charged, you know. I don't bitch. She took my damn Alienware laptop. Shit, Alienware. I ordered a laptop from them motherfuckers 6 months ago. I still ain't got it. They give me a bunch
Yeah.
of bullshit. COVID give them a right to fuck me out of money. We can take as
Oh,
long as we
absolutely.
want. That's what the new COVID thing. Bitch, that's not a law. It's not a bill. Wasn't even introduced to the fucking house. Give me my goddamn money or motherfucker don't let me find out where you work at. I told the last guy that. He called the county sheriffs and they come over like, you're not seeking this dude down. I said, are you serious? He said, what? I was
Yeah.
like, okay, so you're here investigating a threat, officer. What articulate reason do you have to consider that an imminent threat? Oh, well, your military background, sir. I'm like, okay. I give you that one, but I told that dude that a week ago. Is he dead? No. Well, there you go. So
There
much,
you go. Case solved. Fuck off.
right? So much for your fucking articulate cause. Now go fuck yourself. Give your partner a reach around. You go jerk off somewhere else. Don't do it on my property.
Yeah, I've actually got a shed that I've been planning on needing to burn. So if you guys want to go into that, we can just kill 2 or 3 of these birds with this one stone I got.
A shed? You got to burn in the live stream, or?
No, I was just thinking about you being on your property and having some unwelcome members of certain law enforcement community.
You're saying, hey, officers, you want to help me burn this shed? Sure, step inside.
Cremation,
Get
bro.
inside. Yeah, get inside. Hey, you're gonna help them inside, officer. You said you'd help.
Right. I'll come with you once we do this.
Right, hold this can
I've
of
got $1,000 for you.
go over there and hold this can of kerosene, motherfucker.
No, you have to trick them. Like, say, listen, I've got to let all of my cattle and everything go loose if you're going to take me. So I got to do it right now. So let me go do that. And you have to hide in this barn, right? So they don't go nuts on you.
Nah, just tell them that you got like a shitload of money in there. That you're
Yeah,
hiding.
that too. Just like a suitcase of money, and they'll be.
I can't tell you guys what I'd really do, because I'd be labeled an extremist terrorist, bro. I'd be a patriotic terrorist. Like, shoot them on the spot for treason.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Fuck you, Benedict Arnold. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. They've got no office. They don't even have an office, man. Everything. Like that dude had a fucking fit, that English cunt, when I told him at the UK fucking, what's it called, corporation was like, what do you mean? I'm not fucking, from the UK. Where am I from? I'm like, fucking, I don't know. Fucking idiots. Started squealing and shit.
Sorry, I gotta share this song. This one's cool. Only if you've been smoking though. And by that I mean nicotine cigarettes.
I haven't. I don't need to start smoking weed probably for
I'm just kidding. You need to ingest some of Mother Mary's medicine for that back pain. And I don't mean like smoke it. I mean you need high quality, high concentrated CBD cannabinoids. You really do, man.
Yeah, I think when I speak to you, I think you need to probably, if I'll send you some money and just
No. Don't send me money. Don't send me any money. I'll tell you where to send your money. They'll ship it to you.
All right, cool.
Sound good?
Yeah. Yep.
I know some folks, man. They're trying to help people out, and I'd be like, dude, I have friends in Australia that can't really, get what they need, and they're like, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
hook a brother up.
Over here, I tried this one dude, and like as I told you last time, I have one puff, and I'll be out of it, but I don't really communicate with much like people because they end up screwing me. But besides the point, got like
I got you, bro. I got you.
The oil, and the oil was just terrible, bro. Like it did like minimal effect. So.
Well, you got to know where to go and what to get.
Yeah, exactly. The guy was just.
I'll talk to you in the DMs. There's a lot of people in this chat you could talk to about that too in DMs. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool. So the stuff that I got was like watered down to the max, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It wasn't oil. It was like water.
Right.
Water.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some stuff from there's a nutrition company here, a supplement store, and they were selling it was like CBD and like some kind of alcohol solution, and I was just like, dude, no. And you can pull that off with certain supplements, but it just didn't taste right. It didn't feel right. It made me sick almost. just the delivery, and it was like supposed to be super high concentrated and high, powerful, but it was methylated. That's actually what it was. That was the problem with it. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh,
I won't send you down that road.
my dad actually got real better from this stuff. They're not blocking up the kid overseas, but he was helping my dad out. They had the CBD oil, and they put DMT inside.
Oh God. What
They
the
actually
fuck?
helped my dad when he was at his worst. Yeah, bro.
Well, that's okay then. Crazy.
Because your body naturally produces DMT just with all the shit that we're fucking eating. It's not functioning properly. So when I told you when I did that ritual, that's why I told you I could see other stuff, because kind of deprived my body of everything, and then going into an isolation chamber for 3 days made it produced a lot of it. So yeah, if I knew how to do it,
Wait.
I'd do it myself. It's actually good for
Extract your own DMT?
you. Yeah.
Well, how the fuck are you gonna do that?
Well, the same thing that you do with because it's in a plant. The same thing how they do it
Right.
with the cannabis.
The
Same
spirit
method.
molecule.
Yeah.
Right.
I was when I speak to you next, I'll actually ask you. Maybe those guys can do it. I'm just trying to think what plants they're in. I need a good botany book.
Everybody does. Got to know about how to grow so many things. You can grow
Yeah.
everything you need.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, speaking of which, I just looked at my tomato plant and it is droopy. It was hot and humid today. I'll be right back.
Okay, bro.
It's an Acacia confucia. Also a Mimosa astilis.
I think who was that? Oh, yeah, mimosa. Who said that before? Who was it? Okay, they don't want to speak up. I was going to say if they could DM me that what they just said, that would be very nice of them. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I bet you got a good fucking botany book. Cheers, bro. See how much fucking smart people we have on this fucking channel.
I want to see your spaceship the moment the race is over.
Don't worry, you'll have the winnings. Be far away from here.
Not if your ship belongs to me. I warn you, no funny business.
Who was that?
Don't get me wrong, I have great faith in the boy. It's a credit to your race, but he's going to win, I think.
Why do you say that?
He always wins. I'm betting everything on a simple man.
I'll take that bet. I wager my new racing pod say the boy and his mother.
No pod is worth 2 slaves, not by a long shot.
The boy then.
What?
We let the fate decide. I just happen to have a chance cube here. Blue is the boy. Red, his mother.
What?
You may win the small toss another, but you won't win the race, so it makes no difference.
You know what your guys' problem is? You don't take the space race seriously enough.
You're damn right. I would love... How can I take the space race more seriously, my friend? Please, show me.
Don't let them use fish-eye lenses.
Hey Veritas. How's it going, man?
Okay.
Just okay.
Or borderline spectacular.
I like that. It's a good answer. What brought you to the server here with us today?
I was in the other night and just catching up.
Oh, I didn't see your name. I wasn't really paying attention to the list until just now.
Nice. Cars was kind of breaking it down to this new person.
Got it. Cars broke it down to you?
No, someone else that was on borderline.
Okay. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to chill or
Okay.
listen. But thanks. So I really appreciate your guys' knowledge and input also.
Oh, dude. Yeah. We're here to help. And there's a lot of smart cats all over this place. It's crazy. You know, people think flat earthers are well, they're not intelligent, and that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, I think a lot of us, and this is just my opinion, we're born with discernment capabilities that aren't appreciated in this world. So, it's a very valuable thing to have a server like this. Battlemod and the moderators and everybody keeping this thing going. It's crazy. I love it. And it just goes to show that you can't keep a good man down.
Yeah. Like, Cars was doing her thing, and then, like, a couple dudes were trying to kind of give their piece, but it was more of a distraction. And one dude, I don't remember his name, but he was very good at moderating, keeping the distractions from interfering.
Yeah. Well, it's down to, I mean, dare I say it, it's getting down to a science right now. Pure science, how to dismantle it's not even a good argument. Once you learn truly what's the term? Just the stark differences between reality and the globe. It is, I mean, once you go flat, you don't go back. Because you can't. And so if someone says they've realized the truth and they've let you know, right? They've done tests themselves. They have poured through the data, the numbers with you. for years, and then all of a sudden, what? You didn't have all of that education just now? It's not how it works. So yeah, it's we just keep on trucking.
How do you feel
Does it
about
make sense?
Hollow Earth?
Hold on. What does it make sense? What, Orion?
Does it make sense to call it a science? Does it make sense to even say that? Because I mean, wouldn't it have to technically have to do with experiments in order for it to have anything to do with science?
Sure. I think that's more of a. I was using it loosely, as it is used loosely.
I just think it's funny how us here and so many people in other places they use the word science in replacement of the word technique or art. There's an art
or
to it.
A lot of
there's
things.
a technique to it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
for
just
sure.
thought
I agree. That is funny. Yeah, absolutely. And you caught me slipping because that's like in our circles, that's a faux pas, right?
Oh yeah, and Veritas or whatever. This is a great place to make fun of Star Wars. So you're always welcome to come here and make fun of Star Wars or Star Trek.
Yeah, if you want to do that now too, that's cool. Whatever. I posted a couple cool hip hop tracks that I just recently discovered in the voice text, but that has nothing to do with Flat Earth. Vertaz, you're VC verified. What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Come on, just tell us.
To be determined.
Yeah, all right. I'll leave you alone.
It's more. I'm totally down for convo, bro. But thank you though.
You don't want to talk about that? Well, we're in the Flat Earth live stream.
Hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth. Okay, what do you?
Fuck yeah.
I'll take the bait. What do you want to talk about with Hollow Earth?
Well, so they say that North Pole has like a 200-mile radius opening, and then South Pole is underneath Antarctica.
Underneath?
No, I'm sorry.
I see. Okay, try again. I will tell you that there's the first thing you started with a presupposition based on
so let's go off of that.
Secondhand information. Yeah.
Really? Why is it secondhand?
Secondhand. At best, it's secondhand. Who do you know the person who physically measured that the circumference of that hole at the North Pole?
No.
Okay, so it is speculation, right? You can agree with that.
Okay.
Someone said they did it.
Answer.
Huh?
I was intrigued by the knowledge.
Oh, it's an intriguing subject, no doubt. I'm just saying that's not proof to me. If someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, I just knocked over that building over there," I can easily prove that he didn't. It's an outrageous claim.
Then I saw a video about the Arctic is melting, and the northern hemisphere countries are claiming their right to what's legally theirs as it comes to underneath the water in the Arctic.
What? Do you have a citation for that?
Apparently, Russia put their flag at the North Pole at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, well, you're VC verified, so that means I think that you can post in the live stream voice text. I'd love to see what you're talking about, but I'll be honest with you, man. Yeah, hold on. I don't want to mince words about a lot of things, so I'd like to learn about what you're talking about, and then, you know what I mean? If you send me some information, then we can chat about it.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, for sure.
Otherwise, yeah, because I this is the first time I've heard of what you're talking about, so I don't want to try to comment on it,
Okay, I'll get back to you on that then.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'll let you out now. This fucker.
I heard that the Milky Way is a scar in the dome.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack on that one. First, what dome?
The one over our flat.
Are you making the claim that there's a dome over the Earth?
That's what I've heard the most.
Okay, but are you making that claim? Is that something you're convinced of?
No answer.
It's just yes or no.
Well, hold on. There's another way to go about this, if you don't mind. It's just we know for a fact that we're inside a container because
Right.
you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
I'm aware
Now,
of that.
we're not going to make any claims as far as what the size of this container is and what the shape of it is, the dimensions of it, or what it's made out of. But we do know that we're inside a container because, like I said, you can't have gas pressure without a container because the gas pressure is on the walls of the container. You can't have the pressure without the container. So since we can't verify, we're not allowed to travel freely over many parts of the Earth. We're not allowed to travel freely in Antarctica or within a 500-mile radius of the North Center Point, which we were taught is the North Pole, but it's not a planet, so it's not a pole. And anyway, we're not allowed to travel freely in a lot of different places. And so we're not allowed to verify the dimensions of this. So we're trying to avoid making any claim. It's just, it is a container. We know it's there, but we can't. That's why I never use the word dome myself whenever I'm talking about this anywhere.
Should I have said firmament?
Firmament, sure. You can call it whatever you like. He's right. Without containment, there can be no pressure. We breathe gas pressure, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, I've heard the pressure. I've heard about the pressure part.
What's the pressure part?
What you just talked about.
Okay, cool. So you do understand it. That's cool. Okay. See, he gave a way better explanation, more concise. I was going to ramble for another 10 to 15 minutes on that one topic. Thanks, Ryan.
Milky Way is a scar.
Okay? So there's just lights up there, as far as we know. They move in patterns. It's the same stars every year, every decade, every century. Same stars all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Mm.
Yes. Our planet is the oldest clock.
The oldest clock. What do you mean?
Because they use the star constellations as a calendar.
Astrology?
Yeah, I mean from
astronomy,
but both combined.
Okay, gotcha. Are those sciences, by the way? Astronomy or astrology?
I mean, I think astronomy is visual presentation. I don't think that's a science.
Okay, right on. I agree.
Astrology is no thanks.
Yeah, but he's talking about something more simple than that. He's just talking about keeping track of time. The stars keep track of the year, the moon might keep track of the month, sun keep track of the day.
So you're saying the sky is the oldest clock, right?
Yeah, combined with our world.
Right. Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree there too.
How deep is our world?
How deep? What do you mean?
The furthest that anyone's ever gone down as far as drilling downwards would be 7.8 miles. And we don't, anything beyond that is just unverified speculation.
I'm going to share a link to that, what he just talked about, Vertaz, in the voice text. Hang on just a second.
Number 1 to the bridge. Make it so.
So the Arctic has a 500-mile radius of no touch zone. So that means we're allowed to go to the edge of the 500-mile mark, and everything's okay.
Yo.
Systems operational.
Got it. Yeah, I was just checking. See about that. Thank you. So did you watch that video?
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware you already posted it because you said you'd be right back.
Oh, no, I try to do it as quickly as possible. So yeah, that was about 6 minutes ago. So technically you wouldn't be done with the video. Anyway, take your time, buddy.
Are we watching the deepest hole on Earth?
Yeah, dude.
It's in the voice chat?
It's in the voice text. Yeah, live stream voice text. Right above, it's the hashtag right above where you are in live stream.
Sure.
Are you on a computer or phone?
Desktop. I see it.
Cool. That's the super, like, milk toast version of it, and they'll probably tell you some lies about bacteria and stuff. But yeah, 7.5 miles is the furthest we've gone. It's 0.2%. 0.2% into the crust of the so-called globe Earth. So if we've only gone down that far, how do we know what's really down there?
There's only one way to find out.
No, that's the point of this. There's no way to find out.
There's always a way.
No, there's not right now. This is the deepest we've gone, therefore that's the hardest we've tried, I guess. And the reason is they claim that they hit a substance that just stopped the drill from working, like from spinning.
Then we have to find a new method.
No, I don't think it's that easy.
We've got to just tell the rock, hey, we're coming through, move aside.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks a lot for this. I'm going to check into it.
Yeah, it's just one point. It's one little sliver in the entire branch of truth. So yeah.
All right. To be continued. Have a good night.
Oh, yeah. Later. Man, I was going to show that guy screenshots of the video and dissect it with him. Now what am I going to do? You guys listen to those 2 hip-hop tracks I posted earlier. I'm going to post some more.
Wake up! Wake up, people! Wake up!
I'm awake. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Good, I'm good. So what made you decide to get on the server and off of the YouTube chat? You're the guy that used to have a wrench, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I had the wrench and then I didn't. And then I had never been on the live stream anyway, so I hadn't really done it, and I've always wanted to like find a way to not have to use my voice. I was very scared of jumping on the live stream, putting my voice out there in the Ethernet, as it were.
Afraid it's gonna catch you in its web.
Well, yeah. I got real paranoid for a couple years about like people being able to record your voice on voice conversations and then make like a photo and video replica of you, and anybody can frame anybody on shit. And it's ridiculous because since the cell phone, at the very least, since the cell phone was given to people, they've been listening to everything we're talking about. If not well before that, but yeah, I digress.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was scared of that, and then but you guys are fucking amazing. I've been listening for years, and long time listener, first time caller. But yeah,
I saw some friends I hadn't seen in years at the grocery store in the parking lot one day, and they were talking to me. I asked them how they were doing and stuff. I hadn't seen them in years, like since high school, and they're like, "Yeah, when we get bored, we go and check out your Facebook." I'm like, "Oh yeah?" They're like, "Yeah, it's interesting." I'm like, "Well, how come you've never liked anything or commented?" They're like, "I'm not gonna do that." I'm like,
right.
I said, "But I'm the one that's paranoid, huh?"
Yeah, exactly.
And the look on their face was priceless.
Yep, totally. Wow,
anyone that's ever called me paranoid, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm paranoid, but I have a computer and a cell phone." Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, exactly. Oh man, I was talking to some guy delivered food to me today, and my food was late, and I told him that, so he jumped at the opportunity to have a conversation with somebody, because during the Cocoa Puffs, the Cocoa Pebbles, not a lot of people are just standing outside talking to each other as they pass. So, and he's super woke, and he noticed that I was, whatever you want to say, woke about stuff. We started just chit-chatting, and but he kept saying planet and globe. And he didn't have the heart to like start that conversation, because it was such an innocent exchange between the two of us already, and you know what I mean. I didn't want to take it there with that guy.
Yeah, I don't talk about flat Earth with anybody I meet in person, really. I'll talk about other stuff, but that's something that you need time with people.
Yeah, exactly. He was pulling out a bunch of stuff. He's super studied on a couple items, but yeah, planet and globe, and I don't know. So I think the general population is not as stupid as at least I have said they are in the past and even recent past. I think that it's just an unfortunate case of a really, really
no, you're absolutely right.
Really well executed brainwashing system.
Yeah, and everybody checks their wallet before they check their rights these days, so that makes it even more complicated.
Yeah.
To be honest, man, a lot of people don't really use 2 cents. A lot of people don't really use their senses at all.
Right.
Like I mean, I don't like to sit here and just blame them for believing something that's obviously, when you look to the sky, it doesn't show that the Earth is flat when you look at the sky. Like,
Yeah, we've never been like, hey, look, the stuff in the sky means that what I'm standing on is flat. We've had to beg the question with them in that scenario just so that we can have a conversation about this, because they're clearly not going to concede to the truth. They're going to do something else. So to even keep them engaged, we have to continue to just, they're there, yes, no, let's talk about your fantasy, that's fine, yeah, no, that's fine, it's fine, calm down, they're there.
I mean, like before the Earth even became a globe, when it was flat in the beginning, like we were saying that, there's an edge. I mean, I'm just talking about because the story of Christopher Columbus, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
How they sent him with the prisoners. Like they sent Christopher Columbus with unfortunate people, like people that were prisoners, and that was his ship crew, was a whole bunch of prisoners.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then that's why they were sent away on the expedition, believing that they were on that they were on
going to sail off the edge.
Right. And then the prisoners were actually trying to conduct a mutiny against him, because they were like, man, he's gonna just take us off the edge, man. Why let this man do this to us? But then they found land, and then once they found land, that's when
prisoners were like, what?
Exactly.
People we can kill and take their land and stuff? This is neat. Super sweet. We're not going
right back. Exactly. And then they wouldn't know what hit them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what a surprise for the quote unquote explorers. And you know what I mean? Like, nobody knew about anything about what was going on. Like, there's no way that it started well, and we know it certainly didn't end well.
No, not at all. That's why that's why I don't even know, like, if, to be honest, like, knowing that if they sent me with prisoners to go off to go in a land, I mean, to basically, because they think that the Earth is flat and I'm gonna go over an edge. Like I mean, it should be raising questions, right? It should be raising questions in my own mind. Like, why would these people do this to me?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Like, the Earth was flat in the beginning, and then we had the lie of Christopher Columbus telling us, trying to say that it was a globe. Because that's where the foundation started, right?
I don't know.
I think go over an edge, so now there's a globe where the Earth is actually a globe.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely here's how it goes. It always works out the way you want it to if you're making it up.
Right. Well, they made it up as they went.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I don't think we know the first thing about that story. I really don't.
Oh, just the books. Just by books of what they say about it.
The Nina, the Pinta, Nina Pinta and Santa Maria. Those boats probably didn't even fucking exist. Or there's been tons of them, because that would actually make sense. Female, there's been a lot of sailors.
Yeah.
You name the ship a female name.
Of course. And then the whole reputation with the sailors as well, bro. I'm pretty sure they thought, because they're called they would say seamen, right? Like, living your life as a sailor and then people calling you seaman, and then, going around people thinking you're probably gay. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, dude, it's all over. Everything is corrupted in one way or another. I don't mean to sound cynical. I think to me it's more of like a noticing a pattern and trying to exploit it and fix it.
Yeah. I mean,
know,
we
I
have
probably
that problem. When there's a problem, we have to fix the problem.
Good people do, I think.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just I mean that like that's in our instinct. Our instinct is there's a problem. When we see that problem, we observe the problem and then we try to fix the problem. It's not bad. I'm just saying though, like that's how
I think it's great.
That's human. It's humane.
Yeah, man, I agree. I think that's what separates us from the apes.
Exactly. The ape, the animals, the plants.
Yeah, earlier they were
can't
talking
do what
about.
we can do.
No, they can't, and that's a good point.
There's plant life, there's animal life, and then there's human life.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that there's rock life. Don't give me that bullshit. Don't.
Rock life. Rock lives matter, dude.
Everything has energy. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like I remember, in, 8th, 9th grade, first time smoking weed, going, dude, that's it, man. Everything really is everything.
Right.
And then and then you sit there and people are silent for a couple seconds contemplating it. You got your stupid black light neon glow fucking shit all over the walls. And then you all start laughing and you take another hit.
I mean, I remember this one time I was in high school and I was talking to my teacher and I was in front of the class like, how do we know that a tree is really a tree? We just call it a tree. What if this tree is not really a tree? It's something, it's an object, but it's not a tree. We just call it a tree. The name of it is a tree. But who is to say that it's actually a tree? When you go to somebody else, oh, that's an umplapla. What did you just fucking call it? An umplapla. What's a fucking umplapla? That's a tree to me. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is that these words, the literature, had to come from somebody that was very intelligent. Had to. These words, and that's why God, he blew breath into us. We started writing, we started reading. Who taught these things to us? See, we can't just I don't know, man. Like, and they're trying to say that we come from, and they're trying to say that we're fucking, we're from caveman. We progress this bad, like this much with constructive words. Come on, no way. There's no way. There had to be words that had to be spoken to us to give us life. They experimented. I heard. I'm just saying, okay? I only heard from my church. Okay? They experimented and put 10 babies inside a room and didn't ever speak one word, and they all died.
Wow.
They didn't speak one word. All they did was feed them and pamper them and took care. But they did not say one word. You know what? You want to know what they were trying to do? They were trying to see if they can come up with their own language. But guess what? All the babies died because no one spoke to them.
Ooh.
How crazy
is that? So how were they So if they weren't speaking, how are they trying to test out a new language on people?
Exactly. They were trying to see if the babies can come up with their own language.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Yeah. They would feed
And of
them.
course they don't.
They would pamper them. They would, take care of them.
Well, yeah, exactly. You're right. You're exactly right. And that's assuming, the first humans on Earth were babies.
Right. Precisely. And as an infant, you can't even survive as an infant.
Without words.
Precisely.
Well, at least those 10 couldn't. I mean, I don't really think that that's a good study to be doing either.
No, their lives were lost. Their lives were lost. Why? On an experiment that they thought that words didn't need to be spoken at all.
Yeah, that's an evil experiment because you know what? No way you're going to get it right the first time. Fuck
exactly.
those people.
So why try it the second, right?
Exactly. Fuck those people. Jesus Christ. All for the sake of what? Linguistics? You want to fucking sound smart? You want to wax intellectual? You fucking Rhodes Scholars? Jesus. It's horrible. Got to get your grant money. That's cool. 10 dead babies. Sorry,
Thanks,
that was a
world.
little heavy. That was
No,
a
I
little
know,
heavy.
I know. No, dude, trust me. When my church was sharing it with me too, like I was heated. I was like, why, dude? Those infants did not deserve because of your guys' fucking experiment. Human experiments, really?
Right.
And
those are only the ones we're told about.
Right.
Well, shit.
I mean, I honestly, I would love to go and ask my church and see like where he got, because he was telling us about it, sharing it with us, and like I want to get that information and like, I mean, I don't want to share it just to trigger anybody. Like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? But I just think that it's knowledge that should be shared. Like, dude, you guys tried to conduct an experiment on humans that did not go well.
Yeah, it became a non-experiment,
Precisely.
How many independent variables did you have and lose? Horrible. Oh well. At least I'm focusing on things I can control. Only stuff I can control, which actually has taken a real big load off my shoulders since I started to.
Right.
Anyway, I'm rambling. It's fucking early, late here.
Dude, it's 3:00 in the morning here, man. Yeah.
It's 5:20 here.
Why are you nocturnal?
I'm a student right now, and my sleep schedule is backwards.
I have insomnia. My Tourette's makes it hard for me to sleep. My body aches, and I just fall asleep on here when I can.
That's interesting. So when you're sleeping, what does your Tourette's do?
It wakes me up in the middle of the night, like when I'm laying down. My body would start aching. I would move like in the middle of the night, like I'm moving.
So I feel like you probably woke yourself up with really painful cramps before in like legs and calves and shit,
yeah.
right?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Yes.
It's too bad. It sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Dude, I would wake up crying in the middle of the fucking night because my leg just out of nowhere would start cramping.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Drink enough water, kids, by the way, because that's one of the main ways it happens. But it happened to me recently, and I don't have any issues that would normally produce something like that. And man, I'll tell you what, for about 3 or 4 days after that, it felt like I had done a leg workout, but the only thing I did was just go that one calf all day. And I could barely walk, and it took me when I when I got up after about 20-ish minutes of laying there, my cat, meowing like what's going on, and I'm just like ooh, 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 trying to get it to go away, and it finally went away. That's horrible.
I hate it when like you can't move it and it's stiff and it feels like there's 1,000 needles spraying from all the way from from the bottom of your toe all the way up to your spine. Like
nerve
it
fire.
hurts my back, bro. And it feels like my back muscles are tight. I can't sometimes like I'll wake up with all my whole back is just extremely tight.
You take a magnesium supplement?
It's a good call.
Either of y'all?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe take more.
Well, I was deficient. I supplement it, and I try to eat foods that are high in magnesium and calcium. But yeah.
If the magnesium's not in the dirt, there's no way to say that the food is high in it.
Right.
Well, I mean, I did get I did come back from my doctor's, and he says that everything is good. Like my iron, my magnesium, everything is good. It's just my like my whole back just flexes, and then it relaxes, and then it flexes, and it stays tight. It's not like a cramp. It's not like a cramp. It flexes and it stays tight, and I can't move. And then I start shaking. My whole body starts shaking. And then like I feel I can't get out of my head, but when it happens, like I start to panic and I feel like I'm dying. And it scares me. It's like the scariest thing every single time it happens. But then when it happens, I have to remind myself, you're okay. This is normal. You're just having a tick attack. And I grab my pillow and I just hold my pillow and just think that, okay, like let God handle it, because I know He is.
Yeah.
That feeling of dying is nothing like you describe it. I've been close, and it's very different, opposite. It's a calming feeling.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not saying that I've been near death. I have, and like you said, it's calming.
Anxiety feeling. I tell you, I had an accident, and I lost almost all my blood, and before that, when I saw blood gushing out of me, it scared me, and I stood up, and it was a fight I was in, and I started fighting with very angry, and then I just felt that everything becomes heavy, hard, and you give up, and you find it hard to stand on your legs. Like you just lose it, I mean, you don't lose it. You let yourself down, let yourself fall.
Yeah, I know
You don't
exactly what
want
you
to,
mean. Like,
yeah, you don't want to be standing in your feet anymore. And then it was about breathing. Breathing becomes hard, and it will feel better for you not to breathe anymore. Like it's a peaceful thing, you know.
No, I know what you mean because like
Mhm.
my when I went, I hung myself and I was drunk. Like I was drinking with my boyfriend and he was fighting with me and he was making me feel like shit and making me feel like I was
Yeah.
worthless because I was dancing with some people and
Mhm.
then when it was like 11 o'clock when we got home, I went in the bathroom,
Yeah.
he fell asleep and I hung myself using a towel. Now,
Mhm.
when I had done it, I had let everything go. Like
Yeah.
I laid down on the ground, like I put it around my neck and I was laying down. I couldn't breathe. I felt it. I felt it and I let everything go. I didn't want to be around anymore. And when I woke up, there was blood all over the bathroom wall and my boyfriend was holding me. And I woke up and I looked at the time and it was 3 o'clock in the morning. After this, I felt cold, like I wasn't me anymore. And it's
Well, yeah.
scary. I still feel like that.
Does
Like I
feel
still remember it
does.
like it was yesterday.
Mhm. You do feel your body getting cold, and it doesn't feel uncomfortable. That's the funny thing, you know. Yeah,
No, it doesn't feel uncomfortable. Nope.
yeah, yeah.
I've OD'd on coke. My body was shaking. I thought, man, I thought I was gonna die too. I was praying to God, like if this is me going, damn, dude. I was like, man, God forget. Like when I was, it was ridiculous. Like I turned away from. I stopped. Not right away, but I did stop.
No.
And then when I continued, it did get to a point where I just completely quit. And I've been quit. I've been uh May 27th. I've been clean ever since.
Mhm.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Enoch?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty well.
Good. Nice to hear that.
I helped my mom bring a piano inside the house. That shit was no joke. That was
Oh,
heavy.
whoa. Yeah, they are
Yeah.
heavy. Oh, so you're gonna start singing, learning, and
No, I
stuff like
can't
that?
play piano. My mom got that from my
Oh,
brother, man.
oh, I see, I see.
Yeah, I'm more of a flute and a
Mhm.
guitar kind of guy.
Yeah. Hey, if you or you know, I recommend you learn because music stimulates the brain. You know, it's gonna um make your wheels inside start turning. You know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear you.
people who make music or I mean, they need to know a few instruments to be able to make music. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen that people who play instruments, they are usually quite very uh, lucid and focused, very well focused people. So yeah, when you talk with them, they are coherent. They know stuff, you know. They know what they do know.
Right. What?
Mm. You still here?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm thinking about turning it in though. I'm about to get some shut eye.
I was thinking to recommend you a product.
Oh, what is that?
Um, I mean, I'm not advertising it or stuff like that, but for your condition, you know.
Pocket pussy.
Sorry.
No worries. What was it?
Yeah, this is it's called Pure EPA, and you can find it on mind1st.com. But you have to write the number one, like mind first, you know, with
Oh, One
one
Mind?
number. No, mind and number one and st.co.uk.
Mind One ST.
Yeah, mind
Okay.
first.co.uk. And yeah, this is a fish oil extract, but it's clinical grade.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's the clinical grade. It's nothing that you find in the pharmacy. This one is
Right.
96% of the eicosapentaenoic acid, which helps the neural cell connections, you know.
Yeah, I
So,
think I know what you're talking about. I think they sell that
yeah.
out over here over at Sprouts actually. And over at Sprouts is an organic grocery store.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure they
Oh,
have
really? Yeah.
official. Yeah. Yeah, it's pure organic and I'm pretty sure they have that fish oil you're talking about.
Can they give that to
Sprouts
babies?
is not. The
those
product might be
those
pure
you have
organic, but Sprouts is
those
not
ones
pure organic.
those ones
No, I'm talking. Yeah,
you have
I'm just saying the product. I'm
yeah,
not
you
saying
know.
everything from Sprouts is pure organic. I'm just saying like
All
they
right,
sell
gotcha.
organic stuff there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. All right. The way you said it,
Those
though, it
ones
sounded weird.
Yeah, my
those
bad.
ones
Yeah.
those ones you have to check the percentage of the EPA acid and the DOHA uh, acid, because all these omega-3 fish oil in pharmacy, they use like 53% EPA and 46% DOHA acid. And
Right.
because of this percentage, your body absorbs only like a few percent, the difference between the 53 and 46%.
So you're almost taking it
So,
in vain.
yeah, exactly. Because that other acid uh, in your body, when the body starts metabolizing it, both of these fatty acids, um, they cancel each other. So you get left with only 3, 4, 5, 6% of the good stuff. And that's why I said
Right.
this is a clinical grade one, which is 96% concentration of that one which you want it. You know, yeah.
Before I forget, can you send
Yeah.
that? Just can you send just DM
Yeah,
that to me?
I'm gonna post in the voice text. Yeah.
All right, for awesome.
That's the website link. And this should help you a lot with your problem, you know. Even it's you know, when you have depression issues and stuff like this, they are usually triggered by hormonal imbalances and metabolism imbalances. And these fish oils brings all these balances in the body, like even the thyroid glands and uh, testosterone, like, you know. And it does it to both male and female, you know.
If I'm not mistaken, my wife doesn't take the fish oils because the fish get it from the certain type algae, right? So you get it a better, more pure dose from if it's extracted from the algae rather than from the fish. Is that correct? Do you know what I'm talking about or no?
Well, well, you know, fish oil, I would say, is not bad. You know, it's even in the Bible. You know, so I see it's something like, you know, we we it's a normality for people to consume cow milk. I don't find it normal. I think cow milk, for example, is not for human consumption, and no man would want to drink that if it wasn't so advertised and pushed. You know, they positively advertise it. And the thing is, when you look at the cow, they are dumb animals. Dumb. So you don't want to be dumb, you know. Yeah.
Well, she doesn't have a problem with fish oil. It's just that algae is supposedly where the fish get it from. So she
I
believes
see.
that getting it straight from the source rather than a secondary source is more
Yeah.
beneficial. We're not vegan or nothing like that, you know.
Yeah, yeah. When I looked, I mean, this is something true. In vast majority of world cultures and civilizations, they have this saying that if you eat fish, it will make you smarter. You know, and yeah, it has all these good proverbs. Ancient sayings, like they say, the harder you squeeze the fish, the easier it escapes. So that's a good attribute, you know. Also, there is a thing, a say, which says that fish don't feel pain. So when you catch and eat them, uh, you're definitely not eating pain and suffering, you know, because you kill usually when you kill a living being, it's gonna be pain and suffering. You will feel that.
Thanks for sharing that, Gibby.
Yeah, sure, no problem. You know, I did tested this on myself. I mean, test. I purchased them in early 2000s. You know, I was quite young then, and I noticed positive benefits from it, you know.
And positive results.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I was, I don't know how to say, like a very rebellious, wild young man, you know. And when I start taking them, I was also into drugs and stuff like that. And when I start taking them, I just didn't feel that need to go every day, take drugs and stuff. Like, yeah, I still like doing, but it was moderate, maybe once a month, or it had to be an occasion, a good environment, uh, you know.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So it matters a lot. Because when you do it for recreation, yeah, it's a thing. But when you do it like an addict every day and your mind is only on drugs, I had such kind of friends, you know. There, I mean, if we were sitting like 6, 8 hours together, uh, all the discussions were like exclusively drugs, you know.
Yeah.
I saw this documentary in the early 2000s about it. They gave this to children in England, children that were very poor learning. They had issues focusing on class. They were sleeping in class and stuff like that. They couldn't pay attention. School was very boring for them, you know. Like listening for someone saying a phrase, it was very, very difficult for them, you know. And yeah, they gave this treatment to these children, and in 1 month, in less than a month, they started taking books and learning. They were like, you know, when you take a book and start reading, you see things inside, and it tells you, and it turns on your curiosity. Then, you know, and you want to know about that everything that man is talking about in that book, you know. So these children started like in 6 months they finished reading a library, and they had to go to university libraries to take more books, you know.
That's
Yeah,
good though, you know,
yeah,
to influence and get kids to shit. I want to
yeah,
learn.
yeah.
I would like to see a kid read a book. That'd be very interesting.
Right, and
Oh
say, "Hey, I want
yeah.
to learn something."
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
Well,
man,
just to teach a goat to talk would be fascinating,
yeah,
let alone read.
yeah. Well, you see, when you give the child a cow milk diet, dairy stuff, um, it will put him in a state like he wants to sleep, you know, he's feeling sleepy, he's bored, everything is boring to him. So, and there is that energy rush inside their body, you know, like they want to run, they want to do anything else other than sitting down and reading a book, you know. And yeah, their body is like pushing them to do physical effort and then just sleep. You know? But this is because the brain is like in a state. Yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it.
And I know one thing: having OCD sure makes it take a lot longer to get stuff done.
OCD? Sorry, what's that?
Look it up. OCD. You'll have to look it up.
I'm
Compulsive obsessive disorder is what they call it, but
Oh, I see.
I just call it wanting to do stuff right.
Yeah.
Just super
Yeah,
super
it's a
hard for me to make
psychological
myself do
state.
stuff half-ass.
Yeah.
I can tell if somebody's like messed with any of the stuff I've installed because like I even put all my bolts the same direction. If it's not something that requires being torqued, you know, if it requires being torqued, then you torque it. But
yeah, do you know?
like my straps and stuff, I'm gonna make like all the bolts face the same direction.
Yeah. It's very important, the psychological state of mind of the children. If you don't carefully watch it, observe it, and know what is going on with them, they are very, very gifted, you know, from above. They have all these capabilities, and by just giving a wrong diet, yeah, your child can be, you know, he doesn't like to read books, you know, and even if you force him, they will do it. They read, but they will not memorize because it's something about this curiosity of knowing, you know, and understanding. These neural connections, the way they are being established, it doesn't have a symmetry, I would say. Because of that, it doesn't make sense with what they want to do, you know, or they don't give importance to this information, even if it sounds logic and everything. They agree with you, but for them, there will still be their priority is just to go outside, kick the ball, you know. And that's the major thing they think about. Or even worse, they will think of going to their room and play Fortnite, you know, instead of wasting time reading a book. But yeah.
Y'all have a good day, good morning, whatever it is. Peace.
Yeah, peace, brother. Everyone gone? Funny
All right,
thing.
everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and get some sleep. Hey, Gabby, thank you for
Okay, Enoch.
sharing that oil with me, bro.
Yeah.
Totally check it out.
Try it. Try it. I recommend you try it when you can. Yeah, and you'll see it's very good.
Yeah, for sure, bro. I'm definitely gonna try to get a hold of some.
Yeah.
Appreciate it,
Rest
bro.
well, Enoch. Yeah, rest well.
Thanks,
Peace.
brother.
Anyone listening? Yeah, it's a funny thing how we want to understand the mind of the children when we as adults we were through what they are going through, and yeah, it's the same. No one took the right measures to do the right things, to keep them on the right path. So we as adults, we lost many gifts, which some of them we never even got to make use of them. And now, when we are a little bit more settled and convinced from personal life experience, it kicks in, and it's not that it is late, but it's not the time for it anymore. Children, they have a different feeling, perception upon the passing of time. For me as an adult now, 1 hour seems like a couple of minutes. It's never enough for accomplishing a task or something, you know. But for children, yeah, they can do 100 things in the time of 1 hour.
Where the hell did everybody go? Listen to the wind blow. Watch the sunrise. Running in the shadow. Damn you, damn you eyes. Are you sleeping, damn it? I got 4 hours sleep. I'm ready to go. Shit.
Oh, they came up with dark gravity. How about I come with dead gravity? And I will say my dead gravity will work much better than their dark gravity. Yeah, my mind just flashed that. I mean, yeah, we see a lot of these dead dinosaurs that died millions of years ago, and the trees and grass and everything, and it sank in the ground and it turned into oil. So it is dead energy, not dark energy. But hey, we don't have a PhD, so what do you know? Even the IQ tests questions, they are idiotic and unscientifical. They are pure religious. So, and they call it intelligence test. Yeah, your ability to learn a poem and regurgitate what they poured inside you. The poor religion in disguise, disguised religion, which they call science. Looking at things and making fortune telling about it, and palm reading. People are so dumbed down that, hey, you're not allowed to go anymore to the theater or to cinema or to a restaurant or outside of your house, but you can see ads all over about prostitution, about I don't even want to go there and mention. But why these jobs, they have not been also stopped like all others. Yes. If you're crying, you're crazy. He's coming. He's coming. And he has no fear.
Fuck. Anybody home?
Good morning. It is 6:41 a.m. in Texas, and you are listening to KGTL Radio, killing the globe live. Enjoy. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning with the gas pressure episode with Coles. What up, y'all?
DJ in the house? Groovy Bot, can we drop a chocolate saying or any sweet flatter track? One of my faves is Don't Let Them Steal Your Mind by music conspiracy guru Alex. Anyways, I don't know if anyone's got their ears on. It's kind of quiet now. Hello, hello. Anybody got their ears on? Anyone listening? Do we have a DJ in the house? Anyone in the house? Hello? Shh. Do you hear that? It's a moment of long silence for the death of the globe, I guess.
happening? Who's there? Who's not there? Cyrus, are you there? Hello, Cyrus, are you there? Oh, Cyrus is gone. He's maybe coming back in. Yo, Flat Earth Batman, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Flat Earth Batman is probably listening in. He's probably busy working right now, possibly. Yo, what's happening? Finished work of... Take it, that's Jesus, yeah. How's it going? Seb, start. What's happening? Honest Arthur. How's it going? Will be flat. Yo, yo, yo. Got the Spartan roll there. Silver FE. Valued. How's it going? The lights are on, but no one's home. Okay, okay. Where's all the ballers at today? That's what I'm wondering. Where's these people who believe they live on a flying spinning ball? Come forward, please. Come into the server so as we can have a chat. Tell us how we live on this miraculous, impossible, as I call it. Oh, Zeatley was in there for a second. He's disappeared. Where is he? He's back. Yo, Zeatley, what's happening? Hello, hello, hello. Zeatley, are you there? It is extremely quiet again today. Yo, what's happening, Trellabates? I see you got VC verified there. How's it going?
Hey man, how's it going? Not too bad.
Yeah, good stuff. What, you a glober or a flat earther or?
Oh, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no problem. Sam. So, Trellabates, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing? How long you been a flat earther then?
I don't know, man. Probably like 4 months now or something like that.
Right. So, where
Yeah.
did you first hear about flat earth and how did you come along to the server?
Well, let's see. I remember so I was already pretty deep into like conspiracy stuff. Like I totally believed in like the New World Order and not like, a lot of other fringy stuff, but I never really looked into flat Earth. But I remember one day I was thinking like, did we really go on the moon? And I listened to like a Paranormies podcast on the topic. and I think somewhere in there they mentioned flat Earth, and I just started Googling around a little bit and eventually found my way here. And as for how I found the server, I think it was just like some David Weiss interview. He mentioned it.
Nice. Yeah, I've just realised, my apologies. I'd love to have a longer discussion, but I've got to nip out for 10 minutes. I shall be back. If no one's talking, yeah, we can carry on the discussion. But guys, if you're in the chat, feel free to chat amongst yourself because it's quite quiet today, isn't it? But I'll definitely carry on the chat with you when I come back if no one's talking. Yeah, nice to meet you, Trilobites.
Hey, nice to meet you too, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be back in 10. Cheers.
Hello, Flat Earth Discord. Who's got something to say today? Anybody new here? Anybody old here?
I pretty much just came here to lurk while I worked from home, honestly. It's funny, it seems like every time I pop in here, there's always a ton of action.
Yeah, we have downtimes and, you know, it varies. The 24/7 discussion, it has downtimes. What's going on? You got a question about anything? I probably don't know the answer. I can tell you how the globe is bullshit. Go ahead. What's your question?
Honestly, nothing much right now. I'm a flat earther by now. You know, one thing I've been thinking about that's kind of interesting is like the moon. I remember hearing someone say something about perhaps the moon's less of a physical option or physical object and more so like some kind of strange reflection. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because it's weird. It seems like whenever you're driving around, the moon never stays in the same spot. And I know that's not a very nuanced way of describing it, but there seems like it seems like something's going on with that.
Yeah, it's definitely something way above my pay grade. I mean, I can speculate about what I think it is, but things in the sky is totally up for speculation. But I know what you mean by you, especially at night when it's lower to the horizon. You'll be like on one side of your car, and then you'll take a slight curve, and it'll be on the other side. And you're like, how'd that happen? It's weird.
And you're like, sometimes it's real beautiful. You try to drive like to a better point where you could see it, but then it just keeps evading you. It's funny, when I was a kid, like astronomy and planet science really confused me. Like I understood how the solar system worked in the sense that it was just a bunch of, rocks floating around each other. But I never really understood seasons that well. I didn't understand the dynamics of the system that well. So it always just seemed like, well, I mean, I guess it works. But now it's just like, well, the reason it didn't seem intuitive was because it's a total BS system.
Exactly.
You say that again, Dave? You're cutting out a little bit for me.
Trilobites.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think Dave's cutting out. Are you guys there?
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, it kind of sucks too, because and growing up, and realizing okay, the universe is so strange, and that somehow gravity holds this whole system together. It almost acts like a gatekeeper when it comes to wanting to understand physics, and it makes it seem like, oh, it's just too far beyond me. In reality, reality is much more ordered, much more sensible.
Dude, what you said is profound, because looking back as a child, it's scary how I made everything fit, rocks floating in space, held together by some sort of weird gravity. And I made everything fit in my mind, and somehow I broke out of it, and I'm a flat earther now. I'm so happy about it.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel so blessed too, because before I became a flat earther, I kind of went down the conspiracy rabbit hole, and it all started for me with Pizzagate back in the what was it, the 2016 election or whatever, and that was my first oh, holy shit, things are not as they seem. And but then eventually I became a Christian, and I remember praying to God and just asking for confirmation of faith, because I believed in God, but I just didn't have that certainty in my gut. And then after flat earth, it's there's what kind of room in me is there for doubt?
Exactly.
So you realized flat Earth before 9/11 or the moon landings or anything like that?
Oh, no. I flat Earth came after that type of stuff. Well, moon landing was right before flat Earth. That kind of started making me think about space. I mean, I believed in the New World Order and all the stuff with secret societies before flat Earth, and then I guess at some point I was like, well, what about this whole space thing? And it's incredible, guys, because it's looking back on it, space and planets, it's the most horrendously, obviously stupid thing ever. And it's scary that before we all believed in it, and it just seemed like, oh yeah, it's fine. It just shows how sometimes we don't think about the things we take for granted.
I was watching Neil deGrasse Tyson explain to Larry King the other day about how the world is rotating. And he was sitting right next to a window, and I looked out the window while he was speaking. And it was flat and stationary. And I was like, how did I ever believe these buttheads that keep saying it's rotating? Right. Meanwhile, I look out the window, it's flat and stationary, and it doesn't move. My goodness, what a mind fuck, man.
Right, totally. It's almost like gaslighting in a sense. If they can get you to believe in something crazy like that, then it's like their way of training you just to trust the experts. And the amazing thing is, so many people are adopting that mindset, especially nowadays with COVID.
It's ridiculous. It's over. I mean, I try my best. I try to spread the message, but it's over. You know what makes me mad is that they lied to our parents and our grandparents. But I wonder how far back the lies go. Of course, they lied to them about the money. Somehow they gave up the money system here in America. And then later on, they were lied to about the planets and stuff and space, outer space. And it irks me. It makes me so angry. They lied to my parents. One of my parents died. So many people's parents passed away believing in a lie, you know?
Right. Yeah. It's amazing just like the people who are behind all this stuff, like the egos they must have. And in their mind, I really do think they just kind of view the average person like an animal that needs to be herded around. It's like in the same way that we don't feel bad for grinding up a cow, they don't feel bad for brainwashing a bunch of people. To them, it's like, oh yeah, we're just calling the garden, or we're just pruning the tree.
Yeah. And then on top of that, you know how it irks me that, there's so many people. It makes me angry. So I go up to my mom and tell her, hey, the earth is flat. She says, you shut up.
Does she think you're crazy?
Yeah, everybody, but I'm not a crazy guy. I mean, I hold on a good job. I'm like a president of my condo association. I do so many things. I'm a good person in the community. I go to church and things. So they can't just dismiss me, although a lot of friends have disowned me. I don't care. I prefer God, and I prefer the truth over them any day.
Right.
But my family, of course, they will also try to be like, get out of my face. Don't talk like this, blah, blah, blah. But I love them too much to let them go like that. I mean, with some friends and associates, I'll let them go. But with my family, it hurts more, and I try more. It's harder, but they still hurt me. I don't care. I'll still try. But I've let down a little because I don't want to get hurt all the time. But still, I'll keep trying, right?
Right. Yeah, I feel the same way. Well, honestly, like I don't have not yet told my parents or like my friends. My girlfriend, my fiance knows. Like she's also a flat earther now. But like it sucks right now because I want to. Like my dad is a smart guy, right? Like he's pretty technically proficient and stuff like that. But he's got like a real big like space interest. He grew up on Star Trek and Star Wars, so like he would not be willing to like easily let that one go. And it's just like, man, I wish I could tell these people the truth and try to explain it to them, but they're so quick to have like an adverse reaction and just simply call you crazy and like try to force you to get like therapy. It's insane.
Nobody can force you to get therapy, bro.
Yeah.
But I get your point. It's tough to keep that relationship going when everybody thinks you're crazy and you don't want to throw your family away. I get it.
Right. Honestly, though, like it's getting to the point now where, like, over time, I care less. Where I'm just like, I just want to say it and let it be. And it's sad too with the vaccine stuff. Like, pretty much most of my family members got vaccinated, and I keep sending them stuff over and over.
Touchy subject on Livestream, I think.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry about that.
Instead of saying that V word, just say Fauci out here. We're supposed to stick to the shape of the earth because we don't want to get the server in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I understand totally.
You can say jab or Fauci ouchie or something like that. But anyway,
Gotcha.
We got your
Just
drift.
code words are good, yeah.
Right.
The nonsense that's going on right now, we all love to talk about it, but we can't really dwell on it too much.
Right, yeah.
Nonsense. It's just it's sad to see so many people just staying in the state of delusion and just falling deeper into it. But what can you do with some of these people?
Right.
I mean, all we can do is throw the lifesaver out there. If they're going to grab a hold of it, it's up to them, right?
Pretty much.
Definitely can't put them in a chokehold and try to explain it to them, Just gotta.
Sometimes I want to, but yeah.
Right.
I like to use the analogy. It's kind of like the lemmings running off the cliff, and it's like we're standing there like 10 feet in front of the cliff going, stop, listen to us, come on. And they're just running on by us. What can you do?
Some incoming ballers out of VC verification coming in right now.
All right, some glowing proofs. We need some of those.
Hey guys.
Hello, Space Geek.
Welcome.
To the server.
Welcome, Space Geek.
Tell us about this globe you think you live on, or do you?
Well, what do you want to get into?
I'd like a direct measurement of Earth's curvature at any time in history. You got that?
Direct measurement of the curvature is what he's looking for. You know any examples of that? Saying no is acceptable, by the way, and I don't know. These are acceptable things when we ask you questions.
Oh.
Hello?
Space Geek.
Oh yeah, what were you saying? I don't know what happened. Okay.
Can you give us a method to measure the Earth's curvature?
Method.
Of any time in
I don't know
history
an
that
exact
the Earth's
method.
curvature was measured, that they actually measured it, a direct measurement. Go ahead.
I don't know a direct measurement of the curvature of the planet. Well, it depends what do you mean the curvature of the planet? In what sense?
Well, if you have a ball that's supposedly 26,000 miles around in circumference, or 24,901 to be exact, then this ball must curve in all directions. You agree? So why can't we measure the curvature directly here at the surface of the Earth? That's what we're looking for. You know anybody's ever done that?
Well, I'm sure somebody's definitely done it before.
You sure they have?
Here's why we're asking. Some people say it's a ball, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's pear-shaped. Now, you know the difference between a ball and a pear, right?
Absolutely.
So that's why we want to find out exactly what the curvature is. We want to know what it is. Is it a ball, pear, square? What is it?
Well, I can go on this curvature calculator if you want me to do that.
Please.
It should be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, roughly. So if there's a place that's 10 miles away from you, you square that. 10 squared is 100. And multiply that times 8 inches to get the drop down and away from your starting position, roughly.
See the problem, Space Geek, you can use that Earth curve calculator, that's fine, but every example that we've been able to find in nature, we never find this curvature, so that's what we're asking you for. We need to see the drop of Earth curvature. Go ahead.
You can Google the answer if you want.
Yeah, if you're talking, we can't hear you. I see you lighting up every once in a while, but I don't know if you're being quiet or your mic's up.
No, I'm not talking.
Oh, okay. So that'd be a no, right? No actual measurement. You're just gonna go with cool story.
I'm trying to find a measurement.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long search.
Do you guys have the measurement or any kind of idea?
Some of us have been looking for 5 or 6 years and we haven't found one. But good luck, man.
But they give you a number, and that number should conform to reality, right? If it's real. Whether or not they got it, magically or by measurement, they're telling you there is a number period, and that is your reality. Well, you should check with your eyes to see if that matches or if they're full of shit.
Right, and we have checked, and they are full of shit.
People do fall in love with that number. You hear the number, the radius is, 3959 miles, or they say, you say, well, the diameter is just under 8,000 miles, or you can throw a lot of numbers around. And so there's mathematics and numbers and concepts that are presented all the time. Every day we talk to people who speak in conceptual terms, yet, like the guys are saying, when you make it concrete, and like in science you have something called a what is it called, a working hypothesis, and then you precisely define it. So you have this curvature you're supposed to find, or something that is really common around here is we know how to calculate where the horizon should exist based on our observer height. So we say we know that based on globe calculations that the horizon has to be 1.2 miles away for a 1 foot observer height. And then when we go, say in the case of the Santa Barbara observation, we go and we say, all right, we should expect to see, because this is supposed to be scientifically accurate, or say it's supposed to be a precise measurement. We always see many, 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 many miles beyond where the predicted horizon is, and of course, the most common classic example of this is the black swan observation from Santa Barbara, California. And then you have Canigou, and you have the ice swan. And anytime, like in the case, I was just out at the coast a couple of weeks back with my family, and we did a rough distance calculation 69 miles away, and we could see this peninsula just short of 70 miles away from us, and I shouldn't be able to see it, but every time you do it, so if you go test it, so we're saying there is no curvature, and so then you can reject that and run back to concepts, or you yourself could go check it out. You could say, because the horizon calculation is pretty easy. Somebody can put it in the chat. I could put it in the chat in a minute. But it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And you'll notice that matches with any mathematical modeling presented to you, which you'll also find on a curvature calculator. So you can go check that out yourself, which is great because it's really not that difficult. Like if you just go test it, then you don't have to believe us. You find out for yourself.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Does this mathematical calculation, I'm sure it's absolutely correct. I mean, I'm right here, aren't I? That this calculation must be correct mathematically. But that's mathematically speaking, not scientifically speaking. Have you included every single possible scientific variable of this calculation?
Yeah. This is a great point, because these are the kind of questions you have to ask on the way to understanding that there's no curvature. Like we all did this for months. Some of us longer than others. It took me a long time to allow myself to understand that the Earth is flat. FE Corps, which is the Field Engineers Corps, did a pretty well-known observation across Lake Balaton in Europe. And they controlled for what's called terrestrial refraction, because one of the things that people will often say is, that's light bending, and so they controlled for it.
That was absolutely what I was thinking about.
Yeah, exactly. So you would want to. One of the things you would have to do is make sure that you understand what refraction is. And QE just did a great little video. You got to watch it. But then let me finish the example. FE Corps precisely measured the
the predicted terrestrial refraction over 41 kilometers. And what they found and I'll give you two examples, but I think there are like six. They found 2 millimeters of refraction over 41 kilometers, and in their final observation, there was 0.5 millimeters of predicted terrestrial refraction over 41 kilometers. So what we find when we control for extraneous variables, like the ones that you're asking about, we find that it falls well within. I mean, half a millimeter of terrestrial refraction over 41 kilometers, with just shy of 300 feet of missing Earth curvature. I mean, what I would like you to do, because part of what I came to this, months ago when I came to this Discord, I've been talking to people like yourself for a long time, and I keep asking them, which is often offensive, but I don't mean any offense. But like, if you're going to claim that there's a missing extraneous variable that I have not looked at, then I think it would be incumbent upon you, and I feel the same responsibility personally, to provide evidence of that variable that I'm missing. And none of us, and hundreds of people have been looking for this missing extraneous variable, and none of us can find it. And what we find every time we look at the Earth and control for refraction and try to deal with all these explanations that get thrown our way, we always find the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I can see that you've done a lot of testing, and I'm glad about that. That I can tell that you clearly, you're definitely wanting to get this right, and I can see that you are actually. It does sound quite right, to be fair.
Yeah, well, thank you, because I think I can speak for myself. I'm really trying to come to this in an honest manner. I'm not lying to myself. I might be wrong at some point in my life, but I'm not lying, and so that's what we want to do. I mean, that's all that I've been trying to do all this time for the last 2 years in my case, is get to the bottom of this. And I talk to, people like honest people like yourself, because, you're asking honest questions. And I say, like, okay, what am I missing here? And I have a reasonable, I have reasonable exposure to, the scientific literature and how that works and the kind of propositions that gets put forth. I know the difference between a theory and an explanation and empirical data. And I've been looking and looking and looking for this missing this missing link that you're talking about. I've been looking for it, and I just can't find it. It's just not there. And the obvious thing to me is to accept what I myself can find, and that's what I would wish for you and anyone else, is that you figure it out. Don't appeal to authority. Don't accept the narrative. I think it's really important, especially at this time in history, for all of us to, be a part of this this honest search for what is. And in my view, knowing where I live is much more important to me than sort of, signaling to everybody else that, hey, I'm a part of the club too. I'm scientifically minded. I'm this and that. Truth is much more important to me than, being a part of, I don't know, be accepted by everybody. I mean, it's more important to know the truth always, in every situation. And I try to hold myself to that standard, and hopefully I grow in that every day.
That was awesome, Golden Lemur.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was really good. Thanks for that.
Hey, you bet. No, and I wish that for you and for everybody, because it's not a matter of winning as far as I'm concerned. It's a matter of knowing what's true. And that for me is like super freeing, Thanks for the chat.
Space Geek, I'm just curious, are you someone who's like studying astronomy or astrophysics, or are you just kind of an amateur space geek, or what?
Well, I'm not an astrophysicist by any means, but I am definitely interested in the subject, and I'm trying to learn as much as possible about it.
Now, what drew you to Flat Earth? What drew you to investigate this?
Well, I know that I've just been seeing it in the media and stuff like that. I've been seeing it online a lot, and I just wanted to see what people's views and opinions were on this subject.
Right. Now, did you know already by now that like the majority of stuff that you'll find on like the first few pages of Google are total nonsense? Have you heard anyone say that to you?
No, not yet.
Well, so as you do research, like you have to be really careful. If you just Google flat Earth stuff, you're going to get a lot of nonsense from like the Flat Earth Society, for example. If you look at like most of the Google images, it will show you like first off, you got like your 3D space, and then you've got like a flat planet with a dome on it. That's really not what we believe in at all. I just wanted to toss that in there. Like, it's not a cop out when we say this, but there is a ton of misinformation out there. You really have to be careful. Like, a lot of people think flat earthers believe that gravity is due to the flat Earth rising upward consistently, and that's like a total nonsense belief. We do not hold at all.
Yeah. I was just wondering, what does the flat Earth look like then? If you could send me an image, that would be fantastic.
Look around outside. Nobody's been up far enough to look down and see the whole thing. If that's what you're looking for, you're not going to find it. As high as you can go and look around, you just see flat land. That's as far as we can determine. Any observation that you can see a high altitude balloon or something that you can see lift up from the ground, get up into the atmosphere, and look around, you just see land as far as the camera will resolve. That's it. But there's no model.
Right.
Yeah, that's another thing you'll find with Flat Earth Space Geek. Like, there's a lot of debate within the community as to like what causes things to fall down or whatever. A lot of us believe in like the firmament. Some of us are more biblical in our approach. Other people aren't. Like, we don't claim to hold some like 100% verified, well understood model. We're just trying to say that the model that the mainstream pushes is nonsense. So there's a lot of mystery to it for us.
Like we're not a disc in space. That's something that gets put forth by the Flat Earth Society, and so a lot of times, people will as you try to conceptualize what flat Earth looks like, people will pour the flat Earth into their heliocentric belief system, and the flat Earth is what can be directly studied. So we don't in any way, shape, or form think that we're looking at a disc in space. We live on a flat plane. Everywhere we look, it's flat. We know that. But what is beyond that is a question. And I like it's fun to speculate about what that might be, but that's really all it can be is speculation.
In a nutshell, we are not allowed to explore too far. If we tried to travel far south, we wouldn't be able to go there because it's protected by a treaty, and we're not allowed to go and do our own independent exploration. So there's a lot of things preventing us from figuring out exactly what we are living on, but we are for sure that it's not a globe.
Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe, Space Geek?
Have I experienced it myself?
Yeah.
Well, myself, I've not been to space myself. But,
No, that's not what that's not what I asked. I asked you if you ever experienced the Earth as a ball.
Well, I can give a little story if you want that.
A simple yes or no would suffice, right? Because
yes.
Where have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Okay, right. So I don't know what views you're going to give on this, but when I go on flights because I'm from the United Kingdom.
Not
when
high
I go on
enough.
flights from the West Coast, to Dublin.
Mm.
When you cruise at that when you're going at that distance, you don't go very high. You cruise at about 20,000 feet. That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
You can see down that. You feel pretty high up when you're looking out the window.
Mm-hmm.
But when you leave Manchester Airport and you look out to Dublin, you can't see Dublin even at that altitude. Why is that?
So that is not experienced the Earth as a globe, right? That is not what I asked. Every human being ever alive has only experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Okay, the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating. So for you to then go into an airplane and then say, well, why couldn't I see this and that city from that height, right? That's only you begging the question that the Earth is a ball, and you maybe have some so you think you may not or may see this, right? So if the Earth was a flat plane, I would see China from my airplane, or Mount Everest, or whatever, right? This is not the case. You do not have Superman eyes, right? Or do you?
Many things limit your vision.
Do
Yeah,
you have
Go
Superman eyes, Space Geek?
Absolutely not. I want an example of these scientific reasons that are stopping you from
Look
seeing
forever.
distances.
One simple example would be angular resolution limits. So your eyes can't resolve things past a certain distance. Like, it's an impossibility. If you have high-powered optics, you can extend that range to some degree, which is how we found out the Earth is not a ball. But the angular resolution limits of the human eye prevent you from seeing forever. Plus, we know that the air is opaque, so at a certain point you can't see. And just the simple laws of perspective, as things get further away, they appear to be smaller, or they appear to be closer to the Earth in the case of clouds or airplanes that fly far away from you. So just a simple understanding of how optics work should explain why you can't see Paris from New York, for example.
And we also have the atmosphere getting thicker over distances as well.
That's a really good point. That is a really good point.
Yeah. So when you go down to in the ocean and you go down deep enough, right? The light cannot penetrate the medium anymore, so it becomes dark, right? So the medium,
you go less light.
right? So it doesn't matter which medium you're looking through. Light doesn't travel forever in that medium.
Air's the same thing. Enough air between you and the subject will obscure your vision.
So no, you have never experienced the Earth as a ball, Space Geek. Why would you then think it is a ball? Why would you think it's a ball, Space Geek, if you have never experienced it as one?
Space Geek, if it's just because of like NASA and space agencies, it's okay to admit that.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody told you it was yeah.
Yeah, because the only time you do see the Earth as a ball is on your screen, right? When they show you this nice silver SN10 rocket, right?
I believe.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I believed it was a ball. I believe every major figure in my life, the media, anyone I spoke to, all of my teachers, without exception, all told me it was a ball, and I had at the time no plausible reason to not believe them. So of course I believed them, and then I would have said I knew that it was a ball because I'd been told this my whole life, and there was nothing in my life that suggested that the Earth was anything but this imaginary thing that had been repeated to me. I mean, I freely admit I was a globe believer. That's all I knew. But then, you start to scratch around, you start to pull at the thread, and you can find out. It's not that difficult. I think that's what's so shocking to me still. Is it's so easy. It's difficult to cut through the disbelief. I think that's the hardest part of this. It was for me. That was partly what drew me to this subject. Was what a lot of people say, like, I want to find out about what other people believe, or how could someone possibly think the Earth is flat, or whatever. And then all you have to do is start scratching at the surface of it, and it unfolds itself to you quite simply. Even you don't have to be well. It's preferable if you're not deeply indoctrinated as an astrophysicist or something. It's all there in front of you to be studied. I was a believer.
Yeah, I believed it all, man. I was a space nerd.
Totally.
I believed it all. And that is basically what we are saying to you, right, Space Geek? It's a belief. Nobody has ever presented you any empirical proof that the Earth is a ball, which they told you, look at this. If you do this and this, you can actually prove to yourself that it is a ball, right? With this and this method, or by this and this measurement. Nobody has ever done this. They just showed you a book with a cartoon, right? With the cartoon sun in the middle and the planets around it. Well, this is where you are, third rock from the sun. And you don't have to do anything more because we have figured it out for you. Here you go. You see? And we started to doubt the model. I did. Somebody told me, well, the Earth is flat. I was like, shit's batshit crazy. Why would you say that to me? I mean, how could it be flat, man? You're stupid. And then he told me again and again, and I was like, well, I'm going to debunk this shit, and I'm going to smack him in his face with it, right? I'm gonna show him he's wrong. And I went on an investigation and research, and boy, was I wrong. I couldn't prove the globe. No way. And then I did my own observation. So did you know, Space Geek, if you're at Dover, you can see Calais 23 miles away. Couldn't happen on a ball Earth.
Okay, I see what you mean. But do you believe in physics? Do you believe the laws of physics written are correct? Can I just ask that question?
Well, that's a bit of a loaded question. Do you believe the laws of physics are correct? You have to be specific, right? What laws of physics? What law of physics do you use to prove that the Earth is a ball?
Can we talk about gas laws?
Yeah. Which laws do you use?
Physics is a natural science. No need to believe anything. Either is or it isn't.
And be
there's
specific.
a huge difference between like Newtonian mechanics and like string theory. Like there's a lot less assumptions in.
That's theoretical stuff. That's just
Some
theoretical
theory.
physics. That's nonsense.
Right.
So what are you talking about, Space Geek? I mean, you can throw around general terms like physics, but what is it specifically that you want to use to prove that the Earth is a ball?
The Earth, right, whether it's a square, a triangle, flat, it's a donut, whatever shape it is, the Earth is huge. Am I right? The Earth's massive. It's a big mass.
They gave us the dimensions, bro. 3959, the radius, 6,371 kilometers.
He wants to get into gravity.
I think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, if I can just Well, I mean, if I can just quickly make this comment. The thing with gravity is it's kind of an afterthought because you need something to explain how things can exist on a spinning ball. But if you don't have the spinning ball, then you don't really need this imaginary force glue to keep things stuck on and keep them in place, right? Because it's not a spinning ball.
And you need a radius for gravity. So you got the radius for us, Space Geek?
Well, you guys just said the radius of the planet.
That's just a number, right? They gave us the number, and we went out and tested the number, and it doesn't conform to the radius of 3959. So if we go out and measure water, right, large bodies of water, like from Calais to Dover, and you can see Calais from Dover, 23 miles, then the Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959. And if we shoot a laser over the IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, right, 41 kilometers, it's a laser transit going over the water, goes from left to right, and it hits the other side, right? So from point A to point B, 41 kilometers, laser is at point A, and it hits the target at point B, right? Then if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then that laser should have overshot the target by 100 meters. And it didn't. It hit the target. So Earth is not a ball.
And your question is also maybe to some regard about epistemology, or the question of how do you know what is true. And so maybe your question is like, do you guys science? You know, are we careful? Are we interested in precise measurements? Absolutely. Are we interested in showing causation? That's all there is, as far as I'm concerned. We got a lot of background noise there. We got a lot of, so are we interested in precise measurements and proving causation? Absolutely. And I would say you have to make a distinction. And this is something that I think we talk a lot of times. We talk over the top of each other's heads, flat earthers with globers, because as carefully as possible, what we're trying to show is that the precise empirical measurements, things that can be directly observed, are the king. They are the prince of this conversation. So I make a distinction between explanations, stories, narratives, theories, ideas, fictions, and measurements and causational evidence. So everything gets reduced in this conversation, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as any question of what is true is concerned. You make a distinction between those two things. You understand your epistemology. You have a laser focus on what can be directly measured and what can be proven through a scientific examination, hypothesis testing, which shows causation, and it's over. Like then you no longer are able to say, yeah, well, like Newton said this, and Einstein saw that Michelson-Morley showed the Earth was empirically not moving, so he created his story. Well, then all that stuff gets just set to one side, and you say, all right, so what can you show in terms of a direct measurement or causation as a consequence of a hypothesis test that shows your cause? Then we're on. So I think that's to do with, like, that might be what you're asking. Are we serious about direct measurements? Absolutely. That's why we don't hypothesize. That's why we don't tell stories about what the nature, the total nature of the Earth is. You want a model? We can't give it to you. We don't have a model. All we have are direct measurements of a flat and stationary contained Earth.
So, Space Geek, I'm glad you're here. You said the Earth is so massive, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you happen to know by chance how much drop there should be in, let's say, 5-mile distance?
Oh. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay, so let's say you have a distance of 5 miles. The globe should have a specific amount of drop. In other words, elevation change in that distance. So 5 miles. Do you know how much drop there is in 5 miles on a ball with that size? Okay, well, why don't you know that? Because you said it's so huge, but you don't even know how huge. We've gone out and checked it. I'll tell you, in 5 miles, there should be 16 feet of drop. That is measurable. If there was 16 feet of drop in 5 miles, you could get your zoom camera out, look at a shoreline 5 miles away. You should not be seeing the water on the shoreline. It would be 16 feet under a geometric horizon that you cannot see through. This is measurable. You could do it yourself. So the answer is, it's not too large to measure. That is false. We can measure. You see lighthouses and other objects much further than 10 miles over water. 10 miles, there should be 66.7 feet of drop.
Well, I mean, like also to be fair, it's
So I
even worse.
suggest you
It's
go
even worse.
check out.
Right. It's even worse than just it's false. I mean, it's also like the complete opposite. Because what we're talking about, it's not like seeing the horizon as a curve. What we're talking about is how far can we see before physical obstruction due to the globe dropping away from you starts happening. Right. But the problem with that is that the lower you are in your elevation, the closer to sea level, that geometric curve actually gets closer and closer. So it gets easier to measure from the ground. So you don't have to go to the sky, right?
You're not measuring from the sky. You're just looking at it. I just think it's one of the funniest things that people come in and say, well, the Earth is too big. And then you ask them how big the Earth is, and they don't know. So what was the basis of that prediction that it's too big? Because that is a prediction.
Yes. I would like to know that also. That's a great question.
Yeah, I'm working right now, but I'll tell you this: the Earth's surface area is 198 million square miles. It covers the surface area. I drove across Canada, one of the largest highways in the world, and I measured it myself, did my own calculations. I came out to 170 million square miles is what I did, but that's just it. The Earth ain't a perfect sphere, you know. It's oblate, it's got lumps, it's got bumps, it's got this and that, you know. Anyway, I got to get back to work. I'm listening though. I'll listen to you guys all day. I'm sick of the other server, man. The other server, man, I swear to God, the other server is dumb as shit too. Like back in the day when I joined him, it was like, oh yeah, it's not whatever. This no, but like, dude, people on the other server who claim to know everything, this and that, they won't even accept the fact that there are supernatural things out there. You know, like people who experience ghosts or hauntings or paranormal things, and this and that. They go, oh, that's fucking fake, man. I'm just getting sick of it. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm working right now. I'm operating, but I'm listening.
You talking about the Subgenius server or what?
They're skeptical of
What
all
server are you
things
talking about?
skeptical. Gems. He's got.
That was a random rant.
That's a perfect description of Gems. Yeah. Who else could it be?
Who gives a rat's ass what they're doing over there?
Yeah.
So, Spec Geeks, did you learn anything in the last few minutes of conversation? Space Geek, you there?
Looks like his mic's activating.
Yeah, he's playing some kind of a video. I don't know if he hears us.
Just watching Professor Dave, probably.
It's like he was listening to something.
Professor Dave will save me. Thwart these flat earthers.
Space Geek.
Yep.
Hey, where
are
have you
you
been?
there?
Oh, I've been here. I've just been listening.
So, Space Geek, how does science actually work?
Well, how does science work? Well,
how does it actually work?
You have an idea. You have an idea. A hypothesis. You test that hypothesis many, many times until you have a theory, and then that theory will stay a theory until it's completely, fully demonstrated.
Okay. So, what is the point of testing?
So that you know,
is the point of testing to prove the theory, to prove the hypothesis correct, or to prove it incorrect?
It's to prove it correct.
That is wrong. It is to prove it incorrect.
Why would it to be prove it incorrect if you're wanting that to be correct?
Oh, that's a good. Listen, you shouldn't want anything. You're supposed to be unbiased. You should have no preference as to what the result.
Okay, that's a good point. That is a good point. Let's not be biased.
Okay, so but I'll tell you why, and I'll use. So this was come up with at the beginning of the 20th century, so by a philosopher of science named Karl Popper. So here's the scenario: your theory is all swans in the world are white. So can you prove that theory? Can you prove that theory correct by running around and every single swan you find is white? Or do you run around and look for a black swan to prove the theory wrong?
You'd run around and look for a black swan.
course. So you're trying to falsify, it's called falsification of a theory. You're trying to falsify the hypothesis by going around, by making a prediction, testing the prediction, and that prediction should prove that, like, listen, if I have this like theory, like I have a hypothesis, I test the hypothesis, and I know if I get some result that it's going to prove it wrong. And if I get a result that proves it, that is consistent with my hypothesis, all I can say, well, you can't even really say this, but let's just, for the point of argument, say, you could say, well, this is likely. It's likely that this theory is true. And then you formulate a different type of test to the same hypothesis, right? Test it in a different way. And then you do that test to try and prove it wrong. And if it's not, and if the test comes up that it supports your hypothesis, then you have more support for your theory, right? And this is how you go. You take up multiple tests, you do multiple testing methods, and try to figure out, is there anything that proves this wrong? So this is how we test the globe, right? The globe makes a geometric claim that the Earth is a sphere of 3,959 miles. There's certain consequences of that, right? And we go out and we test these consequences. So one is, how far is the horizon away from an observer at, an arbitrary elevation? Should I be able to see this? How much of this particular object at a distance should I be able to see? How much does my line of sight drop to until it reaches the surface over some arbitrary distance? So this is what you do. You go out and test it. So this is what we do. Right? You can go test the geometric claims. What you're going to find out is that none of them are true. We can sit here and say all space images are false because all space images depict curving water, right? So this so-called blue marble and all these other images, they take a picture of, they show Earth, and it's a big water ball in space, and the oceans are curving. So we go to the ocean, measure the ocean, the ocean actually is curving. In the real world, so we can say, like, the image.
You roboted away, Indio.
Lost the last couple sentences, Indio. Reset.
Now you're wrong.
They must not have satellites in that part of the country. They must have missed that area.
Satellites aren't flying over yet.
Shark ate the cable.
Flat Earth oppression, bro.
Indio, can you round your point off again? You were breaking out.
I think Neil got him.
Yeah.
When people start roboting like that and they're in a point and they get stuck in it, guys, it serves a well purpose to like move them up to the VC check and then back down. Might be a bit confusing, but
yeah. So I think Indio's point was that if water doesn't conform to a ball with the rays of 3959, then every space picture is fake.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
And then the falsification of the null hypothesis.
I would say that is correct.
Yeah, the falsification of the null hypothesis is how we do science. So you're looking for the example that proves your hypothesis incorrect. So you just need one example, and you can conclusively say that your hypothesis is not correct. And of course, that's been repeated so many times that it's silly in regards to the curvature question.
But we also know that in space, anything with around 100 miles of diameter would conform itself. So, right, okay, I know you guys aren't saying that the Earth is a disc.
Yeah, we need to get this whole space thing out of the way, too.
Flat.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
Space?
Gas
the
pressure.
Earth has a flat surface, over 100 miles in
does.
diameter, it would collapse and conform a ball. That is physics.
That's a
No, it's
story.
not.
That's a cool story.
No,
You got no
Fun
idea.
as
that,
fuck, guys.
There's
so
literally
yeah,
no
that's
theory
a
of physics
fairy
that predicts
tale.
that.
You're into the adult fairy. You might still be a child, but you've advanced to the adult fairy tale.
Yeah, we show you.
Yeah, from Santa Claus. Now you're into fairy tale.
Yeah,
The
we
adult
show
fairy
you the
Geek, you have
flat
to
Earth.
understand we don't believe in space like at all. Not like there's not like some infinite vacuum out there. Like we don't know exactly what's beyond the Earth. Like as a Christian, I personally believe that the firmament holds water away from us, for example. But you, like, when it comes to talking with us, like you really can't presuppose that we believe in an eternal vacuum outside of us.
Well, we know the universe is expanding. That's for
No,
sure.
we do
We
not.
don't know
Another
that at
story.
all.
Yeah,
Oh, no, we
someone.
don't.
Okay,
No, we
guys, can we
don't.
deal
No,
with
we
an
don't.
observation? Can we just deal with directly refuting this point a second? Right, so, okay, so we have evidence from your own professors, or should I say pseudoscientific spokespeople. The evidence, in fact, which we have is the axis of evil. Have you heard of this observation that occurred? Have you heard of the axis of evil, dubbed and coined so for a great reason? Space Geek.
Yeah.
This is all things space, right? So the axis of evil has coined that, right? So you've heard of it. So what is it?
Well, I've not heard of it.
All right, I thought you said you had. Okay, so the axis of evil is effectively we observed, okay, from the northern hemisphere and on the equator, okay, and I believe this was an observation done over a period of time. Effectively, what we saw was that actually galaxies were not moving away from one another as if they were expanding from a singularity, right? Okay, they were actually in effect as if they were emanating toward the Earth. This is why NASA dubbed it the axis of evil, because it pointed toward a geocentric reality, not one that was like a globe model, right? A singularity, a corpuscular explosion where all things would expand from a single point outwardly. So that's why it was dubbed the axis of evil. So actually we have evidence from the people that you would purport to say that they would say is that we live in a heliocentric universe. Those individuals, in fact, were the people that showed us observation that actually pointed directly towards the opposite.
And
so how do...
Okay. You're aware that every single planet that we have seen is a globe. You must be aware of that, right?
How do you know that? We've observed.
Because I've seen planets that are globes. I've seen Jupiter orbiting.
You've seen more than one perspective of Jupiter.
Jupiter rotating, absolutely.
So if I show you a sphere on a screen...
Hold on, you don't have stereoscopic vision. Our eyes don't see that way, bro. Sorry. You don't have stereoscopic vision.
Well, I've looked through it. I've got a telescope at home, so I've looked through that.
A telescope's a monocular. How many eyes do you
I don't
use?
care. It doesn't matter. Your telescope, yeah, that's a monocular. That's a single lens. That's not stereoscopic either.
Wait there, I want to deal with the claim you made.
We don't have the ability to see spheres.
How come when I'm looking at Jupiter through my telescope?
Wait there, no, because we're obfuscating off of the claim you made, which is that the universe has expanded, right? That's the claim.
Right, okay.
What's the evidence for the claim I've provided from your own pseudoscientific spokespeople, right? An example that shows contrary to exactly that. It shows emanation toward the Earth, right? Okay, from
How is that possible when the light from the galaxies are taking longer to get here? How is that possible?
Ask NASA how it's possible, mate. This isn't my observation. This is why I'm using the hostile witness of NASA. So I'm using their evidence as against you because that's the authority that you believe in. Okay, I'm asking for the evidence in which is the opposite. So you're talking about light, right? You're talking about light, as in from the perspective of Earth. Okay, that tells us absolutely nothing of what anything out there is doing, does it? Optical effects.
Well, it does.
Optical effects do not tell us.
What do you think is making the light from other galaxies take longer to get here? What do you think's causing that?
We don't believe in other galaxies. That's an assumption already. That
don't get it.
Well, that's weird. Then how come I've seen galaxies through a telescope with my own eyes?
Oh, we're not saying you don't see that.
DeGrasse Tyson tells you that they're gas bubbles and gas balls.
Yeah, we're telling We're telling you, you don't know what you're seeing. Plus, you need a foundation of the Earth's measured radius. Everything else is presupposed on that. Everything. But if you want to go to space, we have gas
Hey, can I
pressure
go
here. That means there is a container. Period.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not how it works.
Space Geek, hold on. Can I just ask you this?
Yes.
You
Show
know,
us. Then you have to show us. Then you have to show us a
well,
demonstration
let me
of
just
gas
ask him.
pressure. We
Let me
need a
just ask him this,
demonstration
'cause,
of
like,
gas pressure without a container.
am I cutting
One
out?
sec.
Or?
Go ahead, Moro.
Demonstration.
Stop over talking.
Well, I just wanted to
Right.
ask him
Okay,
because
go
like
ahead, Marco.
he seems at least somewhat knowledgeable
You're over
about like
talking.
physics stuff. So I just wanted to ask you: have you heard of a vacuum chamber?
Absolutely.
All right. So this is basically a sealed container, and what they do is they suck all the, or not all, but most of the air out, and they create a low pressure, right? So why do they need a sealed container to do that? Why can't you do that without the sealed container? Can we just create a low pressure system?
Okay. When you are in the vacuum of space,
No, I'm not talking
and
about
you have
space.
a
No,
massive.
no, stop. We're not going to space yet. I'm talking about a vacuum chamber. You're on Earth.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Right. So we have a vacuum chamber with low pressure, and then outside we have air with normal pressure. Why can't we have that without the vacuum chamber?
Yeah.
Well, that's my question.
Because,
Why do you need a vacuum chamber to
without
do
the vacuum chamber, or without a strong vacuum chamber, it would just explode. I mean, implode. Sorry, because of the immense pressure
gas
outside of the chamber, and
exactly because pressure will equalize and gas will fill the available
Exactly.
space, etc. So this is the problem that when they're telling us is that we have gas balls in an infinite vacuum with no barriers, no containers, no nothing.
Okay.
And you want, no, I know what you're going to say. You're going to want to say gravity is keeping all the gas there, but that's not really something.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that.
demonstrate,
Actually,
right?
I'm not going to say that.
Well, then what would keep the gas
Do you
here
know?
in your
Okay,
opinion?
so say when I take my bike tire apart, and you saying the pressure equalizes with the atmosphere, where does that air go? Does it fly off into space?
Well, it fills.
Does it
fills
contain
the,
in the atmosphere?
It fills the air around it. Yeah, it equalizes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So we have a high pressure system here on Earth that we're breathing, and then it's adjacent to this infinite huge vacuum. What's keeping the gas here?
Yeah. Gravitational pull of the
That's my
Earth.
question. So that's exactly what I said. You were going to go with gravity. So this is the problem, right? Because we know that gases, they have no inherent shape or volume. A gas will move in all directions to fill the container or available space, right?
Yeah.
So there's no downward vector on gases inherent in them, right? And this is the problem because we can observe this and demonstrate it, that the gas is not falling down or accelerating down anywhere, right?
Yeah.
So how can this magic outer space vacuum fantasy ball exist? That's basically the problem. Is this whole cosmology fantasy universe they've created for you is based on metaphysical claims that cannot really exist in reality. You can't demonstrate it, right? Because you cannot demonstrate physically low pressure next to high pressure without it equalizing. That would be like putting hot next to cold and saying, well, it's not going to happen because there's some force holding the heat back. Yeah, that cool story.
And saying that letting your air out of your bike tire into the atmosphere that we breathe, that's a demonstration of pouring a gas from one container into another container, because you need that containment to have that pressurized gas in the first place.
Hey, Space Geek.
Okay, right. Let's say this is just theoretical from now on, right? What I'm going to say. If you were to go into space and you had an O2 tank, an oxygen tank.
Hold on. So here
if
we
you
go
were to
again.
open the nozzle,
hold on, because what you're doing now is, if you were to go into the medium that we just discussed, can't really exist. So we're now going to Narnia in our imagination to prove that Narnia can exist.
And how come they pressurize aircraft cabins?
Well, there's lower pressure at higher altitudes, right? There's a pressure gradient.
Exactly, because the gas is being contained closer to the atmosphere.
Because the gas is going down.
closer
Hold on,
to the
hold on,
aeroplane,
hold on. Is
an
the gas
aeroplane is a
going
container.
downward? Is the gas going downward?
No, it's
No.
not going downward.
So okay, well that's gravity, right? Gravity is making things go down. So where's the gravity?
At lower altitudes.
Yeah, well, nobody's saying that there's not a pressure gradient. Of course there is. I mean, why wouldn't there be? The only reason you would have a constant pressure is if you also have a constant temperature.
Do you know why the?
Yeah, but hold on. There's a relation between temperature and pressure, right?
Thermal exchange. You know, we have gas laws, right? Charles's law, Gay-Lussac's gas laws, right?
Pretty much every gas law, yeah, temperature and volume, etc.
Exactly.
So that's the problem. Is like the only way if you want to say in this amount of space, we would have an equal pressure. That could only happen if there was a constant temperature. But we know that there isn't a constant temperature everywhere on Earth, right? So why on Earth would there be a constant pressure? That makes no sense.
Space Geek, let's say that you are holding a balloon like 6 foot up in the air. Do you agree that the force, under your own model, you would agree that the force of gravity is working on that balloon to attract it to the center of the Earth, correct?
It depends what gas is in the balloon, but yeah.
Right, okay, so let's say that whatever gas is in this balloon, I let go and it rises, right? You would agree that as it gets higher up, that force of gravity gets weaker because the distance increases, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just going to keep going high and high and high and high. Okay, what's stopping it from leaving into space?
Well, the balloon is going to pop.
Okay, let's just say it doesn't.
Released.
It's invincible. Because the effect of gravity is reduced on it the higher it gets, right? It still might act on it, but the more the distance is, the weaker it is. So why is it that gas on the very edge of the atmosphere somehow just stops right there, but gravity's getting weaker on it?
But I could illustrate this further for him as well. So gas is gas is obviously expanding all directions, right? Rapidly. Okay. So if we were to give you gravity as the containment for the atmosphere, you even have a problem there. What we have are lots of different celestial bodies in that model, the heliocentric model, that also have gravitational vectors. What you would need would be a constant temperature, as was stated. Not only that, you would also need you would need a lack of other vectors of gravity, right? You would need no gravitational forces enacted upon the top layers of the atmosphere. What do we have? We have the moon itself, right? But in terms of proximity, right, the moon in relation to those gases, effectively with 1/4 of the Earth's gravitational force, would be far greater than the Earth in terms of, because obviously proximity would make that adjustment in power to scale ratio, right? So the gravitational force of the moon would basically be disharmonious. It would be a non-equilibrious state, as it were, right? So you wouldn't be able to have an equilibrious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere, right? You would have an orbital planet effectively with its own gravitational vectors that would aid toward the entropy. It aid toward the higher pressure to lower pressure movement, right? So even with having gravity, if we was to give it to you, there is still no explanation for how this equilibrious state would occur. Space Geek.
Okay. I see what you mean. You have got a really good point there. Okay, so is anyone here familiar with Einstein's general theory of relativity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, more theoretical stuff. Yeah.
Okay. The gas. Okay, this balloon is going to fly off into space, but what it is going to contain in the Earth's it's going to stay within the Earth's gravitational field, isn't it? Because
where's the field strongest? Where's the strongest?
Why?
In the center. In the center.
So how'd the balloon pull away from the center?
Gravity wasn't strong enough to keep it on the ground.
If it can't hold it at ground level, it's
You do
weaker where it
do you
is.
know? You do realize do any of you know what the reason why it flies off?
Yes. Because gas expands. It's flying off because
Yeah.
gas expands in all directions.
Okay, the
Well, it
helium is
expands.
less dense in the air, so when it gets to
Obviously.
the top of the atmosphere, it will just stay there. It will stay at the top of the atmosphere because that's where it's less
Isn't the
dense than the
vacuum less
oxygen
dense?
and the nitrogen.
Isn't the vacuum less dense?
Is
Space Geek, when it's at the top of the atmosphere, it's not only being pulled on by the gravity or just being held by its place in the atmosphere, it's being pulled on by space itself. We already know that the force of gravity was too weak to keep it from ascending to that point already. It was being pulled on by the force of space. Now you're telling me this eternal vacuum couldn't
That's
then
not.
take out
That isn't
No,
true.
he's not saying.
Yeah,
Wait there,
we'll
wait there. He's
get
not
there.
saying the force of space. That was a bit of a straw man. He's not saying the force of space is what pulls it there. He's saying it's the relative density. But the issue you have with that, Space Geek, is that actually, when we look at the, obviously we have a density tower effectively in our atmosphere, right? We have this gradient, right? So the point in that is you can't have again an equilibrialized sort of phase of way of things to be slotted in because we do have different forms of energy input, i.e. we have gases that are more excited, as denoted, like I said a minute ago, under Gay-Lussac's gas laws, right? Heat, energy put in. We have those that we can have volumeric microstates of entropy. This portion of gas effectively becomes more excited, and this would aid toward entropy and maybe left, right. This is why the gases expand in all directions, because the energy, let's say it's cooling, right? Convection, that would be Charles's law, where gases again could be filling a much wider volumeric space, but then when they cool down, they start to contract and go down in their volumeric area, right? So then we have like a quick switching and changing, right? But we still have the density. We still have we still have a gradient, right? So I understand your idea of gases somehow climbing their way up and slotting themselves into their sort of relative densities and their different positions on that. But again, when, like we stated, gases would be kept at ground level when they by gravity at the strongest point effectively, right? But to have gas pressure also, you're going to have to show us, because like you said, they just stay up there almost, right? Like they almost lose some of their inertia and they're almost suspended in essence once they've climbed up and they're suspended. The issue with that is that if they're in a state of, like I said, equilibrialization of staying still, and gravity is able to be enacted on them, any form of gravity that is stronger due to proximity thus will be able to take them away, right? This is where the moon would come in. And as soon as you do that, and as soon as you pop the bubble of that, you're done, right? And then you also have to show us a way of how it is that you're creating an inward vector with gases, because we read pressure with a barometer, right? A barometer reads the inward pressure of gases. Gases expand outwardly, right? The only way we get an inward pressure and to be able to read that with a barometer is that the gases effectively have pressed against the walls of a container, which is what gas pressure means. They've doubled back on themselves to create an inward vector that they inherently don't usually have, right? So the barrier itself being this area of effectively no energy because they've climbed and scaled their way up through the different layers, right? And then have basically lost their work and now are just kept suspended there by the gravity pulling them down and the entropy trying to take them away. So they're suspended. This does not work. Again, it doesn't work. There's no way for this because you're not showing a doubling back.
I think the problem that some people have is they think that the atmosphere has an edge. It doesn't. The atmosphere technically does go on forever. It just gets thinner and thinner. The reason for that is because the gravitational pull of the planet is keeping the gas particles in.
So you missed everything Crack just said. Did you miss everything Crack just said in terms of the vector? Gas can't have an inward vector unless it's pressed against a container and then bounced back, reverberated inwards. Did you hear that point?
Yeah.
And then you
So
say,
where's the
well,
bounce
it just goes out thinly, indefinitely, somehow.
So how are we getting the pressure down here? Because if it goes forever thinly and just keeps expanding out into the vacuum of space, which would no longer be a vacuum because it's no longer a privation of gas, which is what a vacuum is, because now it has little pieces of leaky gas in it. Effectively, where are we showing that the vector of the gas is that is expanded outwardly, where this vector has to change and now traverse to come inward? Where are we showing that that's happening in a lower pressure, lower leveled atmosphere that expands and trickles out? Where's the turnaround point, Space Geek, dude?
But you just said there wasn't a turnaround point, that it continues off forever. But that would mean we would have no gas here, but we do.
Yeah, we'd have no gas pressure. We'd probably have traces of gases that haven't
We'd have traces,
escaped.
yeah.
That are escaping, right? But not measurably.
But to have 14.7 psi at sea level, you have to have containment. And it's in the definition of gas pressure, it's the pressure or the pressing on the walls of its container. Not some illusion, and we can just talk about gradients that go on forever, because that's not what containment does.
Gradients work in containers too, you know.
Inside of containers, agreed. As long as we're still starting off with a container.
So if you think the fact that there is a gradient disproves a container, no. We can show you examples of containers with gradients in them.
Well, again, the only way you get a gradient is with containment. How are they supposed to? Gases don't create density towers with a gradiated pressure, or a change in pressure at one end to the other. People think this can't happen in a container. They forget about the fact that there is energy input. We have a dynamic system with energy input. This, like I said, contraction and expansion of gases based on the energy that's put into them. Yeah, I think
it's hard to see because space is cool, right? They since you were a little kid, they keep telling you how cool space is. So it's hard to imagine that it's all bullshit. I get it, but you got to start examining things.
Well, if something contradicts with a hypothesis, then it's wrong. If it contradicts with the experiment, it's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think as well, and I think Solar, you would agree with this, that some of the people that come up with these theories based on space, I don't think they're coming from a position of lying even. I think a lot of people are based on the axiom of the presupposition of the Earth, right? Presupposition of a heliocentric model, and what they're doing then is making leaps of logic based upon those axioms. They believe the axioms to be completely true, the singularity of the Big Bang, evolution, the heliocentric model of the globe, all of these things. And from there, it's hard to deduce where one's mind would go from our position maybe now. But when I think about it and try and put myself in the shoes of a glober, and I think about what I would say in terms of how I could explain the gradient, these are the logical sorts of ways. I would actually sort of go with the argument of using Charles's law, which would be a form of cooling on the upper layer of the atmosphere, effectively rendering the gases to have zero work in them, and then thus that would be the thing that would affect them from changing upward. And then I would sort of state that would become not the container, but that would be the reason as to why, but then again, it's still a problem with this entropy aiding machine called the moon, right?
Well, I've also considered it that way, but it's, once again, that would only slow down the velocity of the molecule. It wouldn't cause it to turn around and move back down towards the Earth.
Exactly. When do we get our rotation point of the vector in order to have the inward, right? Like, when does that happen? This is the question they can't answer.
What does a gas with zero energy look like?
Like,
how does that behave?
Liquid helium would effectively.
So effectively, that would create a barrier in one way or another, right? Liquid, I'm just hypothetically thinking this through, but
so that I think it's called liquid helium or liquid hydrogen. One of them. They actually climb out of their containers. No, they climb up and out of their container and can even seep through solid barriers.
Yeah.
So a gas in a very low state of work is still a misnomer. It's still a puzzling
gas.
phenomenon.
Yeah.
But it behaves like a liquid. It basically adheres and bonds to itself and coats the inside of the container, and then can start to actually escape up and over the walls of its own containment because of these.
I've seen this happen
bonding.
with liquid nitrogen. I've seen that happen.
But like you were saying, Craig,
Yeah,
in the beginning, these ballers are using their imaginations. So why is it that people don't understand this? Is because they've never been challenged on it. It's like, if you're the boss of your company and you always shut down at 1 o'clock on a Friday, and then suddenly one of your employees says why, you're suddenly challenged on it. Now you're going to start to think about all the reasons as to why that occurs. Before that date, it was just the norm. We always end work at 1. So that concept is that why is it that all these physicists and scientists don't know, is because they've simply never been challenged on the point like we're doing now. And then when we're challenging the point, then the fallacies start to come out. But they get excited because there isn't an answer, which means they have to use their imagination to try and invent one. And they almost give themselves little noddy badges in terms of who's invented the most fallacious argument. Okay, they don't say fallacious, but it is fallacious.
That's that Michio Kaku statement
That's
about
the point I was actually going to make about you. I'm sorry, was I speaking? Yeah, this part I was going to mention about the imagination, because they haven't been told all of the intricate details of how this system really works. So you're right; they have to take a leap of logic here and then there, and then they're just. It's actually almost seems like it's been done on purpose that way, to hijack people's own imagination, so they can just keep taking these steps, skipping along like a skipping stone over flat water.
Yeah, because like when there's an answer to something, that's the answer. End of discussion. But what happens is they say,
down to
maybe
religious
gravity. They'll say like maybe gravity is the container, and then you'll show them that gravity at the surface should be far stronger than gravity up there. Then they'll say, well, the vacuum's not sucking. And then you'll explain that, yes, vacuums don't suck, but the high pressure wants to move into that available volume. And then they'll say the next thing, and then the next thing, and the next thing. And now they're trying to answer the same question with 5 or 6 different ways, but the whole time they're clutching at trying to be more imaginative.
And they're not realizing the irony in the fact that they're using different mechanisms to explain the same phenomena, realizing, well, then you don't have the cause of the effect, do you?
Isolated.
How can you have the cause of the effect when you're having to use different forms of rationality? And rationality, again, is not truth, right? We were speaking about this the other day. Just because something sounds rational, it makes sense, it adds up, it doesn't mean it's the truth whatsoever, right? And again, like, this is more like a religious sort of fervent sort of thing, because like I was saying, like, when you have these axioms of like the Big Bang caused it, and then these are like your axioms to your story, there's only so many like lines, these sort of lines that you can draw from that, where the lines will all intersect at a point that makes sense. And that's what they did, is they set it all up with forms of axioms, and they sold the main portion at the beginning. They did so in a very intelligent way. Look at with evolution, for instance, right? What did they do? They intelligently used evolution at a certain time. And I genuinely do believe that it was a way of men having literature that would allow them to morally condone their behavior at the time in terms of the slave trade, right? I'm not saying necessarily exactly what evolution talks about in terms of with race. I'm talking more about the different fringe movements at the same time and the different interpretations that were pushed to do with that, right? We've got to remember that, Darwinism effectively was a family-held religious belief, right? And it was like, as soon as they had a chance to sell their belief to the rest of the people, which they were trying to do in the aristocratic circles for a very, very long time, right? And it just so happened that at the time of the, the advent of the different mechanisms for spinning cotton into far greater sails and all these different things, right, for boats, it happened that exact time when they needed mass workers, right, they needed strong backs and lots of them. It just so happened that that family held belief was able to be utilized at that time because it had been being pushed for a very long time before. So, and that, I've said this before, the Galapagos Islands is literally his coronation, like a queen would have one, the legitimizing moment of the man. Like, so when you sit down at the circles of the aristocratic tables and you have a nice story to tell that's all shiny, and it's exotic because no one else has been there, right? It catches the ear, and then it catches the ear eventually of someone that realizes they can utilize the literature. And I believe that was the point when they said, right, let's use Darwinism. Let's use this in order to, effectively push
And
this narrative even further.
it was his assumptions on the island finch and how they had obviously evolved after being separated from one another since Pangea. So no assumptions there.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like when it's like the favored races part, right? You ask people what Darwin's book was called, they forget about the favored races part. And I'm not saying that they were talking about races of people necessarily, but there are parts in there, right? When we look into, like measuring the size of people's heads and stuff like this, like they knew that these things were going on at the same time, and they knew the opinions that were held based upon, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, or black versus white, right? They already had opinions, and all they needed was something that was like an outline, a form of an outline. Even if it applied to a different species altogether, you could apply to another form of species very quickly and easily. And that's what we have with Darwinism. I don't care what anyone says, that's the truth of it, and that really is the truth. So these axioms are based upon lies anyway, and then from there you have to build upon that, right? So evolution exists, so therefore what can be true if evolution exists? Well, creationism can't, so therefore the earth being a geocentric plane can never be something that would be taught to anybody, right, from this point on forward, because it would be what? A refutation of Darwin's work, something that was needed in order to propel forward a whole slave trade, a moral condoning of basically subjugating your fellow man. Regardless, that's what it is. I'd like to know what Space Geek thinks about what we had to say, because the moment we sort of got to brass tacks on that, right, I noticed he went a bit quiet. I don't know whether he's had to step away from the computer or what, but
I'm just waiting to get his chance in. Go ahead, Space. What do you think? Did you process everything that was just said?
well, he would have had his chance to speak the moment he wanted to talk. He would have been allowed
Yeah,
to.
he's typing. You're right. He's
Yeah,
typing
he
in
had-
text. You're right.
Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. But so you're never going to get around this gas pressure thing. If you're really interested, you better look into that. Anybody out there?
Also, the lack of curve thing, worth looking at.
Yeah, that's actually, that should probably be the first thing. Look at the place that you live. Now look west.
Yeah,
Think
that's not
about
programming.
direction and wonder why you never did before.
Fucking, he
I had to
spells it out
plagiarize
for
a
you.
little bit.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I think if you sing it with no music, it's not actually plagiarizing.
Oh,
It was
I'll
a good
sing it,
rendition,
play it
though.
too. Believe me.
Yeah.
Think about those words are pretty profound. Think about direction. Wonder why you didn't before.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Stipe. He also said he put a man.
Oh, you got to repeat it. I couldn't hear it, Dave.
I was just saying, shout out to Michael Stipe. He's also penned the phrase, "If you believe they put a man on the moon." Man on the moon.
Right. That's
A lot
right.
of truth music there. You're right. He's probably never heard of REM though.
Sorry, guys. Step away a sec.
Yeah, Space Geek, it's not a planet. You need measured curvature first. Number 2, you need detection of axial rotation, okay? And number 3, you need to show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's your homework now.
Yeah, less typing, more searching.
Yeah, maybe take a breath, go outside, look at the place that you live. Now look east. Think about direction and wonder why you
Wonder
didn't
why you
before.
haven't.
Well, the point, Space Geek, is this, right? Effectively, a lot of the things that did you not hear what was stated a minute ago by Solar was that, so when we were talking to you about what keeps the atmosphere here even, right, you very quickly sort of were dancing around with inside of these axioms that I was talking about. So you have these axioms of gravity is here, right? We have vacuum of space, and we have the atmosphere, and we have relative density. And very quickly, what you did was you danced between the different potential things between those tangents that could be the cause of the effect of keeping the atmosphere here in a heliocentric model. The fact that you're able to dance between those differential points means you really don't know the cause of the effect. So therefore, the claim is null and void, right? Do you understand that? Because it would be a one answer, right? You'd have one specific and very exact answer that would be the truth.
I'm starting to wonder who you're talking to tell you to say these things, because when you had the time to say them yourself, you weren't speaking them, but all of a sudden they're flowing from you. Just pointing out that not everybody you're going to run into is an idiot.
And yeah, Space Geek, the whole facetious way of talking of, you do realize, right? I'm British. I hear your facetious nature. I'd cut that out. It doesn't really aid toward this conversation whatsoever. Of course, we understand and realize there's a huge difference between those things, because one of those things is something we cannot demonstrate to actually happen whatsoever. And one of those things is completely bullshit. And the other thing, in fact, actually is something we can do over and over again. And we understand that the tire itself, when equilibrialized with the Atmos, obviously goes back to its own original pressure, which would be just the pressure of the air around it. It equilibrializes. We're talking about a change of pressure into a made-up vacuum. Obviously, this isn't the same thing. We understand that, right? Because again, with the expanding universe, how could we ever have an equilibrialization of the atmospheric pressure here to there? We can't have an equilibrialization of gases when we have a gradient either, in terms of in relation to the vacuum, right? Because again, it's different, like you stated, equilibrialization of all gases in this atmosphere, as you would put it, is effectively what would be the same as the tire, right? Because the tire goes back to the 14.7 psi. If it's at 30, you pop it, it goes back to the same pressure as the atmo around it, right? Obviously, we understand that that's different, but it's something that's not demonstrable. So it's not something you should be talking about. You can't
Every other
state that it's
planet is just another story you've been told, dude. There is no other planets. Again, you're just going by what people tell you. If you look at those things yourself, you're going to see lights in the sky. He's listening.
No, he's muted, deafened, server deafened. So he wants to argue about stuff, but not hear anyone's rebuttal.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't see him turn it off yet. My bad.
Sorry about
myself.
Well, that's disingenuous, right?
Earlier, I had to leave Solar because I got a call, right? So what happened afterwards, I am genuinely interested in terms of like the obfuscational levels. Did they keep increasing?
Wow. Yeah, no, Gem Panda server is something special.
The thing is that's like not a point of contention. Like you come in going, right, okay, I'm going to use their own shit against them, right? We have the 24-hour sun. This isn't like this is something that we sometimes question of whether it actually occurs, right? You're like, I'm going to use it against you guys, right? And then they deny it. I'm like, what?
No, you have to first
Yeah.
prove
So
that there's a
listen,
24-hour sun
when
in
these
the
people
north.
when these people mute themselves voluntarily, they're not listening. They want to. I'm just gonna help them out a little bit and do it myself. That's what they want, so that's what they're gonna get. Doesn't have to be permanent, of course, but.
Yeah, Jim was spiraling there at a certain point. He was popping an aneurysm.
Where's all this
Yes.
attitude? His texting attitude is very different than his speaking attitude. He's very, where do you find this? At physics. And there was none of that when he was speaking.
I'm
It's
not
condescending.
Per se. I've never threatened him per se, but I noticed he stopped talking to me like when I said, "Well, Jem, we probably will meet up at some point, right? Like we don't really live that far away from each other." He's been a lot politer since. That's not a threat, like, but I feel like he feels like he's safe behind the screen. And it makes sense. Like he seems like someone that's probably been bullied, so he's become the bully, as it were. He's in his own domain, in his own room. He has control over the room. And I think it's a place that he comes to just thrash out frustration. And yeah,
but it's beautiful. You got to read between the lines there. So when they say, why would someone lie? They've acknowledged that a lie occurred. Now they want to know motive. So instead of giving them the reasons for why they would have lied, get them to concede on the fact that they've just agreed that a lie took place. And then they'll scream and shout, but it's the reading between the lines part where I love to get Jem double speaking on himself and then just expose it and drive it home. And then he gets more and more angry that I'm misinterpreting what he said when it's verbatim what he said, and how those two concepts are mutually exclusive. It's but to me it's so simple. Then they show a demonstration of if you point the ball Earth directly towards the sun, so the North Pole is pointed at the sun, then yes, you can get a 24-hour light on that 66th degree parallel. But then everything south of the equator would be in permanent darkness because the equator is the widest part of the sphere. So anything beyond that widest part would be in shadow. And it's,
of course,
it's so
going to be a privation of light.
So with the ball examples, normally they want to look at it in such isolation. So if we only want to look at how we can cast light onto the 66th degree, look, I tilt my whole ball towards the sun. Done. All right, but what about now the dark side? Now you're moving the goalpost. Now you're asking for two things at once.
Even the dropping and, again, if there's no increase or decrease in angular size of the sun, or there's, not as an apparent position as what we would state that the sun's apparent position based on refraction or it attenuating through the atmosphere to the eye, right? And how that could change its position, right? They sort of go towards this very physical movement of the Earth, the tilt, and then the wobble, right? But like it's almost like again they state. Remember we was talking about where it's on the horizon effectively, right? And the guy from Iceland was talking about how it would be on the horizon, and there's this sort of like the light doesn't disappear, but the actual vision of the sun itself does. It dips down, the light doesn't disappear, and it comes back up. And then someone goes, well, yeah, but that's because of the wobble. And then I'm like, wait, so like Jem doesn't pull them up on the fact that they've stated that they believe that there was a wobble there and then that caused the Earth to quickly go below and come back up. And yeah, this is
not calling out their false points.
Yeah, like that's the stuff that's brilliant. Like the double standard is for real. You can go in there and I went in there and stuck to the narrative on JFK. Like I was like, no, it happened how they said it verbatim, right? And actually, I happen to believe that he was shot from that window. I don't want to get into
Lee
it.
Harvey Oswald shot a side-widening bullet.
Well,
Okay,
I've looked into the ballistics of all of it, and it is possible to do. I don't believe Lee Harvey Oswald did anything. That's all,
Wait.
right?
You saw the bullet, right?
Yeah,
You just said, well,
listen,
I
don't
gotta
worry about
call this out because you just said you looked into the ballistics, but you saw the bullet and the damage it was supposed to do. If you know anything
it.
about the material strength of that bullet and what it was supposed to do, it would not look like it did if anything they were saying was true.
I don't believe the bullet. I'm talking about the scenario. That window,
I
it
see
was
what you're saying.
capable
I
to place
apologize.
those
Yeah, I get
shots.
what you're saying.
So
I'm
you
not talking
took the
about any of the
mainstream narrative,
circumstantial evidence. I took the mainstream narrative, went in there, and
did they argue?
they all disagreed with me. And Jem had to pull them up on it because it was so stark, right? What they were doing, right? Like, I'm not claiming I know anything about what happened on the JFK thing. I'm just so I took it as just saying something that I know to be true, which is that ballistically speaking, and I've seen this actually be done from that very window using barrel lasers, and also using shots at the same angles recreated. It is ballistically possible, effectively, to make those shots. Very difficult, but possible. And even the speed in which it was done. But the point is, I just went in with the official narrative, right? And again, and effectively, Jem's like, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? He was like, he said he's actually not being a dumb flat earther and saying something stupid, and you're still having a go at him because he couldn't take it. And I think he realized that afterwards I was doing it on purpose. But I just found it quite funny that they will disagree with you, and that's kind of what happened with you today. I felt like that's why I felt like I was saying again.
That's exactly it. And I was trying, like, now, in the beginning, I used to go in there and actually get infuriated by the fact that they can't. I'm trying to put this as simply as I can. And if you can't understand a single sentence when it's summarized succinctly, then I actually don't know how much longer I can spend time talking. Now I go in there to sort of have fun with them because I can see their fallacy before they even call it. So the moment that they say, oh, that's just a Nathan Oakley argument, well, that's poisoning the well, address the argument. Doesn't matter whose argument it is, address the argument. Oh, no, but you just think you're arrogant. Oh, okay, so now this is just an ad hominem, or that you're trying to do a character assassination so that whatever I've said has less validity. And then they'll move on to the next one doing reification. And then you say, well, that's what you're doing now. And they get so infuriated. And I just stay calm and just point out the ludicrousness, especially like what you just said. When I take their side on something.
Yeah, and then they
still
double back on their own position.
just so that they can't be in an agreement. They don't want any common ground. They want it to be, you're a moron from start to finish, and you should not be, like, I think what I'm going to do now is make everything an acronym, because I kept drumming home in the PAD, the personal atmospheric dome today.
That wound him right up.
And then when I left, or when I stopped chatting and just stayed in the room for a bit, they were all discussing the PAD for like another 2 hours afterwards. Is it possible? What can happen? Oh, these flat earthers and their fucking acronyms. No. So I'm going to start applying acronyms now to everything.
Yes,
because
bro.
it's so
I've got a DM from Rumpus, right? So like I was talking about cathode ray on tubes, for radar, and I was just, every time I did it, I would call it CRT, right? And I got this message from Rumpus. He's like, "You fucking prick!" Like, you know what I mean? Like, your fucking acronyms. Like, yeah, man, that's a good one. It really is. The acronyms, they don't like the acronyms because for them, obviously,
because
they like sophistry. They like sophistry, and they like models that represent something in some sort of a way that seems to have an authoritative thing behind it. And an acronym usually has right? Be associated to CIA, FBI, right?
They need like pop-up books. I've been saying that for a long time. Need little pop-up books for growers. They have to have visuals.
That might be too advanced for them, Sonny. They need one of those books that gets read to you, and you just have to turn the page.
Well, again, I don't think that they're stupid. However, I wouldn't state that any of them are stupid. Some of them are actually, sorry. I don't believe Gem's stupid. I just think it's become a war of crackheads. So, like, we're arguing from a position of non-mainstream, right? We don't know if we're crackheads yet. This is what I always say. Meaning, what I mean by that is are we arguing over a basis point as in, we're just here for the dopamine kicks that we receive in order from the argumentation, and that's what propels us on forth, not the actual pursuit of the truth. Well, however, for those guys, they believe they've arrived to the truth and they already are established and they represent the mainstream. So it is left for me to deduce, logically so, that, and then when I look at their behavior, it really reinforces this as an ideal, which is that they are effectively just addicted to crack cocaine, as in they're addicted to dopamine hits that they receive from argumentation, because they're not stupid individuals. So what is the reward here, right? This effectively aids towards a non-logical and not
Well,
dishonest
I
debate.
don't know, because I think,
Not that they're on crack.
intelligence to me is about, do you have that understanding? So if I say to you 2 + 2 = what, and you get taught that it's 4, and every time someone asks you 2 + 2 is 4, you answer with 4 because that's what you were taught to do. Whereas if I'm saying to someone, okay, so you understood what 2 + 2 was, now I'm going to say, what's 2 + 3? And they stand there scratching their heads. And after 2 hours of trying to explain to someone, okay, you understood what 2 + 2 was, now we're doing 2 + 3. And they cannot get to that answer no matter how much you try and elucidate it to them. That, to me, is my definition of stupid. That they are either deliberately being obtuse, or they simply don't have the mental agility to understand what it is that you're describing. They only have the ability to repeat. And with a lot of these guys, I think why they get so infuriated with the acronym is that it's legitimizing something to which they think there's no legitimacy.
That's what I was saying
it's-
about the authoritative force behind an acronym, right? Because of its association to things like, the CIA or the FBI or a NASA or whatever, right? It's like
and like
sacrilege
to a parrot, but to a parrot, that's what they like the acronym, because it's easy for their little brains to understand.
Exactly,
And
like that's
when
what I'm
you're
saying.
using it
Almost
back at them,
sacrilege.
they're like, "Oh shit!"
It's sacrilege, bro, because they hold acronyms in a sort of on a pedestal, right? That, remember what I was saying? It's like on a pedestal, right? And yeah, man, they put it up on this pedestal effectively of, this is the authoritative body, this is truth. So when we start to create acronyms, the worry is that others will see that as a form of authoritative position, that it has more behind it, when really we all know that acronyms are effectively representations of describing a form of text, of language, to explain what that is in the short term. It doesn't really add any real form of authority, right? It's just that authoritative places or organizations end up with acronyms, right, to make it easy. So yeah, and
the people there, the people there are just so good at repeating something that they've heard either Gem say or Red's Rhetoric say or one of these other numbnuts, and they repeat the same thing without even understanding what it is that they're saying. And that's why we get such great numpty clips. Today, one of the morons was saying to me that definitions are not used to define reality. And it was like yesterday I was chatting with QE about it, where there was a clip that said definitions are meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
So meanings are meaningless. And that was what I try to hit Gem and them with today, was like, you guys always claim that these definitions are just semantics, but definitions are crucial. And if, like today again, they were saying, no, definitions do not describe reality. Well, then what is the purpose of a definition, if not but to describe reality or to create some common ground so that you can actually progress a discussion? The way that they need things to be ambiguous. Like I say, it's, if I say to even a 7-year-old, if I throw an aeroplane and it travels like 1 kilometer north and the wind blows it 1 kilometer east, where does that aeroplane land up? It lands up 45 degrees northeast. That's just, if you've got a bit of intelligence, you can understand you've got to add those two vectors, and it's going to
Yeah.
end up somewhere between the two. But it's like when you ask these numbnuts, so the Coriolis effect, so I throw that little aeroplane and it's supposed to move right and go forward. And it's like you watch the sparks create fire and smoke in the brain. And they try and say anything that is illogical to that very simple point that if it traveled 1 kilometer north and 1 kilometer eastward, it would now be somewhere between northeast.
Right. So
know,
do you think the lack therein of that ability of
the
like
comprehension,
to take their mind almost in an orthographical sort of position in their own mind, right? To remove yourself almost from the example, to look at, you know, the, like you stated, right? To look at, you know, the paper aeroplane go forward at the same time as you know, the ground beneath it move, and then to ask, oh, if it went forward for a mile and did so for this long and the ground was moving at this speed, where would it be? They find it very difficult. I've seen this to comprehend, like, you know, looking from an orthographical position. I think that's why they love orthographical positions in terms of looking at these models so much, because it allows them to grasp what they can't do naturally in their brain. And this could just be a different way of thinking, right? And I feel like there is maybe a different, not just a different way of thinking, but a different makeup almost, because again, like, none of those guys are very good at making music, and I've noticed there's lots of good musicians in here. They would state that, you know, well, that's because you guys are the drunk stoner hippies, and we're the intellectual scientific types. Again, obviously, when we look through history of the most creative minds who made the most change, I believe we know which ones are what lands, right, between the two. And
a creative like Leonardo da Vinci never changed anything, you know.
But yeah, man, like, maybe it is just a lack of that 3D situational sort of.
It's that's
ability.
what they call spatial
Awareness.
reasoning skills.
Spatial
for
reasoning.
You, so for you to reason your
understanding.
That makes sense.
No, I don't know. Because I remember when I first entered the subject, you'd actually have to almost sit and sketch it.
Yeah.
And then through time, you kind of learn to do that all in your mind. And then eventually someone can say something to you you've never heard before. And you can quickly turn it around in your brain and you go, no, that wouldn't work for X and Y and Z.
See, I didn't
So it's
have that
definitely a
period
skill.
of sketching it out. I didn't have that. It is a skill, but the propensity to utilize, or should I say, how much of a starting point is there with that skill? As in, like, how far along is someone capable, or how developed is that skill pre-exercise of that skill? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I meant it more like in terms of relationships. In terms of relationships of like solar bodies or celestial bodies.
Yeah, I know.
It's
That's
like
what you're
then
talking
I would draw a sphere and draw the moon and draw the sun, try and
Of course.
see, is there a way that you can get a tangent so that you can still see Mercury,
like the vector,
even though Mercury is
just for
toward the
instance,
sun.
with what you were talking about today, like the vector of light, as opposed to the portion on the globe, and then you have the equator, how wide it is. It's almost like, again, like, this is something that I was always very good at, right? You could use this in terms of, like, you know, running away from the police, or running away from animals in the woods, right? Or something like that, or trying not to be seen playing a game of paintball. You know, people turn their backs to the people that are firing at them, right? And often they get shot in the back. And you can clearly see if you have a good situational awareness, right? And you're able to, you know, like you were talking about, I don't know what the term was again that you used, the spatial, what was it again?
Spatial
reasoning. You know, and then I did very well at paintball, and I remember my friends and trying to explain to them, like, well, look, you're running away. You know that the paintballs are flying over your right shoulder, right? And then that tree, effectively, you can move to your left as you're running and still continue to run away from the enemy, right? With the tree now behind your back, but keeping that tree behind your back as you're running, and remembering the vector of which the paintballs were coming at you, right? Much like the sun hitting the globe and the widest point of the globe being the equator, therefore this part would be black. Like that, as a sort of, I guess, as a skill, is either utilized in your everyday life, and maybe that's where it comes from. Is like you maybe have utilized it in a different fashion or sense and then that would sort of boost your ability to do so. Now, when you're going into your brain, right? That's sort of where I see it.
And I also think, like, I've got plenty experience in sales, and in sales, you're always trying to convert what's in your mind into something understandable to speak to your audience. So if you're sitting in front of a college professor, you're going to use very different words to if you're sitting in front of one of your best friends. To get them both to want the same product that you're offering, you're going to have to use some level of discernment as to what is that audience type, and therefore what information should I share with them. And I think the progression in that spatial reasoning has grown tremendously when the other person doesn't understand it. And then you have to try and explain it more precisely, more accurately.
Well, first it all starts with the approach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I used to work in sales too because I was actually selling resorts, but like it's always about the approach.
It would
Because
aid
when
you,
you approach somebody and they look at you, they're
for
gonna be like,
sales, I
"What the
guess,
fuck?"
you can extrapolate what you do with inside of that across to debate as well, right? Often I feel like when I was listening to you today, like you were trying effectively to keep it logical and to keep it, but again, that can be a form of a tactic, right? When you know people are spiraling. I'm not saying that's what you were doing, but regardless, not the same, it still worked. I feel like maybe Jem operates in a debate better when he's angry, and that's why he sticks to that way of that modality. I'm not sure, but yeah, that was really interesting today. That was much more interesting than when I hear a lot of the other flat earthers go in there and debate. Yeah, it was very interesting to listen to. Dude. It was
Thanks,
funny,
man.
when Bernard sort of said about the sun, you could see him twitching. Like I could imagine Jem twitching in his chair a little bit because he's like, well, we should let him speak, and and he speaks, and what he says is like, is a problem. And then again, they just throw him under the bus anyway, and just go, "You're lying," basically.
Yeah, I've had it a few times where someone listening on that side will often say, "But this guy seems to be making sense."
Yeah,
and it's like I try and take a lot of the speculation out of it, keep it very clinical, talk about what it is that you really know. And then every time that they try and straw man you, don't entertain the straw man and stay on point.
Yeah, just ignore it.
They, like Jem today, was trying to ask me if I think that an object can be unphysical, if there can be an unphysical object.
Trying to get you to make claims.
An object, by its definition, is a physical something. So no, but he's like, "Oh, but you tell me." And it's once again they're trying to. And what I see a lot of times with the flat earthers that go on there is that they're not focused on their point, and they let the conversation lead them. So if Jem raises that straw man, then they'll go and entertain it and follow it along, and then all he's doing is sidestepping.
That's a learning process, though. That's a learning process because I've been guilty of doing so myself. 100%.
We all have. We all have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely
it's
a process.
Natural.
It's a process, dude. Right? Like getting used to dealing with people that are that. How would I put it? That confrontational. Actually, in fact.
So I used to do something when I was still a student. I was a brand ambassador. So for Philip Morris, Marlboro cigarettes.
An ambassador, great.
Heineken. But effectively what we had to do was try and convince, like, okay, let's talk about the smoking. Anyone who is a smoker, I had to try and convince them to go into Marlboro.
Yeah.
So they're already kind of my audience. Now, if you know smokers, you'll know that a smoker has his brand. He likes the taste.
Cool.
He doesn't have a cough.
Kent Style is my brand.
Yeah. So
Hello,
now,
family. Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Go ahead.
Get me get or get got.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. I didn't want to interrupt.
So we would have to go in and try and convince someone to just try something slightly different, whether it was a different alcohol type or a different cigarette type or whatever. But that process of trying to get someone who's an existing smoker who already has their mind made up, trying to get them to the point where they're at least willing to accept
Entertain
it.
a new one, yeah.
That
It's a
to me was a
similar
massive
thing.
learning.
Yeah, man, that's a similar thing. It's like take on the new and discard the old, right? Like, and then there's this tentative like easing process toward getting them toward the new thing. And I always found the best way to convince people that the new brand was better than the last was to find out what their last brand was and then switch out the last brand into the new sleeve and then make them smoke their own brand out of your own sleeve. And then after the fact, it's all just a form of it's just at that
So
point.
we called that we called that gifting. So you would gift them a Marlboro lighter and you'd gift them a cigarette holder, one of those steel
No,
containers.
it doesn't work with lighter. With me, no. If I buy one pack, then you give me 10 free. Then you seduce me.
Well, we had that.
This thing with a lighter, free lighter, is a joke.
Yeah, but it was like
placement.
It was like a Zippo. It was like a Zippo. So
Yeah.
high quality, something that you want to now use every day going forward. And then you see that brand building starts to be built.
And people love matching.
It's a high quality. It's a $15 lighter, but it's not 1500s. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we
we're not
were
gonna give
allowed.
people Dunhills.
I know
We were
how they do it. Marketing, yeah. But in Romania, that's how they seduce me. Like Paul Mall or Lucky Strike was making these. How do you say when you
experiences
want people to convert, to your brand? And
so they called it experiential.
I'm usually Kent style. I smoke Kent style, and
Never heard of
this
them.
is a fine cigarette.
Kent is the manufacturer of Benson and Hedges.
Oh,
but
right.
Kent is the mother brand.
Yeah.
Okay,
BAT.
so B&H. Yeah, that was my brand, dude, as well. When I did smoke tailor-made cigarettes, that was what I would smoke.
Yeah.
I would smoke Benson and Hedges.
It was the
same as
first cigarette which was white.
Was it? It was the first white cigarette.
Yeah.
Now branding, all they have to do if they wish to sell them is to make them look like cigars again, and it's great for branding in terms of because everyone else is smoking a white one.
Because it had a white filter also, it had that stylish look, and it was the doctor's favorite. So when you go to the doctor,
looks more
you
clinical.
make sure you have a box of cigarettes, Kent style.
What, and then they give you a better prescription? Like if you give it, to ask the doctor a better, I want some morphine this week, so here you go, mate. Here's some Kent. Yep. Trade some death for some more death, bro. Let's go.
So we had these lifestyle experience activations, they would call them, and we could give free flights to anywhere in the country. We could give free hotel stays to anyone. And then basically we would offer these throughout the course of an evening. And then in that, when you win this event for this activation weekend, they take you to concerts. They take you up in hot air balloons. They take you, they create this whole lifestyle. When you arrive at your hotel room, there's cigarettes
So you
laid everywhere.
associate success with the cigarette and
every single thing. Every dinner is paid for. Every drink is paid for. And every time you get to another table, there's a new packet of cigarettes waiting for you.
That cigarette is opening up the world for you,
man. That sounds like good life.
That's like the cigarette is the thing that opens up the doors for you, and in us doing so now, you would feel unlucky almost. You would feel as if you didn't have luck on your side if you didn't have the cigarette with it. That's why Lucky Strike, I believe, was such a playing with these like axioms of beliefs as well, right? Like this idea of like there's luck placed behind the very thing. That makes it
But
difficult
the
to
brand name
move away
Lucky
from some.
Strike is a positive name, so yeah.
Exactly. That's interesting. So,
But
who would you
it's
have been
like taking
marketing
these
this to?
ballers, but
Solar.
like
Would this been proprietors of shops that you would provide this experience for? Because obviously then
no
they would
individuals,
be
just
individuals.
individuals.
Wow. Because they
It
buy it for
was
life, right?
correct, and it was about catching them in their feeding holes. So we would go to like the biggest clubs in the country, go and find people who are smoking, and then go and talk to them about it and try and convert them during the course of the night.
What
And
year was this? This must have been a long time ago because this is surely illegal now, right?
yeah, now you're not allowed to brand and all that. It was about 2004, 2006, like between that range.
Wow. Okay.
Now,
No way.
but I always watched, and to me it killed my love of clubbing because now I was being paid to be in clubs and I'm there with another motive. I'm there to try and convert people, and I'm actually working, and it was like you lose that excitement. But to me, it was fascinating to watch these weak-minded people flip over to the brand because of one incentive. Now, it's the same thing with like these ballers. If you could create a Flat Earth concert and there's like this getaway and there's prizes and all this shit, you'd find all these dim-witted, low IQ people would start moving across simply to aspire with that lifestyle.
They did this
Now,
with the ball, yeah.
but they've created that the flat earther is the tinfoil nutter. So no one wants to aspire towards that lifestyle.
It's
and
the model
therefore
behind
they
it.
have to reject it. So they've used lifestyle.
What will happen? What will happen if you make a YouTube video interviewing people on the street, but you offer them like $1 or $2 to say that the earth is flat, and they don't just believe it, they know it. And to
That would be a
also
PR
consent to be broadcasted on YouTube.
That would be a PR nightmare because it's a false experience. So like let's look at the opposite, right? So what have they done in terms of with the globe in terms of these experiences, right? So they create these acts again, it's always the same. So the experience would be this, right? So the belief in the globe provides for the belief in the scientific, or should I say sci-fi world, right? Which would be these various shows that induce, dopamine and serotonin and everything like this, is because these are exploratory, adventurous, and these concepts that they're outside of the realm of possibility, but they keep them inside of the realm of possibility by an attaché point of the word scientific, right? And then we have things like Virgin Galactic, right, for instance, that have been coaxing the masses toward this idea that they would somehow be included in this very elite club of individuals that have apparently gone and explored space, or should I say not even space, because they've only the farthest they've gone is the moon. So that's sort of what they've done.
Big
That's
business scam.
saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it is, right? They've done this experience model, and that's what Solar's saying, I guess, is that if he was to create the opposite with the flat Earth, right, we would see the same response, but then we would end up with what? These normie individuals inside of it that are a low IQ that are going for the experience, not for the information.
You see, we will make a disclaimer, something like, hey, we are asking you only like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, how long it takes you to say this phrase, and you say nothing else.
No.
No.
And that's a terrible tactic. That's
but
a terrible
the
tactic.
thing is, we do video documentation, and we prove that people do it for the money.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I don't care what they say they are doing, lying, saying the truth. I don't care about that. They just do it. That's all.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
doing it for the money.
You have a video recording with that man stating, saying that, those words, exact phrase. The earth is flat. I don't believe it. I know it. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, it would show the fickle-mindedness and nature of those individuals. Yeah.
And I
But
don't
yeah,
care
so
if he truly believes it or not, you know, like, or he doesn't know. Yeah. But when we show like 1,000, 5,000 people recorded, then hey, what the hell are you talking about? I have behind me 5,000 people saying this, you know.
hmm hmm
Yeah.
yeah. Again, for us though, I believe that in essence is something that so the problem with flat earth when it first came out, and I think anyone with a proper mind could agree with this, is that a lot of what we do is we defend points that people that very
Yeah.
just quickly assumed things, and I actually have an issue. I'm the first person to actually slag off like a lot of the main big flat earthers, and I literally don't give a shit. I feel like they pigeonholed us into positions of like having to effectively like defend things that aren't even anything in the realm of anything I've personally ever claimed.
Yeah.
And I feel like that was the main problem with the beginning of the flat earth thing, is that, you know, there was a quick jumping on of the bandwagon almost, right? Because it made sense, and it was very, I don't know how it was put across was there wasn't this onus on like, you know, validation of things, right? There were very like massive claims, specific claims made very quickly, right? Like for instance the ice wall, right? Like, you know, for instance the firmament, right? All of this stuff, instead of us logically getting to the end point first, so starting with the antecedent information that would point toward this being the only way that this could be explained, right? Or the information that logically goes through and shows how this phenomena, the cause of that phenomena, right? What we're seeing, the cause of the effect. It started off with the flat earth stuff. It was like it started off with all of the effects and all of the phenomena and just outlined it instead of anyone logically going through it slowly, other than the people that researched it at the time who were really truly thinking about it. So we ended up with like loads of people that would speak their mind on this topic as if they knew what they were talking about, and it was just like I remember wanting to bow out at that point as well, like being like, well, I'm not involving myself at this point until it refines itself a little bit more.
Yes, and they say, oh, why would I? Because it doesn't affect me. What will it change and stuff, you know? They have all these silly questions to strike
No one
back.
knows how much. No one knows how much something would change based on something that has changed if they are yet to accept the change. If that makes sense.
But there must be a way which we can bring this officially in a trial, and also to be pushed on media channels.
I feel like that's for the next generation. Like when I've looked, like I said this before to people.
Yeah.
Like I've got godchildren, right? They've gone to school, and there are actually like large numbers now of kids that tell the science teacher, "Shut up, gravity's not real." So we are doing our job. It's just that the next generation that are even more like skeptical of the common narrative, they're the ones that are going to have to start to effectively start to push against curriculum. And once curriculum gets pushed against, then what we'll have, it'll be like a pocket of people that aren't being taught what we were taught when we were younger, and in doing so they will have to try and explain different phenomena in a different way, and they'll start to understand that, oh, okay, there is not as much weight behind you know, the sort of certification of different phenomena. So they're going to realize that this is fallacious, and then in doing so, I hope this is what I hope and pray is the case, is that we'll have like a pocket where we might find out the exact truth, because everything's dropped down to a certain level of like a level of healthy skepticism almost will force people to have to re-examine all of these things again. And I see it happening. I feel like there will be a point where that has to happen. Aerials.
Well, the only way I see it happening is only if we manage to make our own TV station, television.